I don't think anyone realizes how insane 2025 truly was. In the first week of the year, LA was hit with the costliest wildfires in global history. Trump was sworn in as president. The infamous ice raids began. Trump then tried to buy Greenland. DeepSeek hit #1 in the App Store and got everyone shook. And how could we forget this?
TikTok is planning to shut down its app to users in the United States this Sunday.
February was a bit of a strange one. North Korea opened its borders. Trump officially began the tariff wars. Microsoft created an entirely new state of matter. And the world was left stunned at what we witnessed at the White House.
You don't have the cards. People are dying. You're running low on soldiers.
March was the month where Elon Musk started getting abused in every way possible. We witnessed the most embarrassing leaked group chat of all time. North Korea closed their borders again. The astronauts stranded in space for 9 months finally returned to Earth. TikTok tried to permanently ban my account for reasons we still don't know to this day. And Trump tried to make Canada the 51st state. April, we really started realizing the year was aging like milk as global stock markets started crashing because of the tariffs. The freaking Pope died. NASA confirmed that China's dam was literally slowing Earth's rotation. But hey, at least scientists resurrected the extinct direwolf after 10,000 years. In May, we saw white smoke and we were told that the new Pope is American. The GTA 6 trailer actually dropped and it blew everyone's minds. We got the real-life prison break. The world was introduced to the legendary King Charles, and no one could agree who would win in a fight. 100 men or one gorilla. Halfway through the year, the bromance ended and Elon Musk and Trump started beefing. This is also the month where World War III started trending because not only did Iran and Israel start bombing each other, but then the US got involved and carried out on Iran the largest B-2 bombing operation in America's history. Kabilaim was deported from the US, North Korea opened a beach resort, and I ate my first ever black chicken.
If you don't like it, you're racist.
July was a pretty horrific month. Diogo Jota tragically died in a car crash. Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan also died. Diddy escaped a life sentence. Huge global pressure started mounting against Israel for the starvation crisis in Gaza. The UK's age verification law came into effect. And Coldplay exposed what's become the world's most famous affair.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Roblox had huge problems in August after they banned Schlep and caused an uprising. A massive typhoon had its way with Taiwan. Mr. Beast broke the world record for the most amount of money raised for charity in a single stream. Trump and Putin met, and Africa said, "We want a new map." In September, for the first time ever, we saw Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping together. Nepal overthrew their government and gave the Gen Z protests of 2025 their symbol. The UN said that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Africa's largest hydropower dam opened in Ethiopia. The world's first AI minister was introduced in parliament in Albania. And of course, one of the most searched events of the entire year happened.
Conservative activist and podcaster Charlie Kirk has been shot.
In October, a ceasefire was agreed between Gaza and Israel. Trump didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize. Jamaica was hit with the most powerful earthquake in their history, Bombaclat. 6/7 was named Word of the Year. We witnessed the most insane heist at the Louvre in Paris. And no, the jewels still haven't been recovered. And this was the month where Sora was released and quickly got out of hand.
I'm a CEO in a porcelain spa.
In November, Zohran Mamdani became one of the most searched people on the planet after winning the New York mayor election. Rockstar broke our hearts again after delaying GTA 6. Trump and Ronaldo linked up at the White House. 303 school children were kidnapped in Nigeria. Hong Kong witnessed one of their deadliest fires ever. Tanzania witnessed their deadliest protest ever. And the US had their longest government shutdown. And then, just to round out the year, Ghana's Ibo Noah said that the world would flood on Christmas Day. Has it? The Diddy documentary got released. The Epstein files kinda got released. Australia had their deadliest terror attack in 3 decades. They also became the first country to ever ban social media for under 16s. And Christmas came early for some after Jake Paul and Andrew Tate lost their fights just 1 day apart. Holy, what a wild year we have had together yet again. I'm telling you guys, 2026 is gonna be our year. I love you all. Have a fantastic new
The U.S. is on track for its largest one-year drop in murders on record. Thanks, Donald Trump. Who is this according to? Crime stats expert David Asher using data from the Real-Time Crime Index, which compiles information from hundreds of law enforcement agencies nationwide. Okay, well, we won't know for sure until the FBI stats come out next year, but acting like Trump's policies had anything to do with this is crazy. Murders have been coming down since their 2021 highs, and most murders happen in big cities. And you always like to blame blue city mayors for this. So do they get the credit here also for the largest drop ever? Chicago dropped 28% this year. New York and Memphis, 20%. All blue mayors. You're foolish to think national policy and a strong pro-police president doesn't contribute to national decreases in crime. I think more than anything, Biden's carelessness at the border and this defund the police, all cops are bad movement that led to cashless bail and prosecutors downgrading sentences, etc., led to criminals feeling emboldened. But now we have a tough on crime, no BS president, and every criminal knows there's no more games being played here, and justice will be served. Okay, that's not one single policy Trump has enacted to contribute to this, which makes me think this drop is just a natural part of a larger trend that was happening pre-Trump. But also some crime experts suggest because of the brutality of ICE, there's been an overall decrease in trust in all law enforcement, which may be leading to some to just not report crimes, therefore creating an artificial drop in the numbers. Oh, please, you can't BS murder statistics, but here's some policies. Trump has signed multiple executive orders empowering local police, allocating more resources to protect from unjust liabilities. The FBI's Operation Summer Heat that led to 8,600 arrests and 2,200 guns confiscated. I mean, a tough on crime president, from drug enforcement to immigration enforcement, not only changes the morale of a country, but literally takes criminals off the streets. Oh yes, pardoning violent insurrectionists who beat up cops on January 6th is very pro-law enforcement, but also bragging about the federal government sending masked men and military members to streets throughout our country to create fear in communities and coerce people into compliance seems like a very free country in alignment with our founding fathers' vision, huh? How free are you in a country overrun by criminals? This drop in crime is objectively good. How can you argue against it? I'm not. I just don't think Trump had much of anything to do with it. Oh, please. If this was Biden, you'd be on your knees. What?
Well, I mean, well, damn. But guess what, guys? We are live. Yo, this is What's Up Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got a lot to go ahead and get into. We're going to go ahead and get into that bilateral meeting with with Ukrainian leader Zelenskyy, and let's see what they came to. And they'll also be answering some questions as well. And then we're going to go ahead and get into a complete media analysis on what's been going on this past 24 hours. All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, and let's get right into it.
Well, thank you very much. We had a terrific meeting. We discussed a lot of things. As you know, I had an excellent phone call with President Putin that lasted for over 2 hours. We discussed a lot of points, and I do think we're getting a lot closer, maybe very close. The president and I just spoke to the European leaders. They were President Emmanuel Macron of France, President Alexander Stubb of the Republic of Finland, President Karol Nawrocki of the Republic of Poland, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store of the Kingdom of Norway, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of the Italian Republic, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland, Chancellor Friedrich Merz, the Federal Republic of Germany, Secretary General Mark Rutte, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, President Ursula von der Leyen of the European Commission. We spoke to all of those great leaders. They're all great leaders. And we had a great talk with them after we were completed. We thought it was appropriate to speak with them. And our meeting was excellent. We covered, somebody would say 95%. I don't know what percent, but we have made a lot of progress on ending that war, which is really certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff, who's here, and I'd like to thank Jared, who's here someplace. Thank you, Jared. And thank you, Steve. What a great job you've done. Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, and Marco Rubio is here. Thank you, Marco. And Pete Hegseth is here. Those two people are doing an unbelievable job. And the four people on this one are doing, I don't think anybody could do it. And we'll see if it gets done, but it's very close, certainly. Nobody would even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now. Nobody would have thought that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about every subject, and that includes with President Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago and have lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. Your people enjoy the food. I can tell you that. You're big, strong people. Your general over there looks like central casting. I want to also, by the way, speaking of generals, we have a great general, General Raisin Kane, who is here someplace. Thank you, General. Thank you very much. He's great. So, Mr. President, maybe you want to say a few words, and then we'll speak over the next couple of weeks. We'll speak probably quite a bit, but we'll speak tomorrow. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank President Trump for a great meeting at this amazing place in his home in Mar-a-Lago. And we had a really great discussions on all the topics, and we appreciate the progress that was made by American and Ukrainian teams in these recent weeks. Special thanks to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and thank you to for their engagement and full commitment, and also to our team, and first of all to Rustem Umerov and General Gnatov, and to all our teams. And we discussed all the aspects of the peace framework, which includes, and we have a great achievements, 20-point peace plan, 90% agreed, and U.S.-Ukraine security guarantees 100% agreed. U.S., Europe, Ukraine security guarantees almost agreed. Military dimension 100% agreed. Prosperity plan being finalized, and we also.
I mean, bro, that's great that America and Ukraine can, agree on this peace deal, but the problem is that we got to get Russia to agree to this. And the thing that Russia agreed with was the 28-point plan that was once again overly favored towards them, cutting Ukraine military by 200,000. Well, actually, they're only going to allow them to have 600,000 military men. So I'm wondering if Putin's even going to recognize this 20-point peace deal instead, or he might just go ahead and axe that and just say, no, I want the 28-point plan that was originally proposed, that kept Ukraine out of NATO, that gave them, it gave them security. It gave them a level of security, but it didn't allow them, they'd have to do somewhat of a demilitarization. And of course, NATO and Ukraine aren't going for that. But with this new 20-point peace plan, let's see if this can get through to the Kremlin, or if they just don't act on arrival, because Putin's already stated what he wanted. And he want all 4 of those regions. He want Zelenskyy to pull back, cut military, guaranteed to not be in NATO, but he will allow some, security guarantees.
Discussed the sequencing of the following actions. And we agree that security guarantees is the key milestone in achieving lasting peace, and our teams will continue working on all aspects. We also had a joint productive call with European leaders, like President Trump said already, and a lot of leaders, including NATO and the EU. And we agreed that our teams will meet in upcoming weeks to finalize all discussed matters. And we agreed with President Trump that he will host us, and maybe in Washington, European leaders and Ukrainian delegation, yes, in January. And Ukraine is ready for peace. And once again, would like to thank President Trump for a warm welcome and substantial discussion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Any questions, please?
The first vision from President Zelenskyy, 90% and 100%. The U.S. Ukraine security guarantees. What number are we at right now?
Well, I think you can say 95%, but I don't like to say percentages. I just think we're doing very well. We could be very close. There are 1 or 2 very thorny issues, very tough issues, but I think we're doing very well. We made a lot of progress today, but really we've made it over the last month. This is not a one-day process deal. This is very complicated stuff, but I think when the president says 95, I think, could be close to 95%. Yeah, please, in behind you.
Mr. President, can you agree on the so-called free trade zone on Donbass? How to separate the sites? How to make the separation line? Who will be responsible?
The word agreed is too strong. I would say not agreed, but we're getting close.
Yeah, Russia has not agreed to this free economic zone that they want the Donbass region to be, in the Donetsk region, but because the problem is that, Russia controls 90% of that region. So to think that they can just say, let us save face and let's make it a free trade zone or a free economic zone. Yeah, Russia wants that complete region, and I don't think they're going to let Ukraine get off with that.
Sir, to an agreement on that, and that's a big issue. Certainly, that's one of the big issues, and I think we're closer than we were probably. It's unresolved, but it's getting a lot closer. That's a very tough issue, but one that I think will get resolved. Yeah, please.
We are receiving some mixed signals coming from Moscow, even after this topic. Can you assure us that you have received written or any formal response from them?
Well, what was the issue? You have to tell me. What did they say?
They are telling that Ukraine has to give up Donbass. Just very recent statement.
Well, that's what they've been asking for, and there's a dispute about that. So they're going to have to iron that out. That's an issue they have to iron out. But I think it's moving in the right direction. If something doesn't happen, you mean if something doesn't happen? Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead. You're going to finish your question. Well, we'll see. Look, we'll see. But I don't want to talk about that because I think we're getting pretty close. Yes, please. Please.
Yes, about territorial question, Mr. President. What is your take on Donbass status? Are you prepared to see it as a free economic or demilitarized zone?
No, we spoke about 20 points plan, and I'm happy that really our teams very close to results. And I agree with President Trump that our teams work not one day, not one week, more than 1 month, beginning from Geneva, then 2 meetings in Miami, then we had Berlin, and now we have Mar-a-Lago. So this is a very difficult question. You know our position, so it's, we have to respect our law and our people. We respect the territory which we control. And of course, our attitude is very clear. That's why President Trump said this is a very tough question. And of course, we have with Russians different positions on it.
Have you discussed referendum about?
No, when we speak about referendum, we spoke that it's one of the key. We can have referendum on any kind of points of this plan. I said that we can use referendum like for the plan, or we cannot use referendum. It's one of the key. We can use, this possibility of parliament to vote according to the law or to have referendum. Doesn't matter. This referendum, if the plan will be very difficult for our society, very difficult, of course, our society has to choose and has to vote because it's their land, the land not of one person, it's the land of our nation for a lot of generations.
They'll probably have to get their plan approved by parliament or by referendum of the people. You would think that they want, I know they had a poll that it's 91%.
And the reason why they'd have to go through parliament and a referendum of the people is because, the Ukrainian constitution do not allow them to give up land. They're not allowed to concede land. So they're going to have to make land concessions. So basically, they're going to have to go to their parliament about that one. And we'll see how that works out. But it is looking like they're going to have to give up land because, sadly, the Ukrainian constitution can't take back the land that they lost.
In favor of ending this war. So they want to end it like everybody wants. Russia wants it ended. Everybody wants it ended. So, and we want it ended. I want it ended because I don't want to see so many people dying. We're losing, massive numbers of people, the biggest by far since World War II. So we want to see it ended. Absolutely.
President,
yes.
So you said at the top that you plan to speak again tomorrow. Is that correct?
I might. It depends on what happens tomorrow. If there's an additional something to add, otherwise there's no reason to. We're in the process. Jared and Steve are working very hard to get something done. And if there's something that comes up, I'd speak.
Hey, and shout out to for starting us off. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, Zelenskyy, the high heel dancing comedian. Where are his heels? He might be wearing them right now. He's looking a little taller, looking a little bit taller on stage. What can I say?
But otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to.
In your mind, sir, what are the thorniest issues still unresolved after the?
Well, I think the land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken. Some of that land is maybe up.
Nah, you see his expression, some of that land has been taken. Zelensky's just like, come on, man, you're just gonna tell him.
Some of that land has been taken. The land you're talking about. Some of that land has been taken. Some of that land is maybe up for grabs, but it may be taken over the next period of a number of months. And are you better off making a deal now? Look, let me tell you, they have been very brave. They fought very hard and continue to fight very hard and do tremendous damage. But Russia would like to see it end, and Ukraine would like to see it. And I think it's time to end. And a lot of very brave people, a lot of people that are dead right now, unfortunately, because I've said, and nobody's disputed it, that if the election weren't rigged and stolen, 2020, you wouldn't have had this war. It would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. Never was even thought to happen.
True.
And I spoke with President Putin. I got along with him very well, despite the Russia hoax, which was a total hoax.
Now, my personal opinion, it wouldn't have happened under Trump, because Trump would have been able to pull NATO to the side and be like, yo, stop trying to push Ukraine into a war with Russia by saying that you're going to let them in. Stop trying to get them in, because Russia's making threats that they're going to invade Ukraine if you guys try to bring them in. So pretty much you could actually blame NATO for this. Like, there was an agreement, NATO crossed the line, and for some reason they wanted to test Putin's gangster. And now here we are 2 years later, because NATO just couldn't accept the word no, Ukraine can't go to NATO. So here we are.
He used to say, what is going on over there? But it was a total hoax, as he knew and as I knew. But I spoke to him, and we'd talk about Ukraine. I've said it before. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything about it. He didn't do anything about it until I was gone. And then a lot of really bad statements were made by people, by a lot of people, I guess, but by a certain president that we had who was a disaster. Yes.
Do you anticipate going to Ukraine if you can get to an agreement? And
I'd have no problem with doing it. You know, I have no problem with doing it. Don't anticipate it. Would like to get the deal done and not necessarily have to go. I've offered to go and speak to their parliament. And, you know, if that would help, I don't know if that would help. I think it would probably help. But
I mean, here's the thing. You got to convince Ukrainian parliament. Like, I just want you guys to know that if you guys don't give up this land, more of your people is going to die at the hands of Russia. And you can't take back this land, and Russia is taking more land by the week. So I don't know what the Ukrainian parliament needs to hear, but yeah, it's probably best that you guys get around giving up that land. Or maybe, you know, maybe Putin might accept, you know, the free trade zone. He might accept that, but I'll be real with you, it's unlikely. Putin's already stated what he wanted, and he wants Ukraine out of there and complete control of those regions, basically making them de facto Russia. And yeah, Lord knows we don't want that to happen, but it's looking like it's going down that route.
I don't even know if that's...
You're welcome.
Yeah, no, I know.
Always.
So I'm not sure that it would be really necessary, but if it would help save 25,000 lives a month or whatever it may be, I would certainly be willing to do that. Yeah, please. No, behind you. Where are you from?
From Ukraine.
Good, I had a feeling. Good.
How about Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant? Have you started?
On what?
Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Yeah, we discussed that at length today. As you know, it's in pretty good shape. It can start up immediately, almost immediately. And it's one of the things I discussed with President Putin. And they were talking about the nuclear plant. That's probably the biggest in the world, just about the biggest anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? And President Putin's actually working with Ukraine on getting it open. He's been very good in that sense. He wants to see that open. And he hasn't hit it with missiles, hasn't hit it with anything. It's a big danger to do that for everybody. But they're working together to try and get it. It can open very quickly. It's in pretty good shape. And the people there have been there for years. The people there running it. You know, they have 5,000 people in that plant. Can you believe it? I learned that today. 5,000 people. It's the biggest plant of its kind in the world. And they're working together to get it open. They could maybe get it open quickly. That's a big step when he's not bombing that plant. It's a big step.
Mm-hmm. In the readout from Moscow, they talked about the creation of some working groups.
Now, I believe he's talking about the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. Now, the original deal in the 20.8 peace plan was that it was going to be controlled by both Russia and Ukraine, and basically basically Ukraine is going to be us, to be quite honest with you. So we're basically going to be working with Russia to control that Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Now, we'll see how that works out, because if Putin completely takes Zaporizhzhia, then, I mean, I'm not really sure how we're going to work that out. Or it does seem like Zelensky's going to be out of that deal, and we'll just be working straight with Russia when it comes to that nuclear energy plant.
Yes. That would be set. Can you tell us about what those working groups would entail? And also, if you wouldn't mind, what is the message that you will give to Putin when you speak to him after your meeting?
So the working group is going to be composed of Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, General Raisin Kane, Marco Rubio, and a few other people that we're going to be putting onto it. I think Pete Hegseth should be in that working group. He knows the territory very well. He's been fantastic at what he's doing. And they may add one or two people. And likewise, Ukraine's going to have some very good people that were at lunch today that enjoyed the lunch today a lot, more than they thought, right? But do you want to say who may be on your working group?
Yeah, we now, as I said, that we work with Steve and Jared. We worked our Rustem Umerov and also Deputy Minister Gislitz and also General Ignatov, and they will continue work in this group. And of course, if we will go further, and I hope that really we will have decisions in January, as I said, about all these documents, 6 documents. And of course, we will continue work on this so they know what to do. Yes.
And that working group, by the way, importantly, will also then be working with Russia. Okay? Because to work with ourselves doesn't really solve much of a problem. So they'll be working with Russia. Yeah, please.
This morning you weren't a deadline guy. How long do you think it'll take to get this last little bit, as you say, finished? What are we talking about?
So if it went really well, maybe a few weeks. And if it went poorly, longer. And if it went really poorly, it's not going to happen. That would be a shame. There's that chance also. It's possible it doesn't happen. But, in a few weeks, we will know one way or the other, I think. But if it went really well, but it could also go poorly. I mean, we could have something where one item that you're not thinking about as a big item breaks it up. Look, it's been a very difficult negotiation, very detailed. It's funny, I settled 8 wars. Some were going on for 35 years. And we got them settled in a couple of days. Some of them, one was going on for 37 years. I settled it in one day. But this is a very complex one.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think we'll get it done.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with a superpower versus a non-superpower. And then, Ukraine, well, they can't really fight Russia without us or without assistance from Europe or NATO. So that's one of the main problems. And here's the thing. I mean, we're helping them. Well, we were helping. As far as the United States go, we were helping them. Now, as far as NATO and the EU goes, yes, they're buying weapons from us to give to Ukraine, and that's not doing them anything. Like, yeah, it gives them a little bit of defense, but not enough to beat Russia off their land, not enough to actually take land from Russia, or even give them a run for their money in those regions that they control. Russia's still an overwhelming superpower when it comes to, fighting Ukraine. We just have to be real with ourselves when it comes to that.
I don't want to say when, but I think we're going to get it done. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, you in the past have suggested a trilateral meeting between both Presidents Putin and Zelenskyy. Is that something that is also on the docket?
I see that happening, sure, at the right time. I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right. They made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things. And we have things that they want very badly.
True.
But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible made up.
I mean, here's the thing. It would be better for the USA to be an ally with Russia, than to try to fight Russia or have a whole little proxy war with Russia. It's way better for us to, work with them and the trillions of dollars of resources that they have. Maybe we can use them to help ourselves wane off China when it comes to this mineral war that we're going through / trade war. So, yeah, it would be a little bit better to work with Russia than to be against them. And come on now. Is that not true? Like, wouldn't it cost us more to just keep on trying to go against Russia than if we would gain from working with Russia? And no, Putin's not sending your boy a check. I get no rubles, I promise. I'm just being reasonable and stating the fact that, you know what? We gain more from working with Russia than we do defending Ukraine.
A fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad people, sick people. They made it up. It was all a made up hoax, but it kept us really from dealing with Russia, kept Russia dealing, from dealing with us. So, but despite that, we got along, and I don't know. I think we're going to get there. I know him very well. I think we're going to get there.
Discuss any time, location, meeting place?
Yeah, we're discussing a lot of things. No, look, I was on the phone with him for almost, I guess, 2.5 hours. They're just telling me now. It's a long time. We discussed a lot of things. We didn't talk about the weather. We weren't talking about what a beautiful day it is in Palm Beach, Florida.
Crying.
Yes.
Trump, President Zelenskyy mentioned maybe a meeting with European leaders back in Washington. Would that be in the next few weeks?
Well, in Washington or someplace, yeah. These leaders that I just read, these are great people. They've spent a lot of money on helping Ukraine. And look, they're doing it for themselves also, meaning their country, because Ukraine's a very important country for them in particular. For us, it's very important. To me, it's the lives. We're thousands and thousands of miles. We're protected by a thing called the Atlantic Ocean and lots of other places, to be honest. And they're not, they're right there. But we're working together with them as we should be. But I'm doing it to save lives. We're not spending any money. Biden gave $350 billion away.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we do have a huge body of water protecting us from, Russia on both sides. I mean, the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. But I mean, the problem for Ukraine is, they're their next door neighbor, literally. And let's be quite honest. So it's like, it wouldn't be too much in our interest to get in a war with Russia over Ukraine. It's just not worth it. Be way better if we just let them back into the G8, let them back into global trade and all that good stuff. And we could work with them through that. And that'd be a great way for America to, build back, if we're talking about affordability. I mean, let's be quite honest with you. Russia could help us more with affordability than Ukraine can.
And the president was nice enough to give us a contract to take out rare earth and things. So we'll see how that all works out. We have a contract, but we appreciated that.
One of the main reasons why we're working with Zelenskyy, to be quite honest with you. Of course, it's the whole, I'm gonna be honest with you, I could tell Trump don't believe the whole doomsday scenario that the EU's putting out, talking about, if they take Ukraine, then they're gonna go to Europe, then they're gonna go right over to Russia. Boy, in your wildest dreams. Well, really wildest nightmares. But no, that's not Putin's intention. He just want to keep NATO out of Ukraine. And that's pretty much it. That's where it's good. That's all it goes from there. And that's according to Putin. Now, if you don't believe that, I don't blame you. But to be quite honest, let's just use our common sense. And how much sense would it take for Putin to actually go out there and attack, Europe, or even try to attack America? It's like, trust me, the man's crazy, but he ain't that crazy to try to start World War III. And if he was, then I'm be real with you, he'd probably just nuke Ukraine or something.
Very good. But we'll see how that works out. But if you think about it, we're going to have, I really believe we're probably, Mr. President, by far closer than ever before with both parties. We had some times when he was close and President Putin wasn't. Then we'd have President Putin was close and he wasn't. You saw that in the White House. But I think they both want to see it happen.
In your conversation with
you were saying that you've said multiple times that you want to stop the killing, and nearly 100 American citizens died in Ukraine.
Yeah.
What's your message to your family whose loved ones died?
Well, look, I mean, the message is so obvious. It's what a shame. Mm-hmm. They died in a foreign country, and some are celebrated people. They're very celebrated. But so sad that a thing like that would happen. Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, security is a major issue for the Ukrainians.
Right.
Did you offer any promises, any assurances today?
Well, I did. We want to work with Europe, and Europe is going to take over a big part of it, as you can imagine. They're right there. But we're going to help Europe 100%. like they'd help us. Yes, ma'am. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, when your conversation...
Who are you with?
Andrea Shalal with Reuters.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So in your conversation with President Putin, did you discuss what responsibility Russia will have for any kind of reconstruction of Ukraine post an agreement?
I did. They're going to be helping. Russia's going to be helping. Russia wants to see Ukraine succeed. Once it sounds a little strange, but I was explaining to the president, President Putin was very generous in his feeling toward Ukraine succeeding, including supplying energy, electricity, and other things at very low prices. So a lot of good things.
After he's the one that knocked out the lights and knocked out the heat, I would hope he'd feel charitable in that way. But to be, quite honest, they are going through that problem where they might be facing, they have very little electricity because all of their power plants have got hit, basically all of them. And of course, they're facing a heating problem in Ukraine. And this is one of the main reasons why I try to tell people this is why Ukraine is losing. Because is that happening in Russia? No. But does Ukraine hit inside of Russia? Yes. They put off a brilliant Trojan horse attack 4 months ago. But that's not enough to win. That is not enough. One good attack is not enough to beat Russia. But sadly, after that, Russia hits them with a fleet of missiles and drones. So you kind of see where this is going. Like Zelensky, Ukraine, they can get little wins, but then Russia hits them 10 times harder because they have the military capability to.
Came out of that call today, but they were in the works for 2 weeks with Steve and with Jared and Marco and everybody.
Did Russia agree, or did Putin agree to a ceasefire to allow a referendum to take place?
Not a ceasefire, and that's one of the points that we're working on right now. No, not a ceasefire. He feels that, look, they're fighting and to stop, and then if they have to start again, which is a possibility, he doesn't want to be in that position. I understand that position. The president feels strongly about that or something, but I think we're finding ways that we can get around that. But I understand President Putin from that standpoint. You have to understand the other side.
The winning side.
And, I'm on the side of peace. I'm on the side of stopping the war. So, but I think that's
me too. I'm on the side of stopping the war. I'm on the side of stopping the killing. And the way to stop the killing is, Ukraine, you got to lay down your arms. And I know the propaganda speech, okay? If Russia lays down their arms, there will be peace. If Ukraine lays down their arm, there will be no Ukraine. Boy, shut your ass up, man. Look, the problem is Ukraine lost, and if they surrender, or if they come to a ceasefire while conceding land, then that's good for the Ukrainian people. Why? Because the men stop getting dragged off the street, their capital stops getting destroyed, and they stop losing land. All I see is nothing but positives.
That's a problem that's going to get solved, yeah.
Would people who live outside of Ukrainians who fled during the war be allowed to participate in the referendum?
What do you mean, people where live?
The people that left.
So we have,
Germany.
if we speak about the people who are abroad, who are not on the territory of Ukraine, I mean, that's in Poland, in Germany, we have millions of people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have a referendum in the same of elections. In the same way how people come and vote, they have rights for this. And of course, they have to come. That's why.
Guys, let's make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, and make sure to subscribe to the channel while you're at it.
We will come to referendum. Yes, if we will come to such decision, people need infrastructure for this, and it's not simple. And that's why we spoke about it. It can't be in one day, very quickly. It's difficult because we need infrastructure. When you have millions of people, you have to build it in Europe, mostly in Europe for today.
President Trump, I know you sound an optimistic note here, but what happens in a few weeks if things sputter? What are you prepared to do?
They keep fighting, and they keep dying.
Damn.
No good.
Hey, yo. Well, look at Zelensky's face when he said that. He's like, oh, yeah. That's the only result. Is that if you guys can't come to this peace deal, Zelensky, look, on both sides, people are going to keep dying. But the result is that, Ukraine's going to keep losing land. In EU and NATO is going to keep wasting money and resources sending weapons to there. So, yeah, it'll just keep fighting. And it'll just get worse and worse for Ukraine to a point where they'll probably either have to surrender or they'll finally just, beg Putin for some type of peace deal, which would basically be a surrender. So this is their best bet right now, because if they keep it going, you're going to see a very sad reality come to Ukraine.
If things don't happen, they keep fighting and they keep dying. And we don't want that to happen. He doesn't want it to happen. President Putin doesn't want it to happen either. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know. Was it a good lunch? There's no lunch. He walked in. He said, "This place is gorgeous." I don't think he wants to go to the White House anymore. That's the problem.
I'm ready.
But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Let's see what CNN got to say about it. So we're going to start off on the left side of media.
Ukrainian President Zelenskyy is meeting with President Donald Trump in Florida. Zelenskyy arrived at Mar-a-Lago, you see on your screen, just moments ago. Now, they're discussing a peace plan released last week after earlier talks between both countries. President Trump says there is urgency to get a deal done.
We're in final stages of talking, and we're going to see. Otherwise, it's going to go on for a long time. It'll either end, or it's going to go on for a long time, and millions of additional people are going to be killed. Millions. And nobody wants that.
That's not good.
We have an incredible group of reporters who have been following every movement here. First, we have senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak, who is near Mar-a-Lago, also CNN senior international correspondent Fred Pleiken with us in Berlin. Kevin, let's start with you. What did you take away from the comments that we heard outside of Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, the president says he's confident that both sides of this want to reach an agreement. He says reaching such a deal is complex, but not that complex. And he says that they are in the final stages of trying to come up with something that both Moscow and Kyiv can agree on. His tone towards Zelenskyy was friendly. He says he is brave, that he has been through quite a bit, but still the president offering a somewhat equivocal statement on those overnight missile and drone attacks that Russia launched on Ukraine, saying that Ukraine had also launched its own attacks. And so you hear from the president essentially trying to straddle these two sides as he works to bring about this agreement. The president said that the war will either end or, quote, it will go on for a long time with many more casualties. And I think that's the president's way of signaling that now is the moment for all parties to come to the table and come with some kind of agreement that would end this conflict. The president has been impatient in getting this war to an end. He wants
yes, there was a recent strike in Kiev, I believe. So here's actually the footage here. So yeah, the opening moments of shock and awe strikes. Oh no, hold on, wrong video. All right, cool. Wrong video though. But yeah, there were strikes in Ukraine, and I believe there were videos of it. So I'm looking for them right now, but right now I'm only seeing like little small clips.
Be able to do it within 24 hours of taking office. We are now approaching the 1-year mark of his term, and I think it's significant. This is, the sixth time the president has met with Zelenskyy. This is a moment for him, I think, to really delve into some of the details of this 20-point peace plan that Zelenskyy has brought. Zelenskyy wants to hear some more nuance and details about what precisely President Trump is putting on the table. Now, about an hour before Zelenskyy arrived, President Trump said that he had also spoken to Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia. He also says he plans to speak with Putin after this meeting wraps up, as well as with European leaders. And so you do see kind of the diplomatic gears turning very hurriedly down here in South Florida. I think this is a moment for the president to talk to Zelenskyy about the security guarantees that will be part of this deal. The U.S. has said that it is providing what one official called platinum security guarantees to ensure that Russia doesn't invade further. The one thing that we did not hear either men discuss up there on the steps at Mar-a-Lago was the issue of land concessions, which
I mean, yeah, because both sides don't want to admit that they're going to have to concede land. And I'm actually, Trump kind of let them know. Think about it. When he says that they got to go through the Ukrainian parliament, that already shows you that, oh, there's going to have to be some things they're going to have to either address their constitution about. We all know the Ukrainian constitution does not allow the concession of land. So that's what Trump is talking about when he says, I might have to talk to the Ukrainian parliament, see if we can get this peace deal through, because the main point is, the main stopping point, or one of the things that they're going to be in grievance about, is land concession. And let's be real, they can't beat Russia off that land. Russia controls about 80 to 90% of the regions that they're dominating, and Ukraine can't take it back. That's just the fact of the matter.
This point is one of the biggest remaining issues in any peace deal. The other issue is the fate of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant.
I'm like, bro, what do you think Russia's gonna do? Give back all that land and just say, oh, our bad? Like, come on now.
They also didn't discuss that. But obviously, this question of land concessions has been such a sticking point in these peace process so far. And I think President Trump is going to have to find a way in this meeting to massage with Zelenskyy some sort of concession that he can agree to, that he can put before the Ukrainian people with the recognition that that.
But then that's the problem. Like, look, if the Ukrainian people don't want, or the parliament don't want to accept land concessions, then, well, Russia's just going to keep taking more land. Then they'll completely control those regions. And then they'll have even less cards to play with, or less leverage when it comes to another peace deal negotiation. And they're going to lose even more. So this is their best shot to honestly keep what they have and stop the further progression of the Russian army.
It will be a necessity if this war is to ever end. Danny.
Well, and to that point, I shouldn't say one. Many countries who are eagerly looking on the result of this meeting is, of course, the European Union and those countries within. Fred Pleiken, to the point about land concessions and other compromises that might be on the table, that was actually, I should say, Zelenskyy opened the door a little bit to compromise in this latest peace proposal. What's your perspective there? How do you think that could play out in today's talks?
Well, I think that was probably one of the most significant points of motion, if you will, over the past couple of days, and is really something that's been taking shape over the past, I would say, around 2 weeks, when the Europeans, the U.S., and the Ukrainians sat down here in Berlin for extended talks. And we really have seen both the Europeans and the Ukrainians, I wouldn't say change their tune, but showing themselves more open to possible land concessions as part of a wider peace agreement, especially if there are those very strong security guarantees.
I mean, shoot, we even got CNN admitting that, yeah, there's going to be some land concessions. I don't even know how the pro-Ukrainian guys can even sit there and even say that. Whoa, Ukraine still has a chance. No, it don't. Everybody's ready to talk about land concessions. And then if you got CNN, who's one of the biggest supporters of Ukraine, be real with you, it's kind of funny. The left kind of wants war with Russia, and they're not kind of holding off on it. They're kind of letting us know directly in our face that, yeah, we should stand by Ukraine. We should protect them at all costs. Like, as idiotic as it sounds, they're saying it. And I'm pretty sure they believe it, even if it is a suicide mission. And to be quite honest, they're running off all emotion and no facts, because the fact of the matter is we can't proxy Ukraine into a win. And we can't give them more soldiers. Let's be quite honest. That's one of the reasons why they're tearing soldiers or tearing people off the street to put on the front line, because they ran out of reserves. So why keep this up?
Guarantees. One of the things that we have seen change is that the Europeans, who used to say that the Ukrainians should not be forced to give up any territory, are now saying that in the end, this is a decision.
And here's the thing. Somebody said something like Dumbin in chat said Neville Chamberlain appeasement. No, not really. Here's the thing. We didn't fight Russia, so we're not appeasing Russia by any means. Russia and Ukraine, this is their fight, and Ukraine's losing, therefore they're losing land. So I hate how people try to frame it as if, oh, wait, like this is a loss for America. No, it's not. We didn't lose no land. Like, the only thing we lost is like tax dollars and some weapons, but we lost no lands, no soldiers over this conflict. That's it. So don't try to tie us in there, because trust me, if these guys give up land, the only Neville Chamberlains are in Ukraine, and that's it.
That the Ukrainians need to make themselves. That obviously makes it very difficult for the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy, because then all of the weight is on him. Now, you're absolutely right. We have seen Volodymyr Zelenskyy in the past couple of days, I think it was since this past Tuesday, sort of open the door to possible land concessions, meaning a very small portion of the Donetsk Oblast, the Donetsk area in the east of Ukraine. It's the portion of that state that the Ukrainians still hold and the Russians want, but that are very heavily fortified, and a lot of Ukrainian forces there defending that area. Now, as far as a possible compromise is concerned, one of the things that the U.S. has put out there is those very strong security guarantees, saying, look, if you make that concession, then the U.S. will be part of very strong security guarantees that are almost like being in NATO, even then Ukraine would not be in NATO. And the other thing, of course, is that the U.S. is saying, if you're willing to make those compromises, that concession, that then there could also be massive investment, not just by the U.S., but by other countries and companies into Ukraine in the future, not just to rebuild Ukraine, but to make Ukraine prosperous, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio put it at one of the meetings with the Ukrainians. The big question, of course, is what are the Russians going to do? They're demanding those territories, but at the same time, the Russians are saying they don't want a temporary ceasefire, even if there would be a referendum in Ukraine to decide whether or not the Ukrainian people would be willing to give up land for security guarantees and for possible big economic aid as well, Danny.
Kevin Liptak and Fred Pleiken.
I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, Russia holds all the cards. They dominated those 4 regions. Ukraine cannot push them off, and they're only gaining land. So as this war goes on, things get like, honestly, these guys lose more and more leverage. And that's just a fact of the matter. And if CNN coming out pretty much talk about land concessions doesn't convince you that, oh, Ukraine is losing, I'm sorry, but what winning army has to give up land? Think about it. I'm sorry, but what winning nation gives up land? Think about that, how dumb you sound. Think about like the reality of what you're saying. Ukraine is winning. Then why are they the ones giving up land? Why haven't they been able to beat Russia off their land? Why is there even Russia-controlled areas in Ukraine if they're winning? Like, think about how dumb y'all sound sometimes.
Thank you so much for breaking all of this breaking news down for us. I want to continue the conversation now. Joining us is Margaret Talev. She's a senior contributor at Axios. And once again, Jill Doherty. She's a CNN contributor and former CNN Moscow bureau chief. Margaret, I want to start with you, though. President Trump spoke with Vladimir Putin shortly before today's meeting, and he said he will speak with him again afterwards. How significant is it from your perspective that Putin got a word in before? And
I mean, here's another reason. If Putin was losing this war, like, why is this everything depend on Putin accepting this peace deal? Because Putin's winning the war. He's getting everything he wants by keep fighting. By, like, think about it, the more this man fights, the more he's going to get what he wants, to be quite honest with you. So all this is being read out in front of you. Everybody's talking about land concessions, but there will still be people talking about Ukraine's winning. When, let's be honest, I mean, Ukraine's the one who wants this war to stop, not Russia. We all agree to that. And that's why you guys sound stupid, because you all agree that, well, Russia wants to keep this going. Why? Because they're winning. Why would they want to keep a war going that they're losing? Make that make sense. Like, come on now.
Have perhaps the last word after this meeting with Zelenskyy.
Yeah, I certainly think it bears watching, because what Zelenskyy is hoping to avoid is an outcome where he travels to Mar-a-Lago, expresses a willingness to make concessions, and then gets undercut by the American president. So I think we need to wait and see what emerges here. But we've seen some interesting developments, even just in the last few days. Republican members of Congress and the U.S. Senate feeling more comfortable speaking out publicly against Putin and Russia to sort of help bolster Zelenskyy coming into this meeting. We saw a group of GOP senators join the Democrats in a very critical statement about Putin, and even heard Congressman Mike Turner, Ohio Republican, today suggesting that if Trump's truly embracing an America First policy, that cannot be to be pro-Russia. So what Zelenskyy is hoping for is that President Trump, if not acting on Ukraine's behalf, at least can be a neutral party in these negotiations.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but Trump is already being a neutral party, like it or not. The problem is Ukraine is losing. I mean, there's nothing you could really do for a losing nation but try to smooth things over with Russia or the winning nation. So all you can really do is be like, hey, look, I mean, I know you're gaining more by the day, but look, you're losing soldiers. Trust me, this war is hurting you financially, Putin. Not as much as it's hurting Ukraine, and of course, not as much lives, but let's be real, it's still a drain. So let's come to a peace deal. You go ahead and keep the land. Ukraine will go ahead and back off, and everybody walk away happy, except for the pro-Ukrainian guys who want Ukrainians to keep dying, to win back land that they can never win. I mean, look, it sounds like my play. It sounds like I care about Ukrainians more than the pro-Ukrainian guys do. Like the guys who actually saying that Ukraine is winning, trust me, I think I care about the Ukrainian people more than you guys do, because you guys want them to fight a losing war for your enjoyment. I want them to stop this so these people can live, and maybe the immigrants around the world can come back and live back in their home country.
But it really does come down to whether Russia is willing to accept some of these terms.
Jill, first, I'm curious your perspective also on that question of Putin getting the first word in the door to this meeting of Zelensky and then also potentially the last word after this meeting. What's your thought on that?
Well, I mean, Putin obviously wants to get in every word that he can. And so having, that last little conversation over the phone before President Trump goes into these talks with Zelensky is important. But I think at this point, it's fair to say it's time to talk to Putin. And, if you look at the men at the table right now in Mar-a-Lago, this is the big picture. This is where do we go from here, and a structure for security and territory. But then you get into the nitty gritty. And I was just thinking, okay, we talk about territory. Territory is people. Territory is homes of people who live there. And this is where I think the professional diplomats will have to get into this from both sides, all sides, and say, how do you work this out? For instance, President Trump is talking about these areas that Ukraine gives up will turn into free economic zones. Now, that could also be described as a demilitarized zone. And it feels like a big difference between those. What does that mean? What is a free economic zone? Does anybody live there? Do they have to move? Do they have to?
No, it's basically taken over by Russia, but it saves face. That's all it is. That's all it is about. This free economic zone, free trade zone is all about saving face and not making it look like they lost land to Russia, because actually it's going to be de facto Russia. Russia's going to be in control of it. But they save face by calling it, well, we didn't lose it. It's not de facto Russia. It's a free economic trade zone. Okay, buddy. Okay.
Flee? Do they belong to any country? Do they vote in it? You see the issues. It's a very complex situation. But I don't think that President Trump at this point wants to get into the weeds. He will leave that to his negotiators. But you have to say, Putin and Zelensky know the weeds. They know these territories. And that's where it gets really complicated, especially for Zelensky, because he has said, according to the Constitution, he can't give up any land unless he asks the Ukrainian people. Yep. And that's where we're back to this kind of,
which I've stated multiple times, because think about it. They've already talked about land concession. And soon as Trump mentioned that, all right, maybe I might have to talk to Ukrainian parliament, because Zelensky got to sell land concessions to the Ukrainian parliament. And if they don't concede to it, then the war will continue and they will lose more and more land. And trust me, like, I wonder how much land they're willing to lose until they sit there and be like, okay, enough's enough. Like, before what? You lose 40, 50% of Ukraine? I don't know. Let's see.
Catch-22. Russia saying, we're not going to have a ceasefire to let people vote. So I think we're at a moment, I mean, people do feel this is a moment that things are changing. There are possibilities, but it is fraught with really nitty-gritty details that are extraordinary.
But all right, though, let's go over to the left, pretty much eviscerating Trump, because, well, they're trying to blame the results of this war on Trump, but it really has nothing to do with us, to be quite honest with you. Like I said, we weren't fighting Russia. They were. It was Ukraine. I mean, we didn't lose the land to Russia. They did. So when they try to sit here and put this on Trump, to be quite honest with you, they're only doing this because they lied about this war for what? 2 years straight. They lied and told you that Ukraine was winning for 2 years straight. And now that we're coming to the reality that we're talking about land concessions, they're trying to save face on that lie by saying, oh, actually, no, it was Trump capitulating to Putin. When no, the leverage that Trump has with Putin when it comes to these deals is the leverage that Ukraine gives them for the results on the battlefield. If they have bad results on the battlefield, Donald Trump don't got much leverage to walk in with for Ukraine when he's talking to Putin. But let's get right into it.
Rudnick. She's a member of. Joining me now is Kira Rudnick. She's a member of the Ukrainian parliament. So glad that you're with us.
Oh,
President Zelensky.
Okay. And this lady's on the Ukrainian parliament. So we're actually going to hear from somebody who's on the Ukrainian parliament. And let's see where they're going with this. All right.
Said his updated version of a U.S. brokered plan is about 90% ready. From your vantage point in parliament, what are the hardest 10% of the issues left?
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. The 10% is actually everything, because as of right now, even though we hear so many good words and support from our European partners, statements from President Trump, there is an elephant in the room. Who or what will stop Putin from attacking us? Who will pressure him into the ceasefire? And what would be the security guarantees that will allow us to believe that he wouldn't attack us again? This is critical. The rest of the things we have already heard, they have been discussed many times.
Easy. Don't join NATO. That's all Putin said. He said, all right, good. If you guys don't join NATO, I won't attack you. If you promise not to join NATO, it's literally written out in the peace plan that Putin agreed to, the 28.1, that if you don't join NATO and you promise not to, then great. Actually, he wants them to make it part of their constitution to never be a part of NATO. He wants it to be in the Ukrainian constitution to not be a part of NATO. If you can give that to Putin, there's your security guarantee right there. There you go. That's all you got to do.
But Kyiv was attacked severely for the last week. Right now, I'm talking to you from the room where we had electricity for 2 hours a day. And here on the ground, it doesn't seem that anything has changed and that there is like a real way of stopping Putin without executing on promised by President Trump's strategy, peace through strength, which would mean that you figure out how to stop Putin first. And
whoa, lady. President Trump's strategy of peace through strength. Hold on. That's for us. Peace through strength to protect us and our interests, not y'all's. Like, hold on now. You gotta separate us from you guys. Like, look, our army is to protect us. Our president is supposed to be in our interest, not the interest of you, the Ukrainian people. I'm sorry. That's just how it is in the world. So no. When he says peace through strength, that's a protection of the American people, not the entire world. Actually, that's what we kind of want to pull back from.
Try to deal with him later.
Yes, she missed the memo.
Two of the biggest sticking points are the Donbas region and a Russian-occupied nuclear plant, both in the eastern part of the country. Moscow is demanding all of Donbas, as well as 3 other regions and the illegally annexed Crimea. While Zelensky is proposing some sort of demilitarized zone in Donbas if Russia withdraws. What specific guarantees would Ukraine need from the U.S. to consider a compromise on that territory? Is there any kind of compromise that would be acceptable?
I mean, the only way it would have been acceptable if there was like a 50-50 split of the region. But since it's like an 80 to 90% takeover, and let's be real, this is actually a modest one. This is modest. They've actually taken a lot more than this. But due to the fact that it's like an 80 to 90% takeover in these regions, what leverage do they have? Like, to be quite honest with you, when Russia controls most of the region.
The members of parliament, and what, I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but what would a demilitarized zone look like? Who would be the monitors that would control that region?
So we should be talking again from the practical side here, because we have been in the so-called ceasefire agreements with Russia since 2014, and we know what things do not work. So we need to figure out again, like.
Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Great way for us to support the stream. Open up the call-in line, and like I said, let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Who and how will be monitoring the ceasefire? Who and how will be working as peacekeepers? What would be the plans to act if Russia breaks their part of the deal? And then we can be talking about which particular territories that would apply to, and what can be or cannot be a demilitarized zone. Because right now these statements are really vague, and it's unclear who will put their soldiers on the line to be in the harm's way when Russia can attack right now with drones, with many different other means that were not used at the other peacekeeping operations. So as of right now, on the ground, we do not see any appetite or any willingness to give away any of Ukrainian territories, demilitarizing anything. As you said, Russia has added to their...
So they don't want to give up land, and they don't want to demilitarize. And pretty much Putin was asking for them to cut their military by 600,000. But the New Deal says that they can have an army of up to 800,000. So they would still basically be demilitarizing even with the new peace deal. But it sounded like, oh, well, we don't want to demilitarize. This is what she's saying the Ukrainian people are talking about. And like I said, she's of the parliament. And they don't want to concede land. I would ask her, okay, well, how much land are you willing to lose until you guys concede? Because you can't take back the land you guys got right now. Lady, you're complaining about outages. And you're part of parliament. You're a wealthy lady, and you're complaining about outages. How do you think it is for the average American, well, not average American, but average Ukrainian citizen? How do you think it is for them? If you're over here, Miss Lavish in parliament, and you're dealing with outages, what do you think they're dealing with? And do you think that they can keep going on like this just because you guys want to be stubborn about land concessions? And I'll be real with you, y'all got yourselves into this war by trying to be into NATO. So y'all gonna have to deal with those consequences, or what? Further let your people suffer. It is what it is. Thank God it ain't my country.
Constitution 4 of our regions that they are not controlling. So how should we believe that if they get only 1 or 2, that they will give up on the other 2? And it is absolutely unclear right now, and this is why it's very, very, very dangerous.
You had noted that you're living with intermittent electricity. It's very cold in Ukraine right now. Over the past few days, Russia has ramped up missile and drone attacks on Kyiv and other civilian areas. What is the mood among Ukrainian people in terms of what they're willing to sacrifice in order to bring this war to an end?
We want peace most of all, but we are not ready to capitulate. We have seen what is happening to Ukrainian people at the occupied territories. And I do not think that there is any sane person that would condemn any of Ukrainian citizens that are right now at the territories that Russia wants to being given up to them, to the torture, to the kidnapping of the children, and all the war crimes that were already proven.
I mean, yeah, but Ukraine, let's not pretend you guys weren't committing war crimes as well. I mean, you're responsible for bombing your own citizens. So let's not sit here and play innocent. Oh, and you also have Nazis in your army because you're running out of people. So you're hiring extremists to be in your army. Let's not play innocent now. Like, come on. Like, yes, Russia's bad, but y'all ain't playing any cleaner though. Let's not pretend like y'all just playing the straight and narrow. Y'all playing pretty dirty y'all damn selves, especially when it comes to kidnapping citizens off the street.
Not about territories, it's about people. And so
Oh, I get that, man. Look, that's the problem. They try to use an emotional argument. It's about the people of Ukraine. How could you expect the people of Ukraine to give up land? Well, I'm sorry, but the people of Ukraine can't take back their land. So if they can't take it back, and you're going to tell them to go to the front line to lose their lives for land that they cannot take back, then you're worse than me. And I'm just telling y'all to go ahead and concede right now so it's not that bad. Y'all want to keep on going to see how much you guys could lose, apparently. And I get what I get the consensus. They don't want to give up. Trust me, if it was us, we wouldn't want to give up either. But as their leadership, you got to call it out. You got to let them know, like, look, I know y'all don't want to give up, but I'm be real with you. We're cooked. And if we keep going, we're going to lose more. But y'all not willing to tell y'all people the truth, just like our media is not willing to tell the people the truth about what's going on in Ukraine.
No matter how hard it is right now, how exhausting it is right now in Kyiv, in Odessa, in Kharkiv, in Sumy, in all the other cities, I haven't heard people saying, let's give up some of our fellow citizens so just we can live. Look, we didn't give up in 2022 when the situation was much worse for us. And right now we keep fighting. We appreciate all the help and we want peace, but not at any cost, and especially not at the cost of other people and their families, because they happen to live closer to Russia than we did.
I've got to let you go, but after living with war for more than 4 years now, what do you want the American people to understand what it's like for the Ukrainian people who have endured all of this?
The war is the worst thing that could happen to you. But the best thing that could happen at the tough time is to know that you are not alone. I want to thank American people for the support and for pushing.
Let's be quite honest. What are we supporting you guys in? The only thing we're doing is running our mouths. And that's the pro-Ukrainian guys. They're just running their mouths for you guys, trying to make everybody feel guilty for admitting that or for saying that Ukraine is losing. We're not really what are we doing? We ain't putting no boots on the ground. The weapons we sell isn't to you guys, and we're not giving it to you guys. We're leaving it to NATO and Europe to buy. So wait, what are we doing? Because the pro-Ukrainian guys are just talking, and I'm telling you guys to give the fuck up. So let me know.
The leaders to try and do the right thing. We are here and we are surviving and fighting because we have so many people throughout the world who know that we are fighting for the right thing. And for that, we are very grateful.
Kira Rudik, thank you very much for being with us. All the best to you.
Respect. Respect. She's speaking up for her people. I can only respect it, even though she's being a bit delusional. It is what it is. You can't blame her. You can't blame her. All right. Oh no, this was all right. Whoops. All right, never mind. Let's go ahead and move on to the right side of media because this is going to be pretty interesting. What we're about to get into. Iran at full-scale war with U.S. and allies. Iran's president says. Well, Iran's president says. Sorry, Iran. All right, let's get into it.
President Trump's foreign policy, and I do want to talking about President Trump's foreign policy, and I do want to stick with that topic here as we are now at 9:02 on the East Coast and 6:02 on the West Coast. Take a look at this here as Iran's president saying this weekend that his country is in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. The remarks by President Masoud Pezeshkian were published on the website of the country's...
So he says we are in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They don't want our country to remain stable. Israel don't want your country to remain stable. But he's not lying. He's not lying. We are trying to destabilize Iran. So there's truth to that.
Supreme Leader Khamenei, he says,
Mostly
in part, quote, we are in a full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. They don't want our country to remain stable. Now, this was just a portion of this and is a much larger statement that was made. Now, I want to pop this up on your screen as well, a live look over Mar-a-Lago as these remarks come just ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's meeting with President Trump there in Florida tomorrow. Iran's president also quoted as saying this war is worse than his country's deadly war with Iraq that was back in the 1980s. To help break down exactly what this means, I do want to bring in a friend of the show. We do have Javed Ali, Associate Professor of Practice at the University of Michigan's Gerald R. Ford School of... Thank you so much for taking the time of that. And what does Iran's president mean that there is a full-scale war with the U.S. and allies?
So, Josh, really interesting set of developments with the statement by the Iranian president. And if the translation is accurate, and if the term or the phrase really is full-scale war, clearly Iran is not mobilized for that, at least not yet, in terms of going on some kind of offensive campaign against its neighbors in the region or even Israel a little further afield. And certainly Iran cannot.
Well, actually, Israel's already put out news that they plan to strike Iran or they want Iran to give up their military, well, not their military, but their missile defense system, their missile defense system, basically leaving these guys open to be attacked by Israel whenever, wherever. So, yeah, and the Iranians are not going for that. Actually, when we were trying to work out a deal with Iran with their nukes or with their uranium, that was kind of one of the things that delayed the delayed the deal, was that all of a sudden, the United States switched up. We gave them what Israel wanted, and Israel wanted them to give up their missiles. They said this is a non-starter. I thought we were here for the uranium, but it's kind of like a goalpost is being moved. First was about the uranium. Now it's about their missiles. And it kind of seems that, well, Israel don't want Iran to be armed in any way, shape, or form. And let's be real, I'm be honest, that's not going to work out. And if Israel want to go ahead and attack Iran because they're afraid of their missiles, I would like them to do that on their own and don't drag us into it.
Not touch the United States directly from a quote unquote war perspective. So why make this kind of aggressive and bold comment now? As you mentioned at the top of the segment, it could be a way to send a message for the meeting tomorrow between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I think they'll just, if anything, shrug it off because clearly Iran is in a much weaker position than both the U.S. and Israel. But the fact that the statement was published,
I don't know about that. I would say Iran could still take on Israel by themselves. When it came to that 12-day war, we were helping Israel during that 12-day war, and they were still getting pummeled. And if we let that drag out, yeah, Iran would have won because Israel wouldn't have been able to afford to keep on defending off Iran. And Iran has more missiles and all that than Israel. And that's one of the reasons why Israel want their missile defense system gone, because of that 12-day war, and they've seen the disaster of that. That's why they're going so heavy after the missile defense system, because they've seen what it could do firsthand.
Leader's website. I find that to be pretty fascinating because in recent or in other times in modern history, when you had an Iranian president and the supreme leader, whether Ayatollah Khomeini or Khamenei, sometimes there had been daylight between those statements from the president and the supreme leader in terms of Iran's foreign policy, and it's always been directed by the supreme leader. So the fact you have this really bold and aggressive statement by the president posted on the supreme leader's website tells me that they're in lockstep, at least in terms of the messaging, but I'm not sure there's an actual realistic or operational threat, at least right now.
And again, you're looking at that translated statement right there. As you said, it's loosely translated, but as of right now.
But, let's see what our buddies over there in Israel is getting up to. I need to show this last night, but let's see what our guys over there in Israel is doing, man. Our favorite group of people, right? The chosen people.
Now let's talk about Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced a major shift. He wants Israel to produce more of its own weapons and rely less on foreign suppliers. Netanyahu has unveiled a $110 billion plan. The money will go into expanding Israel's arms industry. Netanyahu says Israel must reduce reliance.
Now, why would he be doing that? Seems kind of suspicious. It sounds like you might be getting into war with one of, with country that starts with an I and ends with an N.
And I'm quoting, even on friends. Observers see this as a reference to the United States. You see, the U.S. is Israel's largest military partner. Just this year, they gave over $3 billion in military aid to Israel. But Israel now says it cannot afford to depend on others. Does that mean the Israelis are planning to ditch American arms?
I mean, here's the thing. They're starting to see that we don't want to back them up in their war against so-called radical Islam. And they know that we don't want to back them up in it. I mean, we don't want to go to war with Iran like you guys do. We don't want to go to war with Libya. Well, not Libya, but Lebanon like you guys do, because you broke the ceasefire in Gaza. You broke the ceasefire in Lebanon. You're involved in Syria, and you're talking crazy to Iran. I mean, why do we want to follow you guys up anymore?
Here's a report.
Israel is signaling a major shift in its defense strategy. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced a massive investment, $110 billion, spread over the next 10 years. Netanyahu says the money will go into building an independent Israeli arms industry. He made the announcement at a military ceremony. The Israeli Prime Minister said the goal is clear: to reduce its dependence on external suppliers, including close allies.
Dang, I thought we was the best of friends. I thought we use our greatest ally. You was about to cut us off like that, man. That's kind of, man. Let's go ahead and just rub your hands together real quick. Like, I'm just saying, this seems a bit, I don't know, a bit shady. Like, come on, bro. We did all this for you. You just gonna turn your money away from us and go spend it with somebody else after all the support we give y'all. I mean, we backed y'all up and around. We gave you guys defense, give you guys money for your weapons and healthcare. But it's just F us now. Okay, but these are our greatest allies, though. Remember that, guys. Greatest allies in the Middle East.
These are not just words. A few weeks ago, together with the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, and the teams present here, I approved a total of 350 billion shekels over the next decade to build an independent armaments industry for the State of Israel. We want to reduce our dependence on any external party, including allies. The best minds in the defense industries are working on developing weapons systems that will ensure Israel's advantage on the future battlefield.
That statement has drawn attention because Israel's closest military partner is the United States. For decades, Washington has been Israel's main arms supplier and its biggest defense backer. This year alone, the U.S. provided Israel with $3.3 billion in military funding. On top of that, Washington also provided funding for missile defense cooperation. The defense relationship is long-standing and deeply embedded.
Yep, I mean, the bombs we drop on those Palestinians are made in America. Yeah, and then signed by Israelis and American politicians, sadly. I know, sadly. Like, what's that one lady's name? Nikki Haley. Boy.
Much of Israel's military hardware is American-made, from aircraft to missiles and advanced defense systems. So why does Israel now want to go it alone? Since the Gaza conflict began in 2023, several countries have cut off arms supplies to Israel. Some imposed outright embargoes. Others introduced near-total bans.
Damn.
Among them are Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Slovenia.
Israel, has released whose real friends is. Defense expansion in India amid armed curbs by others, several countries, and including Spain, the Netherlands, Belgium, Slovenia, and Europe, along with Canada, Japan, and others, have imposed outright embargoes and near total bans on military trade with Israel since the beginning of the Gaza conflict in 2023. Man, I mean, everybody else don't like it, but for some reason, people in America are enjoying it. Strangely.
Outside Europe, countries like Canada and Japan also restricted military trade. These moves strained Israel's access to weapons and spare parts. They also exposed vulnerabilities in supply chains. Netanyahu has acknowledged this risk in the past. He said Israel's military resources have been under strain, and that reliance on foreign suppliers carries risks, especially during...
I mean, that's Gaza, completely leveled. Not one building truly really standing. Like, all buildings look completely devastated, demised. Like, it looks like a nuke went off there.
Prolonged conflict. That thinking now shapes policy. Israel plans to invest heavily in domestic weapons production. Still, Israel's new direction raises questions, especially about its relationship with Washington. Netanyahu has not said Israel will abandon American weapons, and U.S. military aid continues to flow. But the language matters. Reducing dependence, even on friends, signals a change in tone. It suggests Israel wants options and possibly leverage. As Israel builds its own arms industry, its ties with the U.S. will face a new test.
Want the facts?
The latest developments?
News that gets?
All right. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next concerning issue. World War III coming soon. Trump warns of World War III as NATO claims it's Russia's next target. I mean, they've been complaining. Yeah, they've been talking about that for a while. Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can back this up. All right, let's go ahead and get the video started. Whoops. Let me go ahead and... All right, let me keep this video going real quick. There we go.
Things like drafts and conscription, ammunition shortages, and 5-year timelines for potential conflict.
We need to be ready, because at the end of this first quarter of the 21st century, conflicts are no longer fought at arm's length. Conflict is at our door. Russia has brought war back to Europe, and we must be prepared for the scale of war.
I mean, he didn't attack NATO. He didn't attack no European. He didn't attack no NATO country. So what do you mean he's brought it to you guys? You guys are actually just preparing to go to war with Russia. Russia don't want war with you guys. You guys want war with Russia. And you're trying to trick your people into thinking that Russia want war with you guys. Like, bro, for real.
Ukraine wants justice and security guarantees. Russia wants territory. It couldn't win on the battlefield. So everyone says peace, but the maps in their heads do not match. And it won't change anytime soon. So that's the real question tonight, perhaps. Are we watching a peace process begin or a new war take shape? As they say, only time will tell.
Leaders of your life? Let it be cut back.
If you've been following the Ukraine war, you have probably felt this. Everyone is talking about peace, but the war keeps getting bigger. The US says it has a plan. Zelenskyy says the people should decide. Trump says World War III is around the corner. And NATO says Europe needs to prepare for war. So what exactly is going on? Is the war coming to a halt, or is there going to be a new war? Well, here's what's happening right now. The United States has a proposal. A free economic zone in Ukraine's Donbass. That's what the US is pitching. A free economic zone in Ukraine's Donbass region. Now, what does that mean? Think of it as a buffer zone. Donbass is the eastern part of Ukraine. 80% of it is under Russian control. The US says Kiev should completely withdraw from it. Leave Donbass, give it up.
As I said, yeah, 80% under their control.
Turn it into a free economic zone. But who will control this zone? Well, the US proposal does not mention that. Now, all of this is part of the American peace plan. And it suits Russia because they have been eyeing Donbass since 2014. The Russians have been fighting in this region. And like I said, they now control most of it. Ukraine is fighting to regain control, but the US proposal is asking them to withdraw, to turn Donbass into some weird halfway house, not fully Ukrainian, not fully Russian, and definitely not the front line that it is today. That's what Donald Trump wants. And how has Zelenskyy responded? Well, no leader wants to be the person who gives away land. So, of course, Zelenskyy cannot agree to the proposal. At the same time, he cannot say no to Donald Trump. So he has floated a third alternative.
All right, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. And if you've got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Great way to support the show, or just send a gift. Appreciate the support, guys.
Buys him time. But that's not what Washington wants. They want this wrapped up by Christmas. That's what Zelenskyy said, that the Trump administration wants a quote-unquote full understanding of the plan by Christmas. That's less than 2 weeks away. Plus, Trump wants elections in Ukraine.
If there is a need for elections now, there must be a ceasefire at least during election process and during voting. And this is something that must be discussed. And honestly, we think here in Ukraine that America should speak to the Russian side about this.
So Zelenskyy says he is ready for elections, but first there must be a ceasefire. And amid all of this, Donald Trump is warning of World War III. That's right. The same US president who promised to end this war within 24 hours of taking office now says a world war is in the making.
I'd like to see the killing stop. 25,000 people died last month, soldiers, mostly soldiers, but some people also where bombs were dropped. But for the most part, 25,000 soldiers died last month. I would love to see it stop. Things like this end up in third world wars. And I told that the other day. I said, you know, everybody keeps playing games like this. You'll end up in a third world war. And we don't want to see that happen.
Trump's frustration is with everything, with Ukraine, with Europe, with the process, with the meetings, and with the fact that things are moving slowly. For every diplomatic breakthrough, 2 new disagreements appear. And he's not wrong about one thing. This war is killing thousands of people every month, and the front line barely moves, and it must end. But Trump's NATO allies say it will only become bigger. In fact, they've issued a very specific warning, the NATO. They say a war with Russia may be coming.
Bro.
That's what NATO's new chief, Mark Rutte, has said. He said Moscow is probing NATO's borders the way it probed Ukraine's borders in 2021.
We are Russia's next target. And we are already in harm's way. When I became NATO Secretary General last year, I warned that what is happening in Ukraine could happen to allied countries too.
Wow. So y'all start to warn Ukraine by trying to get Ukraine into NATO, and that didn't work out for you guys because you were doing it to try to destabilize Russia. Didn't work out so well for you. Now you're trying to pop off another war with Russia by saying that, oh, well, they're going to head into us next or heading into... Well, Russia has no beef with you guys. You know that, right? Having no beef. His only gripe was with Ukraine. That's it. Not Finland, and no other country, but Ukraine. That was his main gripe. So for these guys just to try to sit there and add themselves in and be like, oh, well, they're coming after us next. No, they're not. And if they're patrolling your border, they're trying to make sure that you're not interfering. Seeing that you're an ally, escalating to Ukraine.
Because while everyone wants peace, they don't want the same peace. The US wants closure before this becomes an election year liability. Europe wants a deal that stops Russian aggression. Ukraine wants justice and security guarantees. Russia wants territory it couldn't win on the battlefield. So everyone says peace, but the maps in their heads do not match. And it won't change anytime soon. So that's the real question tonight, perhaps. Are we watching a peace process begin or a new war take shape? As they say, only time will tell.
Yeah, we'll see what NATO's next move is, because it's looking like they're trying to convince their people that, oh, Russia's coming after us, when no, you guys are trying to prop yourselves up for war with Russia. But like I said, we'll see where this goes. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next geopolitical story. Now, I know we talk a lot of ish about Somalia, but Somalia, Bangladeshu, holds first direct election in 60 years. And it was also recognized by Israel as a what? As a state now, Somaliland.
On the streets of Mogadishu, something rare is happening. Door-to-door political campaigning. For the first time in more than half a century, residents of the Somali capital are preparing to choose their city's leaders directly on the principle of one person, one vote. A moment many here never thought they would live to see.
We are happy. Our generation has never seen an election like this before. We welcome it. We are ready for it to be conducted peacefully and beautifully.
Voter registration started in April. More than 500,000 people have registered to vote, with over 500 polling stations set up across the city. More than 1,600 candidates are contesting 390 seats. For candidates like Nasra Hussein Ali, the election is deeply personal.
My parents and I have never seen these sorts of local council elections happening. Today, I'm very happy.
I'm weak.
The vote is taking place under
as a stray dog walks behind her in the streets.
Heavy security. At least 10,000 security personnel have been deployed across Mogadishu and traffic restriction put in place over fears of attacks by the armed group Al-Shabaab. Opposition parties are also boycotting the vote, saying they were not consulted on the election process, an accusation the government denies. But for many in Mogadishu, this election represents a step.
Damn, that's a lot of rainfall. Sorry, that was a bit distracting.
Forward. Their city's future is being debated not on the battlefield, but at the ballot box. Hamza Mohammed, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay ahead.
All right. Let's go ahead and get over back to American news. Let's go over back to here to face the nation. Trump administration aims to capture third oil tanker near Venezuela. And apparently, the way we're using these oil tankers, we're about to use it for ourselves. So, hey, shout out. Gangsta move, but hey, works out for us.
And we begin with the Trump administration and its pursuit of a third oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. A U.S. official tells CBS News this is a sanctioned vessel that, as of Sunday, was operating in international waters. The pursuit comes after the U.S. Coast Guard seized a different tanker on Saturday that the White House says was carrying sanctioned oil. Face the Nation moderator Margaret Brennan asked the White House's Kevin Hassett about that Sunday.
This is another ship that...
I mean, literally, Trump just grabbing these tankers like...
one, and another one, and another one, and another one.
Over and over again. I mean, we're about to be on our third one. And that's stealing money away from, well, Venezuela, about $10 billion or so.
It was basically operating in the black market. And so there's been a little bit of black market activity in the oil sector to go to sanctioned countries and to get them some oil. And they're getting that oil in order to avoid, the reforms that we think would make the countries a better place.
CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman is following the president from West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Willie, this comes amid a broader pressure campaign on Venezuela. What's the administration's goal in all of this?
Yeah, that's right, Lindsay. Now, there are two separate things that are happening at the moment. You have the drug interdiction program that is taking out those alleged drug boats, some of them originating from Venezuela. The president says.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to support the stream by sending any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Let's not make Toby be the only person supporting, or just send a gift. All right, let's keep it going.
That the Venezuelan government, led by Nicolas Maduro, is bringing those illicit drugs to the shores of the U.S. But you also have the campaign to put pressure on the Venezuelan government and the main moneymaker for Venezuela via those seizures of oil tankers that we've seen. The second seizure taking place, as you mentioned, over the weekend, and now a U.S. official confirming that the Coast Guard is actively pursuing a third vessel, a vessel that perhaps contains sanctioned oil. So,
and we're taking this sanctioned oil, well, pretty much now sanctioned, because it's being used, well, to help out Russia, China, and Iran. And yes, like us, as Kevin Hassett was talking about, Trump's economic advisor, they're pretty much selling this oil in the black market to prop up their regime. And by taking these oil tankers, we're pretty much straining them pretty much straining their economy, to be quite honest with you, because each oil tanker is an estimate about $10 billion for them in profit, or pretty much sales.
This appears to be a pressure campaign essentially tied to putting a hefty amount of pressure on Nicolas Maduro. Now, the president isn't outright saying that he would support regime change, although there are some members on Capitol Hill, specifically Lindsey Graham, who says that that is indeed what should be the case. Other members of Congress who are expressing concern that this could lead the U.S. to a war with Venezuela. I'll note that Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, in a wide-ranging interview with Vanity Fair, essentially said that this campaign, all of this pressure being put on Venezuela and its leader, Nicolas Maduro.
Hey, and shout out to Tove coming in again with $1. She ain't had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Appreciate it again, Tove. Guys, let's not leave it all on Tove now. But shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. Let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. If you can't support, at least double tap that screen and like the video. Way to push the channel.
Essentially
real.
Happening until Nicolas Maduro gives up, essentially. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of what happens here. But the president is set to speak in about 30 minutes from now. He's set to make an announcement on shipbuilding that will likely mean some new ships for the U.S. Navy, judging by the list of attendees. You have the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and the Secretary of the Navy attending that announcement with the president later today.
How is Venezuela responding to this pressure campaign?
For the most part, we have seen Venezuela essentially blast the U.S., accusing it of piracy, theft, and kidnapping. And Nicolas Maduro has really been steadfast in terms of his response. That response coming.
Now, piracy, for sure. Yes. I mean, kind of. We are kind of taking their ships and taking it for our own. So when they call us, piracy is like we're setting out on the 7 seas, like just to take their oil. Well, we kind of did. And then we closed down their airspace. So we're putting as much pressure on Maduro as possible. And like I said, we're tanking their oil tankers, which is pretty much starving them economically. So we'll see how long Venezuela or the Maduro regime can last when they can't pay, their troops. I mean, or if the troops even care to get paid and they stick by him anyway. You never know. Sadly, he might be that charismatic as a leader. Never know.
From his government, we, of course, have seen Venezuelan leaders speak with their counterparts, notably Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, speaking with his counterpart in Venezuela, expressing concern reportedly about these actions that are taking place in the Caribbean. So Venezuela looking for support from other nations amid this ongoing and increased tensions with the United States there in the region.
I mean, man, look, bro, you crying for help, and there's not going to be too many people that's going to respond, because who wants to go against America for Venezuela? I mean, trust me, bro, you got a lot of oil. There's a lot of value there, but nobody's willing to crash out for Venezuela, especially when the opponent is America. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get right into this next video. Shout out to CNN. Let's see here. One-on-one with Bernie Sanders. Ironic that my man Link just showed up, because he's the one who sent me this. Oh, and shout out to my man H3I. He says America needs to be stopped. It's a criminal state. Damn. Well, look, when it comes to our operations in the Middle East, I somewhat agree with you. I'll somewhat agree with you on that one. Now, when it comes to, I say what we're doing in our homeland, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Hey, like I say, crime went down about 30%, but like I said, we're still up to devious deeds overseas, especially with the bombing of Somalia. That is crazy. Like, yes, we're still striking Somalia with bombs, even though these guys are now holding, actual elections. So, hey, I mean, for all you guys who want to deport all the Somalis, I mean, at least I'll have somewhere nice to go that has a democracy, right? I don't feel as bad no more.
Welcome back. The rise.
And I'm joking. I don't want all of them to be deported, just the ones that are committing fraud. That's it. And that's reasonable.
Welcome back. The rise of artificial intelligence, or AI, is sparking fears that AI could put millions of Americans out of work. One study by MIT found that AI could replace 1/10 of the U.S. workforce right now. My next guest says it is long past time for Congress to act. Joining us now, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator, you are not known for mincing words on any subject, and you certainly haven't minced them about what you call the unprecedented threats posed by AI. What are you most specifically fearful of?
Fearful of what, Jake? This is the most consequential technology in the history of humanity. It will transform our country. It will transform the world. And we have not had in Congress, in the media, and I'm glad you're doing this show, or among the American people, the kind of discussion that we need. Some examples. First of all, who is pushing this revolution in technology?
Sam Altman, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump. And I'll be real with you, I have my concerns with AI as well. That's why I'm actually happy Link sent me this video, because I'm like, yeah, I do have my concerns. I do believe we're putting the cart before the horse, and the cart is AI and the horse is us, because they're already finding a way to replace us without at least talking about universal health care. Not universal health care, but universal income. Scratch the universal health care part, but universal income. That's what they need to be talking about first, if they're going to start taking like hundreds of thousands of jobs and leave people who, worked all their life to get their education to pursue that job be replaced. Like, y'all got to have something for these people, or you're going to risk a revolution. You're going to risk an uprising. And they're going to, we're going to have these AI tech giants and their CEOs, heads put on sticks. And hopefully that don't happen. But if we keep going with this AI progression and there is no answer like universal health care, or, AI can't take your job, you have to work alongside AI, then we're going to be dealing with a lot of problems once AI becomes advanced enough to take most of our jobs, which it already has. I mean, coding, copywriting. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot AI can do already. But shout out to my man Monty, one of the biggest defenders of AI. Shout out to Monty. Maybe if people weren't lazy, they would be, they wouldn't be trying to replace them. Yeah, that's true. I'll give you that. Maybe if people weren't lazy, wouldn't be trying to replace them. But to push back on that a little bit, think about it like this. How can you beat AI when it comes to coding? Like that, those are one of the examples. How can you be AI when it comes to copywriting, email, look, you see my thumbnails? That's all AI. I could hire somebody to do it, or I can get AI and I just pay the $20 a month. And now I have a coder, an AI, a thumbnail maker. I have something that helps me write drafts to propose to companies and brands. It's like all in one. And back in the day, I'd have had to either do that shit myself or hire somebody that was good at it. So now that's the problem. It's taking away all the little jobs in a way, or all the technological jobs as well. And God forbid we add, oh man, as soon as we add robotics, we're really screwed. Oh wait, we kind of are driveless cars. And I'm not sure where that's going to lead us, because actually I kind of do. It's going to lead to a whole lot of people who drive for a living not being able to work. And what's that going to cause? A problem. What type of problem? Well, I hope not a catastrophic one, but we'll see where that goes. I'm just weary about it, brother. What can I say? But shout out to Monty coming in again. He said it's making things more accessible to you. That's a good thing, which is true, which is good for me. For me, as basically a business owner, as an entrepreneur, for me, yes. But for the people that I would have hired, it's kind of sucks for them. Like back in the day, like back on like Fiverr and Gig, like people used to actually sell their services to make thumbnails and write emails to brands and all that good stuff. Done, dead, over with. That's not even a thing anymore. Whole thing just wiped out by AI. Now, am I too upset about that? Not really. But I'm just wondering, how far would this go?
It is the richest people in the world. Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Peter Thiel. Multi-billionaires are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into.
Hold on, man. I got to shout my man Monty for the baller alert. I almost forgot. Appreciate the support, my brother. So shout out Monty. Go ahead and give you the shout out for the baller alert. And I believe he sent in another one. Let me see here. He said, if AI can replace you, you're worthless anyway. Well, God damn. Ooh, that hit a lot of people, Monty. You just hit them with the heart broke when you told him that one. But that's true. In a way, I guess you're kind of right. I mean, hey, if AI could replace you that well, I guess you wasn't doing as good. But it all depends how good AI gets until, well, we can't really use that as an excuse, or just we can't compete with AI. I mean, then again, I don't know. We're kind of in professions where AI can't fully replace us, Monty. Like, trust me, AI ain't pulling over doing ambulance work yet. Like I said, as soon as you combine it with robotics, we'll see. And actually, hold on. My position is already threatened. There are AI influencers. There are. I remember people used to ask me if I was AI back in the day. So, yeah, there are AI influencers out there. Are they as entertaining as the real ones? No, because they come off really creepy and robotic. But some people like it.
Multi-billionaires are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into implementing and developing this technology. What is their motive? You think they're staying up nights worrying about working people and how this technology will impact those people? They are not. They are doing it to get richer and even more powerful. That's issue number one. Who is pushing this technology? What does that mean for all of us? Number two, economically. This is what Elon.
This is what I'd push back on, because like I said, we've always had fear of technology. Even since the internet, people were complaining, oh, how much jobs is going to go away and how it's going to change how things are going to change for the worse. But all it did was create, well, more jobs. I mean, due to the rise of the internet, coding, web design, all that good stuff, like that was created through the internet. I mean, so we can't sit here and pretend like that can't happen again. The problem is, I would love for somebody to explain to me how that can happen. How can we use AI to create more jobs instead of take jobs? Because we did it with the internet, but can we do the same thing with AI? That is the main question here, because like I said, with new technology, usually come new jobs. And I don't believe AI is an exception, but we will see. Hopefully it creates more jobs than it takes. Hopefully them data centers, are hiring more people than AI jobs. Well, AI takes. But all right, shout out to my man Monty. He says, there we go. Things would be Yeah, that would be a good thing. Think about it on a grand scale. Bernie just wants to argue for human slavery. Not for real. Human slavery and, well, in a way, maybe human purpose as well. A lot of people actually like their job. Like, think about it. Like I said, if AI got down to the medical field and we're talking about people who actually love being a doctor, then like, damn, then what they gonna do? So, but AI hasn't went that far yet. So we'll see. All I can really say is that AI went far enough to threaten the tech field and is going far enough to threaten the transportation industry. That's about as the biggest threats to it that it have. And the reason I say tech is because, like I said, coding. It codes better than probably, MIT graduate in tech. So when you're telling me that AI can pretty much beat our best coders, that's a problem. And why wouldn't you just use an AI engine instead of hiring a coder for $100K a year? Shoot, you can just get ChatGPT for $20 a month.
Elon Musk putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jay Goes Texas. He says AI will vastly increase the wage gap without controls. Like I said, that could happen. And who would be saving? They'd be saving on labor. They'd be the ones making the money. And then unless there's a universal income invoked, a lot of people are going to be screwed. Like, I remember they was talking about it. It was Joe Rogan and Billy Carson, and they was like, throwing around the idea, talking about, well, we probably need like 200,000 per person to make this go well. And shout out my man Monty. He said this should do it. Let me in. All right, bro. I'm about to tag Monty in on this one then. All right, Monty, give me like 5 minutes. I'll go ahead and get that up for you. Well, actually 2 minutes. There we go.
They are not. They are doing it to get richer and even more powerful. That's issue number one. Who is pushing this technology? What does that mean for all of us? Number two, economically. This is what Elon Musk, putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology, says, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. Working will be optional, end quote. Bill Gates.
Now, see, that's where Elon Musk, I believe he is I think he's very vociferous about a universal income as well. Because you think about it, you can't replace work without trying to replace the people's income. And if you just leave the people without income and take their job, that's not really going to make them too happy about, the advancement of AI. You're going to have people start sabotaging AI and destroying data factories if we let that go down. Well, sorry, not data factories, but data centers. Oh, and I went ahead and posted that call. Well, I wasn't posting the StreamYard link. It's in the post tab. So Monty, you can go ahead and come on up.
Hundreds of billions of dollars into this technology. Quote, humans won't be needed for most things. Well, I got a simple question. If there are no jobs and humans won't be needed for most things, how do people get an income to feed their families, to get health care, or to pay the rent? There's not been one serious work.
All right, man. Shout out to my man Monty and
Good day.
All right, guys.
First of all, let me start off by saying this. Set, I got you tomorrow. I ain't finna sit up here and let Monty bitch me out, man.
Shout out to Monty for the baller alert, by the way. I forgot about it.
All right, so you want to have this one up war. I'm a baller on a budget, but I can show you how much this budget been working.
Hey. I'm working on gift cards, okay?
Yo.
But I was gonna say, you and I have had this discussion several times, but I'm gonna reiterate it for everybody that's new here because you have a nice growing viewing audience.
Hey, shout out Set for the views.
Absolutely. Shout out to everybody in the audience because you can't have views without an audience. So it is think of AI like a 3D printer, right? Whereas before, in order to get something done, you had to go manufacture and iterate and spend lots and lots of money. It's not a bad thing that useless jobs are being taken. It's not. It makes the economy more productive and more efficient. The reason wages have stagnated so heavily is because of the lazy worker mentality. If you look back, when McDonald's started, how efficient and how everything was laid out perfectly, and fucking they're slinging shit and it's cheap, and there's like 20 people in there working, and you know the food was cheap, it was fast, it was, you know, they got your order correct.
People actually cared.
People actually cared about their job. People don't care. Go to McDonald's right now. I dare you, and go ahead and try to spend less than $10 on a reasonable meal.
Wait, real quick about this McDonald's story. If y'all want to laugh, I'm gonna tell this story at my expense. So back in 2000, and this McDonald's on Page and Ashby in St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh man, he's calling them out.
63114. Just
Damn.
so we know, in 2016, went up.
He doesn't hold a grudge at all.
Man,
it was me and my stepdad just finished a long day of work, right? Cutting grass, sweating like some slaves, you know, Mexican things. So we ended up getting something to eat. I ordered with my money that I earned for the day 2 double cheeseburgers. I got home, took me a
Frugal
shower.
man.
Everybody sit down to eat because, you know, we bought some for the house. These ashy Negroes, these hot
didn't put the meat on the bun,
bro. They put everything but the meat on the bun. They had the lettuce, the pickles, the tomato, the onions. I don't even like pickles. They put pickles on the whole. They put tomatoes on the joint. They put ketchup, mustard, mayo, and honey mustard on there.
Why?
Don't even know why there's honey mustard on there.
Why?
But they forgot the bun. And they not only did it to one sandwich, they did it to both sandwiches. I'm missing 4 pieces of meat on 2 sandwiches, bro. And when I called, the lady gonna have nerve to ask me, "Oh, well, did you eat the meat off the bun, bro?" I hope McDonald's go to hell.
All right, boss. Go ahead and finish up.
So there's a perfect anecdote, and I guarantee you everybody that's ever went to McDonald's more than once in their life has one. So my point is, so you said you know, your thumbnails, for example, you used to hire people out and do all that and fun stuff, and now all their jobs are at risk. That's true. It's absolutely true. But there was a point in time where we used hand saws to cut wood to build houses. There was a point in time before the drill fucking existed when we used screws and fucking screwed things in with a screwdriver. Just because something gets more efficient and gets more accessible does not mean it's a bad thing. Like, for example, if you need a ditch dug, it would create more jobs if you gave everybody spoons to dig the ditch with. But I don't think that's really smart. And I think you would agree with me that maybe using the excavator to dig the ditch is smarter. It's not that like the excavator is taking people's jobs away. It's things are getting more advanced and more technological, and we can do things more efficiently. So this argument that AI is going to take everybody's job, if your job can be taken by AI at this stage, your job was worthless anyway.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to cut in and disagree with you there because I'm in the tech field, been around it, and work with robots. So I think I can put up a counter argument to that pretty sufficely. So first question that everybody, and this isn't just that I'm asking, this is a lot of people that are sounding the alarm on this, on what we're asking. What qualifies as a useless job?
Something that can be replaced by easier effort.
Okay, so glad you said that. Did you know that I'm using my trade, for example?
Yep.
People thought HVAC technicians originally had to be hold a special license to work with mercury because
they don't have to have that anymore?
No, thermostats are all computerized.
Okay, yeah.
You have, now that we're in the age of technology, we have Nest systems. So to a degree, you now have to learn how to hook it up to the network and set it up. So slowly but surely, that's creeping into the market. For welders, It used to be you had to you had to go to school for welding, work under a journeyman, get your balls busted a little bit to earn your stripes in welding. Now they have automatic sand welders where they dump a bunch of sand in and then they weld, and the sand shields the arc from the oxygen in the air to give
The
you
sand's the inert gas, essentially.
Yeah, and it gives you a perfect weld every single time. Think about the automobile industry that I worked in. It used to be you got your mechanical experience from working at GM, Ford.
Now, can I cut you
Dodge.
off, because I kind of see where this is going. I see what you're saying.
But you're getting where I'm going, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, is it better or worse that things are more productive, and two, usually cheaper, because you don't have to hire the welder that has the fancy fucking certification. You don't have to hire the HVAC technician that has a fucking hazardous material endorsement on his license. You don't have to do all of these things. It is more accessible to more people, and in some cases it's cheaper. In other cases, a Nest thermostat is $300 or $400.
So I will follow that. I will follow that up with, in theory, like on paper. When I said a while ago, some things are better on paper than they are in practice. This is one of those things.
Okay.
Because originally the goal was to make production higher, make AI and technology work with the skilled laborer rather than against them. But now companies have noticed that if I can get this level of production out of a machine and I don't have to pay them, I just have to account for the maintenance fees and the specialized personnel that need to come in and service it every once in a while. I can get the same, if not better, bang for my buck from this machine.
Exactly. Yes.
Versus now, it sounds good. However, this puts the personnel at a disadvantage. This is why I asked, what counts as a useless position? Because you still need a technician in HVAC to learn how to hook up a system and pump it to the correct amount of refrigerant to get the cooling. You still need a skill.
Until something comes along that replaces that as well.
Right. So the whole useless job thing, it doesn't really hold water.
So your job's not useless at that point. My statement was, if your job can be replaced by AI right now in its infancy today, your job was useless.
So do you consider IT technicians useless?
At one point in time when we fucking put railroad spikes down, we had to have two men hammering them in. Now we have a fucking machine that does it, that gets rid of those two jobs. Is that better or is that worse? So it's not that they started their job in a useless field. Their job has become obsolete, and it is now useless.
So how does this help the American? Oh, okay. Go for it, Tove.
So, and I just learned this. So how is it with that? What do you consider with entry-level jobs? Because there are now restaurants that are incorporating AI robotic fryers and are looking to go through their entire kitchen that way, which takes away entry-level positions for high schoolers that are trying.
It takes away entry-level positions that make $20 an hour and make people like me, who fucking work their way up from $7 an hour to $20 an hour, completely fucking useless. So the reason I'm not that pissed off about entry-level jobs is because no one fucking does an entry-level job like they used to 20 years ago. It used to be like, I seriously, I went to Shake Shack last night, and this is why I'm so heated about it.
I will give you that, because and I say COVID spoiled people.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, it did. I ain't even.
But it also showed a gap in the market that is being taken over right now. And I don't think, like, if you can be replaced by an electronic fryer, no one would have put the effort into developing that electronic fryer if they didn't see a hole in the marketplace, i.e. the lazy 17-year-old pimple-faced kid that fucking makes $21 an hour that fucking fucks up the fryer. They wouldn't.
This sounds specific, bro.
No, it's not specific. I was the lazy 21, the lazy 17-year-old kid. I'm speaking of myself.
All right, guys, hold on. Now, I do got to cut in a little bit because I do want to make sure we get back to the video. So I'm gonna play about 3 to 5 minutes of it, and I want y'all thoughts on it. All right.
Excuse me.
All right.
Word of discussion in the Congress about that reality. Issue number 3. Studies out there tell us what we all know to be true. Young people now are spending an enormous amount of time with AI. There are kids who are now getting most of their emotional support from AI.
Yeah.
If this trend continues, what does it mean over the years when people are not getting their support, their interaction from other human beings, but from a machine? What does that mean to humanity?
It means that, hold on, can I pause it?
Go ahead. Yeah, answer that one.
It means that humanity has failed, and now a fucking kid sees a robot as more relatable than his parents. That again, if you can make yourself replaceable, you're not doing a good enough job. Period.
Yeah, if you're your parents with an AI chatbot, that is depressing.
First of all,
but
if you
that
have
kid
to,
made that decision. That kid made that decision knowing everything he knows. It's not like this is all happening in a vacuum and someone's, this is because parents, I mean, in this specific case, parents are not doing the job well enough. Your friends are being bullies. Your cohorts and stuff are all assholes. And so now you think it's easier to talk to. I talk to Grok all the time. I'll run through case scenarios and stuff because it is a lot easier to get quick feedback, non-judging feedback. And, I can have a private conversation where if I say, oh, I'm thinking about doing this, it's not broadcast all over fucking, Gossip Town.
here's the issue with that. What COVID did, it taught people how to disassociate and rely more on machine rather than man. And the problem with that, and this is why I say you have a lot of people in the tech field, including me, who are saying like, nah, this is a dark road we're going down, because now you're choosing to get a quick answer, and there are some answers, in terms of replacing your parents with AI, that's not a good thing at all. In fact, it's kind of bad. Not even kind of bad. It is bad, because there are some things in life that a machine will never be able to fully tell you, because a human input requires that experience and dynamic thinking. And as good as we can make AI, it can never be as
by that
dynamic
line of
as human.
thinking, by that line of thinking, we should have never had computers. We should have never had cars. We should have never had planes, because it could have never happened. It'll never happen.
That's kind of a false equivalency, because things, hold up, these things were made to be extensions, not to be substitutes.
Yeah, and there is I can't remember which one it is, but there is an actor who actually was boasting how he's been using ChatGPT to raise his kid, like from birth.
I heard about that.
Yes, I watched the interview, and I can't remember his name, and he's not the only one. I've heard of others doing the same thing. So when you start going into that not only did COVID teach people to disassociate, but now you're doing more to destroy your family and your community.
So why is it destroying your family? Why would it be destroying your family? You're assuming that it's going to be destroying your family because
when you're using ChatGPT to raise your kids, you're taking yourself out of the equation.
No, you're not. How are you taking so you can still make the decision on whether or not you want to follow what ChatGPT says or not? If ChatGPT hold on. If ChatGPT says light your kids on fire, do you really think he's that fucking stupid?
Okay,
there are some people that are actually that stupid.
Yes, there are. Yeah, you should look into some of the true.
Then they should be out of the gene pool anyway.
Well,
all right. Now I will admit though, it is a bit. I would say this is a bit weird how you got to ask AI to take your kid to the park, or like I don't know.
It's not like that. He's talking about parent recommendations like, hey, should I feed my kid water at 6 months old? The answer is no, you should not, because of water toxicity.
Okay, so it was just simple stuff like, well, I wouldn't mind. All right, because we'd have to get a little bit more into it, because like, what type of questions is he asking?
They're equivocating. They're equivocating. All decisions are made by a robot with the fact that there's a human in between the robot and the kid that is going to take that information in and decide, am I going to do this or am I not going to do this? He's not just going to blindly say, oh, robot said feed them dog food. Okay, dog food, good for you.
All right, but let's
He
go ahead and get right
legitimately-
back to it. All right, yeah, let's get right back to it.
Last but not least, I did a symposium at Georgetown with Jeffrey Hinton, who is considered to be the godfather, Nobel Prize winner of AI. He thinks that AI is soon going to be smarter than human beings.
It already
So the
is.
science fiction fear of AI running the world is not quite so outrageous a concept as people may have thought it was. Those are some of the issues that are out there.
Because everybody
On the
fucking grew up
subject
on
of
Terminator
replacement
seeing
of millions of
Skynet.
jobs, I want to play something that the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, said last month about that topic.
AI is the most profound technology humanity is ever working on, and it has potential for extraordinary benefits, and we will have to work through societal disruptions. It will create new opportunities. It will evolve and transition certain jobs, right? And people will need to adapt.
Now, the way he talks about it,
I'm gonna go
is,
ahead and shoot
this
that
is
down right
happening,
now.
and we
Hold up.
humanity need to figure out how
Howard,
to adapt.
so what about what he said is wrong?
So hold up. First of all, I'm gonna start from the I'm gonna do a quick foundation, start grassroots from the foundation and work my way up, just so you can understand it in full. First of all, AI required to give you some foundation, and I'm learning this in IT school. We don't have the bandwidth, computing power, or data storage to handle what AI would need. That's why there's so many of them. All these different AI models that you guys see, these are macro level models. Grok, Sora, Gemini, all of these are macro, or not macro, but micro. They're small. They're not meant to take up that much bandwidth, that much network space. They're not even meant to process and hold that much
Because
data.
it's his infancy.
And most people don't realize, even though ChatGPT 5 is huge, it's still tiny compared to what the actual throughput could be, which leads me to my second point. The whole data thing. Data is a huge topic in IT and in the tech field and in networking in its entirety. We do not have the capability on even China and Russia. People say, oh, well, China is beating us out in AI. Dude, they're struggling right now. They are struggling. There's too much data to save. Too much of it is being corrupted. And on top of that, when you have corrupted data, you have what's called data-borne malware packets that start to form. So most of that stuff ends up coming about just by the sheer volume. And there's not enough people to deal with that issue alone.
Yep.
Then you factor in the data centers. All data centers are filthy. They run disgusting. And when I say that, most people are like, what do you mean? They run off of electricity. Let me explain you something. Just to keep a simple server stack, let's say you have like 10 server stacks, you need the room that you have those server stacks to be in. You have to have that room at least 50 degrees cooler than the surrounding space, which means that you have to specially and purposely build that room to be
It's
as
hot inside those data
insulated.
centers.
Dude, one server stack can heat up a room up to 80 degrees.
Now, guys. Remember where we have come from to where we are going. That we're looking at this as a sliver in time, which is what it is, and saying this is how it's always going to be. Again, the first IBM computer took up the size of a house, and now you can get 10 times the fucking computing power on a thumb drive.
So looking at that, yes, there are a lot of skeptics or whatever, but this is a different ball game, and this is what a lot of STEM people are trying to scream to the rest of the people. And honestly, not to be rude, Monty, but people like you, we're trying to tell you guys, this is not that animal. This is a totally different beast altogether. because it's not just a computer that extends the human mind and it allows you to type something up or access different parts of information across the globe. This is something that we're trying to build that can form opinions, answer questions, scour the internet for answers, form very detailed and in some cases complex instruction sets.
Now
that
let me
requires
stop
a
you.
lot of computing power.
Okay, and that same computing power is sitting between every one of our ears.
It's not enough.
No.
It's not enough.
So to get AI to the point where it can scour the internet and make decisions, think, and have opinions would require a piece of technology no bigger than both of your fists.
That's actually where you're wrong.
So
think about it like
now
this.
I'm wrong. Right now I'm wrong.
So I want you to think about something. How many years did it take them to come out with 5G?
5G. So from 4G to 5G was 11 years, I think. Like 2012. 2012 is when 4G became broadband, and you had your long-term evolution. That's what LT stands for all you guys in the back. Long-term
Most
evolution.
people don't know that. And G just means generation.
Yep. So your fourth G was designed to take that long. It was designed to be the fix until 5G came out. 3G we were just dipping our toes in the water, and then 4G was like, okay, we need something bigger, but we're going to create something that can sustain most of humanity projections, and it did work. It did work.
So quick question. Now, with that baseline, do you know what the main issue with 5G and 6G is?
So with 5G, it's the bandwidth is not big enough. You need way more actual terminals. You don't have big towering things. You have
terminals.
antennas. But
no, not even that. That's called the That's the radiation broadcast. We have plenty of those. The problem with 5G and 6G is there's too much data being sent over the radio waves. There's too much. So think about it like whatever the widest highway is in the United States.
Yes.
Now
the band is not wide enough.
Yeah. Imagine if every single car in the United States tried to go down this one highway on both sides. That is the problem that we're looking at. And right now, as per CompTIA, the Department of Defense, and the Department of Energy, we don't have the electricity, the means, or the capability without basically poisoning everybody in at least all 50 states and at least 6 different towns to generate that.
So what you're talking about, yes, absolutely. You're 100% right. But that's the difference between technology and technological advances. So technology is what you have right now. And pushing to push that further, you would need to make technological advances and fucking learn your material science. I'm not a physicist. I can't give you the answer, but I do know what the pattern is. You push all the way up to the cutting edge, and then you make a new knife, and then there's a new cutting edge.
And to tackle the memory problem, we'd have to just honestly increase our networking, our clouding capability, which we're doing.
Well, you can't. Well, the problem is and this is why cybersecurity is such a rapidly growing field. I'm not advertising. I'm explaining to you why it's such a rapidly growing field. And it's like I said before, the more unused or old data there is, the more corrupted it is.
Corruptible it can become.
No, not corruptible it can become, the more corruptible it is, because at this rate, there's so much malware infected that pretty much if the data is, I think, 7 or 8 months old and it's not actively being used or recycled or stored somewhere that's encrypted, basically you get class A, class B, and class C malware, viruses, and SQL injections that make that data unusable unless you want to risk taking down your entire data farm. And so now you have these companies that are basically storing petabytes worth of data on these massive server farms. So over half of the data center is just the data itself, and then the remainder is just storage. There isn't enough data and there isn't enough storage.
All right, guys. Now we got a question from my man Link. He says, panel, can you tie the AI conversation into what the government should do? What problems should the government be looking to solve?
The government cannot solve problems. The government makes problems worse. So there, you ever go to
bad at everything.
You ever notice how big screen TVs you can go to Walmart and get a 60-inch TV for $200 now? You know why that is? Because the government hasn't tried to make TVs affordable.
Wait, so I think he's probably talking about the AI regulation. How Trump is
No. That's what I'm saying. The government cannot fix anything. The government cannot. Anything they put their toes in will either slow things down or make them worse.
All right, so you're in agreement that the states should pretty much not be having these AI restrictions.
I will say this.
I think maybe there should be restrictions. Maybe you can't use an AI to try to hack the fucking nuclear football, or try to counterfeit currency.
Really hack. About to say you can't really hack.
It's an analog system. I know.
I'm about to say it's an analog.
But I mean, we can't right now. You can't decrypt it yet. But the issue is not what the regulation should be. The first part of our country was not built on, oh, there's a problem, maybe the government should solve it. And I understand the line of thinking that this could get out of hand, this could be a problem. But think about this. I'll go back to the first airplane. If they lived in a time today and tried to invent the airplane, they wouldn't be able to get off the ground because of all the people that would be worried about the airplane crashing into their house. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have regulations to protect people. I'm saying that it has gotten to a point where no advances can be made unless you put billions of dollars into it and stroke the government's ego, and still somehow bad things happen. So the government can't do anything. The government can say things and people will either listen or not listen. And all it does is make it harder to get to the objective.
So I think personally what the government should do about artificial intelligence is if they're going to use it in any capacity, first of all, artificial intelligence should be permanently, first and foremost, always separated from any and all types of surveillance. Because, and I say that, and I say any and all types of surveillance because think about it like that. The way I paint the picture to it is think about it like this. Let's say there's a rapist.
You're already too late. That already exists. I forgot the name of it. Guest Dude can tell you the name of the
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's Pegasus. I already know.
Yes. No.
So,
it starts with a P, but it's not Pegasus.
Yeah, it's like a system that a city could buy to have AI surveillance around the city to stop crime.
And it can use all of the ring cameras, all of the traffic cameras, all of the police dash
It's
cameras.
called Flock.
Flock, yes.
You're right.
So here's the thing. I think that the first regulation should be permanently banned out of any and all types of surveillance. Doesn't matter if it's for the purposes of the crime or not. It's a freaking cliff. It's not even a slippery slope. The very first time you institute it, it pretty much goes downhill. And
it's going to start predicting people's crimes.
It's a prime example of what I'm talking about. The second thing that I think should be done is if in the private sector, the restriction should be its capacitance. So you can't use it to do certain things like deep fakes. Automatically, that's a no-go. It can't generate, images of real people based off of input photos. It can't generate it can't generate videos of people doing stuff that they actually didn't do. That's already a growing and rampant problem.
So what I'm hearing before you continue, so far you've said the government, the government's handle on AI should be to not use AI to spy on its people. So the government should not get involved with AI, for one, and for two, we shouldn't fake people's images.
Well, now, it's not that the government shouldn't get involved in AI. The government should not be allowed to use AI, but they should be able to restrict how far and what type of things it can do. And it'd be irresponsible for me to say, we'll just let the private sector handle it, and we'll see where it goes from there. Because every time we let
Yeah.
too few people with a lot of power do things, you end up with things like slavery and the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, where they don't care how or what happens so long as they can turn a buck. At the same time, I don't believe that government should be involved in everything. Need I say more? Cough, cough, USSR, Mao Zedong, Joseph Stalin, freaking Hitler, Che Guevara. I mean, the list goes on. So there
So
needs to be a medium.
right. And like obviously there needs to be a medium. It shouldn't be the Wild West. Like we're living in the Wild West age of the technology right now where no one knows what to do with it, no one knows how to handle it, no one knows what you can and can't do, what the capabilities are. They can only theorize about it. So
let me answer Link's question like this. I think what the United States, the American government in particular, should do is they should have AI, artificial intelligence, limited down to be like how the Google Assistant is, a tool. It should be used, it should be readily available for certain professions to use as a tool, because the people that know what questions they're trying to ask in the way that they're trying to ask them based off of certain criteria can actually use it to do things like predict success, predict likelihood, predict outcomes. For example, if a doctor needs to do like a brain surgery and they aren't that familiar with it, they could be like, okay, so and so AI, walk me through. I have these credentials. I've been doing this for this many years. Walk me through how I would do this particular brain surgery or whatever, and give me the possibilities of what could go wrong. Give me the possibilities of what will go right, and then extrapolate the statistics. I think in a scenario like that, yes, AI is perfect because it's being used as a tool. And if the government would place a restriction on it so that it could be used as a tool, we would actually stand to benefit more.
All right, let's go ahead and get back to the video on that. Wait, actually, we gotta let Tove speak. Go ahead, Tove, and then we'll get back to the video.
Oh no, it's what I was going to speak on is already over and done with. I was just going to try and finish my point with the family thing, but
okay. Well, oh shoot, if you find that video of like the celebrity, shoot, send it in.
So
I will.
before we get on, like what is, because he gave an example, and I know it's just an example off the top of his head, and I'm not going to scrutinize it too much. But what you're describing is just peer review. Like for the brain surgery example, the doctor knows fucking what all the risks of brain surgery are. He knows that he has a plan of how he's going to do it. And like you said, AI can be used as a tool to be like, hey, did you consider this? But you have now just created a situation in which peer review doesn't happen anymore. I go to my colleagues and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, and they don't stop me and say, hey, what about this? Right? So the limiting it and trying to cage Pandora's box is a futile, and
it's not really caging Pandora's box. You're using it more as, okay, so what I have in mind is kind of like Cortana from Halo before she went all rogue, where she actually assisted Master Chief and gave him insight into things that he either wasn't aware of based off of the information he already knew and the information that was already out there, rather than making distinctive statements and removing the human element altogether. That's why I said kind of like how Google Assistant is.
So what we're talking about is not necessarily the intelligence of AI. I mean, what I'm talking about anyway is it's more so the functionality and the ability to replace humans in jobs. That's what I'm a proponent for. I'm probably very in a very small group by myself on this, and I understand why. But like to sit back and say, oh no, we don't want AI to take our jobs. Like, before, like you have the R2 fuck you robot. It's not actually R2 fuck you, but It's the police robot that can go into hostage situations where a police officer would put their life at risk. That is robotics. That is fucking control. That is a tool, and that is used to this day. You have a FLIR camera, a technology that was designed for firefighters to see fire behind walls. Like all of these things, up until this point, are tools to help the user. I agree with that. What I'm talking about is completely replace the user as it is. Give the robot a task to do, and it has hands, feet, and fucking a common sense to be able to do things. Like I
We
don't know.
already do that. It's called robotics, and I operated a ROV that allowed, instead of sending divers off the side of my ship when I was in the Navy, and now we have a remote operated vehicle that has all the sensors and everything that we send it down to do, but there's still a human input.
Right.
So if you're talking, so based off of what you're saying, we already have that, and it's called robotics.
I'm saying expand that. I'm not talking about AI as in how deep something can think and how many opinions it can form. I don't want AI to have opinions. I don't want AI to have taste. I want AI to fill a role. And because if you start making it more human-like, now you start getting into the argument is it sentient and does it deserve human rights? And then you're back at the very fucking beginning of, like what I'm talking about is there's shrimp farmers that use slave labor to fucking go get shrimp. I'm talking about we're having this big discussion about illegal immigrants picking our crops. We're having this talk about minimum wage pricing people out of things. Replace those jobs, the dirty, dangerous, and treacherous jobs that fucking people have done historically, but no longer have to do, and work its way up from that. Make things cheaper for the everyday man. Make things more accessible to the everyday man. Up until the point in which you turn into Star Trek, and like Elon Musk said, work is optional. Not that you just lose your any right to fucking exist. It is optional. You get to do what you want to do and what fulfills you, not because you're worried about keeping a roof over your head, but because you're just bored and want to contribute to humanity.
So the problem with that, and I think we had another conversation with Sid kind of around the same subject, and I've always said this: history repeats itself for a reason. We all learn from it. Whenever you're leaving in that type of scenario, you're leaving the power, whether you realize it or not, in the hands of a powerful few to make good decisions. And as we've seen, they have made absolutely anything but good decisions, with the exception of a select few.
So at what point do we advance as a species? Do we just stay in the fucking Stone Age, so to say, forever because we're always afraid that a couple people are going to come along and try to kill everybody? Or do we push technology and fucking put it in the hands of the right people?
It depends on it. It would depend on its purpose. You can't just advance technology without a realistic purpose in mind.
I disagree. I say if you don't have a roadmap in front of you on how to handle it, technology is gonna fucking advance whether you want it to or not. People are going to develop things. It's like playing a game of whack-a-mole, and if you say, oh, you can't do that, it's going to drive people to do it even harder. So,
well, the reason why I said it's purpose-driven, advancement is purpose-driven, is think about the nuclear bomb. We didn't really have a purpose to even be learning that, but people were concerned about winning a war over ideology. And the United States, of course, did what it did, developed 2 bombs and then unleashed the sun on a poor country that now makes anime. Purpose-driven. When
right, I mean, there was a hole in the market and they needed it.
It wasn't, well, that's not really a hole that needed to be filled. We just kind of made that a thing.
All right, guys. Now, before we get too far in this, let's try to get back to the video. And it's about 5 more minutes in. So we'll go ahead and let it finish out, and then I'll bring you guys back in for commentary.
Sweet.
All right.
Right, while they make huge amounts of money.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things I think we need to do, and right now, among many other things, we're seeing data centers sprouting all over the country, raising electric bills for people in the communities, etc.
Now that he's not lying about. The data centers are raising electricity in certain areas. That's why a lot of people are protesting these data centers. And Trump has already came up with a solution that these data centers need to start producing their own energy.
Yep.
Either to have their own little
easy fix to a problem that everybody else is bitching about. They would rather halt the technology than come up with a solution to make everybody happy. That is totalitarianism. And you're holding something hostage because you don't want your electricity bill. Maybe come up with, instead of bitching about a problem, come up with a solution.
Yep, and that
It's
was
not
the
totalitarian. It's not totalitarianism if the people in a constitutional republic society are using their constitutional republic rights to say we don't want this. If
You don't want.
that's just the market, and like it or not, I don't care what you have to say behind this. That's the market. If people don't like something and they're protesting it and they choose not to buy it, that ain't totalitarianism.
But they're a
the
loud
market speaking.
minority. They are a loud minority. Just because you see them on TV, they are absolutely a loud minority. Absolutely.
There are a lot of people who don't really like data centers being in their backyard for the same reason there are a lot of people that don't like oil rigs and drilling facilities and nuclear power plants in their backyard. We said
because
the
they're
same
ignorant.
thing.
They are. Yes, you're right.
We said the same thing about them, but then look what happened with BP. Look what happened with Flint. I mean, these are valid points.
What
you can't call them a loud and wrong minority, and they have valid concerns with real world ramifications.
So instead of bitching about a problem, try to be a fucking a good neighbor and be like, hey, here's a solution. That's what Trump did.
Sometimes some problems do not have a solution.
Every problem has a solution. That's a mathematical inaccuracy that you did. Every problem has a solution.
Then solve the 3-body problem.
Oh, fuck you. That's a fake problem. That's not a real problem.
That is a real problem because it's found in nature. If every problem has a solution, you should have a solution to the 3-body problem. And try as they might, no physicist has solved it, even though it's a real and legitimate problem. In just the way that problem doesn't have a solution, there are simply some problems that do not have a solution.
They don't have a known solution. There's a difference. Mathematically, every problem has a solution. Period. Like mathematically, they all have a solution. Just because we're not smart enough to know what the solution is yet, does not mean there's not a solution. And we're not talking about the 3-body problem.
Who suffers? So who? I did that just to like trigger you, rage bait.
It was a good one. You brought up a good point, and I had to adjust what I was saying. But again, the 3-body problem is not something that is confronting the everyday man right now.
So, all right, guys.
So I do have a question.
That's the 3-body problem.
What is the 3-body problem? I can explain that. So the 3-body problem is basically, let's say in a system of orbiting objects, it states that only 2 objects can maintain a stable orbit about their central point of rotation. So like, let's say you have 2 stars and they both have relatively similar gravitational pulls. The center point between 2 stars is how they stay balanced. In the event that there is a third, not star, celestial body. This could be a black hole. This could be a rogue planet. This could be a neutron star even. In the event that you introduce or a 3-bodied, hence the name, system is born, then according to the way the math works out, every time over a certain period of time, the system destroys itself because it's not a stable system.
And all right, let's go ahead and
But we're not dealing with a 3-body problem. We live in the perfect fucking solar system right now.
All right, but let's go ahead and get right back into it, guys.
I think we need to be thinking seriously about a moratorium on these data centers. Frankly, I think you got to slow this process down. It's not good enough for the oligarchs to tell us it's coming, you adapt. What are they talking about? They're going to guarantee health care to all people?
No,
what are they gonna
bitch.
do when people have no jobs? What are they going to do? Make housing free? So I think we need to take a deep breath, and I think we need to slow this thing down. One way to do it would probably be a moratorium on data centers.
So more government regulation, more fucking old ass senators that can't even fucking spell data center, fucking controlling things that they have no idea what they're talking about. You know, like, oh, can Facebook spy on me, Mr. Zuckerberg? More of that. That's what we need. More government inefficiency that's not even solving the problem that they're even presenting. Because it's not like they're going to listen to Gamer on what they should do about it. It's not like they're going to listen to me, who's, you know, done more than 5 minutes of research other than to bash Elon Musk and call everybody oligarchs. This guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about, and he wants to be a champion for the people, but is arguing against the very thing that could provide all of the things he wants.
All right, now hold on. Let's go ahead and get back into it, and let's let the video play out. All right.
Sorry, that just fucking Bernie Sanders irks me. Bernie Sanders reminds me of Sid.
Bro, don't bring Sid up. He gonna spawn in.
You would be stifling entrepreneurship
let's not
and
do that.
innovation.
Well, I look at it a little bit differently. And I think as a nation, as a world, we have got to do it. Is technology bad? Of course it's not. There are good aspects, bad aspects. The function of technology must be to improve life for human beings, not like Musk, not make Musk and Zuckerberg and Bezos even richer than they are.
Oh, so you're just crying because you're not smart enough to do it.
If technology is going to radically improve worker productivity, are we going to reduce the work week substantially, making sure that workers continue to get the same pay?
Right.
If workers are thrown out on the street, how are they going to have health care?
Hold up real quick.
Obviously.
I want to say for the record,
go ahead.
For the record, before Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg started kissing Trump's ass, he was all up in their fucking panties about AI and robotics. So this is an illegitimate argument. It's a disingenuous argument. He doesn't know what he's talking about. All he's doing is fucking speaking for his fat cats that give him money. So any point that he brings up, you need to scrutinize, because it is coming from a place of, I don't like these particular people. Not, I don't want this technology to exist, because if fucking someone from Blue Sky were creating the fucking technology, he would be fucking all for it. And you would hear him you would hear him saying the same things right now that I'm saying.
All right.
Human right, etc.
Sorry.
So you talked about a moratorium on these new data centers.
Yeah.
What are some of the other recommendations you want Congress to take as soon as possible?
I think we need to vigorously study the impact that AI is having on the mental health of our country. Kids.
That's a valid point.
No, it's not, because if he cared that much about it, he would have talked about cell phones.
I mean, there are other people that are also saying we should look at the mental ramifications of all this stuff that we're pushing out in terms of AI and robotics. This has been a conversation, and I mean this in the most respectful way, Monty. You're a medic, not in the STEM field like I am. These are conversations in the chatter that happen below the waves that a lot of times y'all don't hear, and we should be studying the impact on people as we advance.
But that's not what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. He is not saying, he is being disingenuous. That's what disingenuous means. He'll take a fucking point he knows nothing about and broadcast it, not because he cares about the mental health of people, but because he cares about political points.
Okay, I can give you that, because if he really cared about kids' mental health, he would go across the board with phones and AI. Like, you gotta include everything, because those are both factors.
Said somebody, I am Gold Bear said, check my last comment.
Oh, but that's what I'm saying.
Posted.
So I think I live in a world where I think most people are good. Most people have at least a selfish reason for doing things, you know, like, but the selfish reason, most people do not want to self-sabotage. Most people do not want to fucking take over the world and be an all, because he keeps referring to them as oligarchs. Oligarchs is a term that we use for Russian fucking oil tycoons that run the government. That's what he's sowing those seeds of hatred for these people, not for the technology. He's being disingenuous.
But let's let him land the plane and let's see where he lands with this. Because I do
He's gonna
agree.
land in the fucking field in Pennsylvania is where he's gonna land because he's a terrorist.
All right, let's keep it going.
Kids can't read books anymore. It's too hard. Their attention span is too weak. So what we need to do is, I worry very much about kids spending their entire days getting emotional support. So we have got to take a hard look on that. And if we conclude that these technologies are creating more isolation, more loneliness, more mental illness, you know what? We got to figure out a way to stop it.
So the president just blocked states from taking on any sort of AI regulation. Meanwhile, Congress hasn't done anything. I mean, you are trying. Senator Hawley and Senator Britt on the other side of the aisle are trying, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite. Is that because, do you think, these AI technologies, the companies are so wealthy and affecting the willingness of legislators to do their job?
That's a very important
Wow.
Look, Elon Musk himself contributed over $270 million to elect Donald Trump, the president. These guys have now come up with their super PACs to try to make sure that there is no regulation.
Oh, so what is it? So what is it? What is it? What is it?
Anthony,
what is it when Jeff Bezos?
One of the reasons why Congress has not been responding effectively.
Some Republican lawmakers, as I mentioned, Hawley and Britt, open to regulating. Others seem wary of any sort of involvement in this technology. Do you think ultimately that there will be a bipartisan majority willing to take any sort of action?
Well, any sort of action is a big, what is that?
Any sort of legitimate action?
Significant action.
Yeah.
I don't know. Look, you are, again, this technology is not being pushed by mom and pop store owners. It is being pushed by the wealthiest handful of the wealthiest, the most powerful people on earth. Can they be stopped? I don't know. But that raises a broader issue, the future of democracy. Because it's not just AI and technology. These guys have unbelievable wealth, unbelievable power. What does that mean to the future of democracy?
That's another great question that we're going to end 2025 wondering about. And Senator Bernie Sanders, we always love having you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
And all right, guys. So closing.
So someone,
whoops. Go ahead.
Someone donates to Donald Trump, and suddenly he's trying to argue for power. So what is it when anybody donates to Kamala Harris? Because Kamala Harris outfunded Donald Trump, for the record.
Yeah.
You fucking slimy piece of shit. This is what I'm saying. He's saying things. It's propaganda. Propaganda is saying a truth and projecting it so hard in one direction. He's propagandizing the fact that Elon Musk did that. Now, Elon Musk has reasons for the reason he did it, but he's not going to say any of those reasons out loud because it'll defeat his point. Again, he is not going after the technology. He's going after the people. If the same thing were true about Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris had received a donation from Elon Musk, as Barack Obama did, you wouldn't hear him bitching about it. You wouldn't hear him saying, oh, Elon Musk is trying to control the government. It's only because you have someone that you politically disagree with that has taken a political stance on an issue that you have continuously flown in the front of his face over every single thing he's done, that this is just one more thing on the platter. That's why I can't get more than 30 seconds in without calling him out on something, because everything he's saying is bullshit. He brings up reasonable points and then piggies that back off and says, this is what your opinion should be, America. We need to do these things. Not we should look at doing these things. Not we should evaluate these things. It's if we the elitists can deduce that it's isolating people more. There's no standard to that. There's no way to quantify that. That's a subjective thing that anybody could say, oh, yeah, we concluded that. So that he's leaving it all open.
So
He
I
doesn't.
will say this. I will say this. My final thoughts on what Bernie Sanders had to say was, even taking it through the skeptical lens of he's kind of backpedaling, there is some truth. And there is your side story, my side story, and then there's the truth. I'm not saying this literally, I'm just saying this in general. And there is some truth to what he's saying. I think that we should look at certain things. I don't really agree with Bernie Sanders on a whole lot, but I do think we should examine the effects that it has on people. I think we should really hear people out. Obviously, a lot of people have a lot of pros and they enjoy AI and they want to see it advanced. Okay, good, but we don't really get to hear from the people that don't want to see it advanced and why they have the opinions they have. And I don't want to see the country slip into this us versus them dichotomy, like what happened with the COVID-19 vaccine. And just like with the COVID-19 vaccine, I think with AI and data centers and all this other stuff, there are legitimate and genuine concerns that people have. Everything from a surveillance states to security to mental health effects. Yeah, we can see the crop up of CSAM and because people are learning how to bypass the policies. And even though the responsibility and the onus is on the manufacturers of AI, there's only so much they can do. I think we should really hear people out, not just that champion it, not just that are against it, but have a really genuine sit down conversation and like
Yes, I agree. I
talk
agree
about it.
with that. I agree with that. You're absolutely right that we need to have a conversation about it. Not so. Here's the difference between a conservative, and this is you'll understand my viewpoint on this after I wrap this up. Here's the difference between a conservative and a Bernie Sanders or a fucking left wing fucking extremist. The conservative says, "Hey, I want this technology to be available for everybody." The liberal says, hey, you're mandated to take this vaccine, otherwise you can't get a job. So you can choose not to use AI. You can choose to live in a world where you don't use AI. You can't untake a vaccination. So the fact that he's all well and concerned about people's mental health, he wasn't concerned about people's mental health when they, had to lose the career that they did for 30 years because they didn't want to take a fucking experimental vaccine that hasn't even had the bugs worked out of it. That's why I say he's disingenuous about what he's saying. He is only saying this for political reasons. And if you want to make an argument, I can sit here all day long and make arguments against AI. Absolutely, I can. I know all of the arguments. I understand all of the risks of AI. And I can acknowledge all of those without, taking an opinion that, I want this, so I'm going to force everybody to agree with me.
All right, but let's keep the topic on AI because I found this interesting video right here. And then, of course, we're going to get into, what was it, Pierce Morgan reaction. But first, let's get into the godfather of AI. All right. And let's see. He warns AI has progressed even faster than what did he imagine? Well, let's hear him out.
2025 was the year artificial intelligence, or AI, took the world by storm, impacting nearly every aspect of our lives. Time Magazine.
And shout out Link, because he had two super chats. One I forgot to read. Monty, what is 12 divided by 0? And then the other
it's
one.
Undefined.
But shout out Bernie. And then he says, Link also says, Bernie has always bitched about money in politics. Which is
Wait, before you go on your tangent, Monty, I think we found your new Sid.
Yeah.
No, Link is not as bad as Sid.
Wait, no, it is undefined, right? It's 0 divided by a number is 0, and then number divided by 0 is it's undefined.
All right.
I was like, wait a second, hold on. Yeah, it's undefined.
Yep. But all right.
I had to check myself after I did that. I was like, wait, hold on. What is 12 divided by 0?
If you hear a lot of banging coming from over here, we've got a really bad windstorm going on right now. So.
Oh yeah.
That's why you probably heard me
what
go,
it
oh,
is.
yeah. No, we're under a tornado watch.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who is your
it was
internet
like
service provider? I want them.
it
Hey,
was
Go.
like
Probably my
80.
first time. Hey guys, hold on here. It's like Go. It's probably my first time seeing you up here, man.
Yeah,
So
what's
your
up, boys?
Good day, sir. Good day.
I just want to, first time up here. I just want to thank you, Set, for making me a mod and everything. I appreciate that, bud.
No problem, man.
But
Wait, how do you become a mod?
Oh, they just made me one day. I
You
was
just
like,
gotta kiss Seth's ass.
awesome.
You just have to
Oh,
kiss
yeah.
Seth's ass good enough.
I strapped my ass kissing boots all the way up to my knees.
Yep.
Okay, I ain't doing none of that.
But no,
That's
I
cool,
just
but I ain't kissing booty.
I just wanted to ask about this. Like a lot of the guys that I know they're like really concerned about the data centers and everything because it'll put a lot of the power into the hands of fewer and fewer people. Like
I agree. So that is a problem. I absolutely. And I don't like that. Like for the record, like I think that should be diversified. I think it should take more of the route of the 3D printer where anybody can have a 3D printer and fucking iterate on things, and that part of the manufacturing process has become more accessible to the individual or the individual business. But at the same time, if there was actually people that were willing to put in the time and learn about AI and say, hey, I want to be a leader in this field. I want to be I want to maintain some control over this. That would be a good thing. I think there should be more people. Like you said, it should not be all XAI. It should not be all Meta and all Google. There should be more competitors in the field. The issue is cost.
Well, yeah, not just cost, but also if you look at the fewer and fewer people that will be in these positions of power, you'll have less like diversity of ideas. They'll all have this similar goal, this similar idea. It's like the same thing with what's that club that's in like the colleges, the Skull and Bone Society. Well, the Skull and Bone Society, where everyone goes to the same colleges and everyone has the same ideas, the same goals. So it's not a grand conspiracy why our government does the things that benefit them. It's just they all benefit, so they're going to do that.
So
You don't need a conspiracy if everybody's aligned.
This ties back to my point that I made before, where I don't like the fact that we should let AI run rampant or try to push it along, because, and this is coming from somebody who's going to school for tech and has been in the tech field for a minute, it is going to reach a point where a very small minority controls the majority and controls the means of production. Because in order to learn AI, you need to understand how networking works. You need to understand how JavaScript, Python, jQuery, HTML, CSS, C++, Robot C. You're going to have to understand how all that. And the average person just in this climate does not have. It's not that we don't have the capacity, because a lot of you, I believe everybody in the chat, whether how much rage baiting or not, is intelligent enough to learn it. It's the time and it's the cost. And overall, to generate one AI, or at least a fragment of an AI, you need years of R&D and tons of cash.
All right, but guys, let's go ahead and get right back into the video and let's see what this godfather of AI has to say.
Named the architects of AI, its persons of the year, crediting them with, quote, transforming the present and transcending the possible. AI has an enormous potential to change our world for the better, driving innovation and productivity, accelerating scientific breakthroughs, and helping to solve our most intractable problems. But AI could also make millions of jobs obsolete and fuel the loneliness epidemic, and further warp our ability to distinguish between fact and fiction. So today, in a special episode of State of the Union, we're going to devote the entire hour to this one topic: how this technology is upending the status quo, where AI goes from.
And I just want to let you know now, there is a bit of a duplicitous nature in this coverage of this, because he's remember, he's doing a hour-long coverage because this is Trump's initiative. You think if Obama was doing this, they'd have dug in this deep to it. No, they didn't just let him walk us off the cliff. But I actually do appreciate him bringing it up because these are valid questions, especially when it comes to the data centers, jobs, and all that good stuff. But we actually do know why you're bringing this up. You're dedicating an hour long to it. You're trying to steer people away from the Trump administration's plan for AI. The problem is, if the Trump administration can't come up with a good rebuttal for these arguments, then I would have to give it to the left on this one. I mean, if you guys can't figure out something for these data centers and actually make these data centers start generating their own power to where it's not dragging on the American people, I'm going to be in agreement with the Dems. And then I'm going to start pulling cars going like, well, y'all talking about affordability, but you're putting data centers in neighborhoods that can't afford it. I mean, Ohio, we did it smart. We put it in the richest neighborhoods, to be quite honest with you. Like in New Albany, Ohio, they got multiple data centers. Why? Because, well, the people can afford it.
I've been talking for a minute, and I just remembered I'm muted. Okay.
Weren't they trying to reopen? Was it 3 Mile Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were trying to reopen that.
So
They're
to
also
go back
trying to
on,
open. I was gonna say
go
they're
for
trying
it.
to open a data center out by my house, which is in northwest Ohio, right by the Michigan state line. And a lot of people, especially the farmers, aren't having it. So now they're looking at moving it over towards Sylvania,
So the
which is
problem,
a very wealthy area.
so this goes back to what I was saying about just the data centers in general. I'm gonna just go a bit more in depth. In order to construct a data center, yeah, it takes tons of man hours and you can make a lot of money doing it, but let's look at the long-term implications. First of all, it needs about 8 football fields worth of water to be cycled through it a day. And that's
Yeah, but
just to
that
keep
stays in the
A
system,
football
right?
field is not a unit of measurement in
No,
volume.
it does not stay in the system. It only has so many times it can be cycled through before it has to be expelled. And then on top of that, you also have the heat, the thermal management system. So you have to build tons of specialized concrete, and then you have to completely insulate the wall. And in order for the radiation output, because a lot of people don't think about this, and I've worked with fiber optic cable, the more fiber optic cable and the more data towers that you have in one data what is it called, server cabinets you have close together, the more heat they put out and also the more radiation they put out. So part of the reason why they can't use that water is after so many times is the same reason why a nuclear power plant can't use the same water after so many times. It's because it becomes too saturated with both heat, metals, and radiation. So they have to bring in
reverse osmosis is a thing, guys.
What type of radiation, though? Like gamma radiation?
Heat, just heat.
No, gamma radiation. So I can actually give you the particulars so if they're using the 802 dot.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's not get too much into that. We still got a video to react to.
He asked a question. Let me answer it, man.
Then we'll get
I know, but it's going to take a little while.
Yeah, you're good.
No,
you're
it's
good.
going to be quick. It's going to be quick.
All right, go ahead and summarize it.
Okay, if they're using anything above 802.6 AB, AX, or Z, then it's going to be on the 5 to 6 gigahertz span, and it's going to be low-level gamma radiation.
Okay.
Here,
all right,
and whether the benefits actually outweigh the risks. And joining me now is the man credited with laying the foundation for the AI revolution, the godfather of AI, Nobel Prize-winning computer scientist Geoffrey Hinton. Professor, thanks for joining us. So your research on neural networks paved the way for this modern AI boom. I interviewed you 2 years ago, right after you quit Google, and you first began warning the world about what you saw as the risks of AI. When you look at how AI has progressed since then, are you more or less worried about it?
I'm
What kind of fucking
more
question
worried.
is that?
It progressed even faster than I thought. In particular, it's got better at doing things like reasoning and also at things like deceiving people.
What do you mean by deceiving people?
This guy's
So
never been on
an
Facebook Shorts.
AI, in order to achieve the goals you give it, wants to stay in existence. And if it believes you're trying to get rid of it, it will make plans to deceive you so you don't get rid of it.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said recently about AI, quote, every industry needs it, every company uses it, and every nation needs to build it. This is the single most impactful technology of our time. Do you agree with that assessment?
I agree that it's the single most impactful technology of our time, yes.
Do you think the AI revolution could have a similar impact on society as the creation of the internet or even the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, or even bigger than that?
I think it's at least like the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution made human strength more or less irrelevant. You couldn't get a job just because you were strong anymore. Now it's made it's going to make human intelligence more or less irrelevant.
Now, you and we in the media tend to focus on some of the downsides of AI. There are positives, obviously, otherwise you wouldn't have worked on it early on. A lot of people are working to use this technology to benefit humanity as well, to lead to advances in medicine and the like. But you think the risks from AI outweigh the positives?
I don't know. So there are a lot of wonderful.
Look at wait, let him land.
It'll make education.
Hey, he's the Godfather, bro. You gotta.
No. I'm not talking about the Godfather. I'm talking about the way he framed that question, as if to fucking. He already has his agenda written out, and it's across his fucking forehead. He just can't get the guy to agree with him. He's gonna frame it this way. He's like, oh yeah, don't you agree AI is bad for humanity? AI can do a lot of good things for humanity, actually. He doesn't even agree with him, and he's fucking. Oh my god. That's what the
positives.
I don't know. So there are a lot of wonderful effects of AI. It'll make healthcare much better. It'll make education much better.
Yep.
It'll enable us to design wonderful new drugs and wonderful new materials that may deal with climate change. So there's a lot of good uses. In more or less any industry where you want to predict something, it'll do a really good job. It'll do better than people were doing before, even things like the weather. But along with those wonderful things comes some scary things, and I don't think people are putting enough work into how we can mitigate those scary things.
You come from the tech world, obviously. Do you think the Silicon Valley CEOs building these systems are taking the risks seriously at all? Do you think that they are driven mainly by financial interests? A lot of people are going to get very wealthy off this.
I think it depends which company you're talking
about. Before he goes on
Initially,
any further, let me
OpenAI
respond.
was very concerned with the risks.
Hold on. Yep.
All right, so I can say with absolute certainty that that question is it is 100% up in the air, because I have seen in the defense industry that they have not taken it in stride, and they have been looking at it very carefully because of how many malfunctions and how many things can go wrong with it. And then you have companies like Facebook, Meta, whatever they call themselves these days, and then Grok, that are basically doing this to turn a profit if we're just going to keep it 100%. And then Google's doing the same thing, because all they're doing is taking your data for every question that you ask it, and then they package that up and they sell it off to the highest bidder. And my personal,
can I ask you a question before you continue? What reason is anybody in business?
Oh, here we go. I think I already know where this is going. Yes, they're in business to make money, but also business should be ran. There should be an ethical minimum that all businesses ran. You should be able to you should be able to make money, with the caveat being that people willingly accept the terms and understand what the implications are.
So
it is.
So whose fault is it that people don't read the fine print? Is it the company that creates the fine print, or is it the person that doesn't read it?
I think they're both culpable.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to use it, it's kind of shady to, like, oh well,
No, so the reason I'm asking that, the reason I'm asking
over my information.
The reason I'm asking that is because there is no incentive other than monetary. You
So hold up.
can sit back and say that, oh, we want to make the world a better place. We want to do all this thing. No, they want to create a product in which they can sell. They want to create, and
So
it
hold
takes
up.
funding to do that.
There's more nuance to the question you asked. You also have to keep in mind that, oh, well, they just got to read the fine print. Okay, let me give you a court case. Liberty Mutual, Progressive, and forgot the other insurance agency.
Geico.
These are just examples. And Gerber Life Insurance. They make their fine print so wildly incoherent to the average person in terms of like readability and digestibility that it's either you opt out of it on the basis of you can't understand it, and if it's something that you need, right, you would need to pay a lawyer in order for them to disseminate it. In fact, Liberty Mutual, one of the things they got in trouble for it, no, it was Allstate. Allstate got in trouble for this thing where part of their terms and conditions, like if you got hurt under them from an accident, what would end up happening so they wouldn't pay out is they would, I'm not joking, multiple lawyers have actually shown the literal stacks of paperwork that they have to go through and all these different documents they have to read through and sign that, and just for them to actually get their people paid out. And if you think that companies aren't doing that, you're wrong. The companies are doing that.
So you're missing the point. You're getting hung up in the details of a much bigger problem. The
devil's in the details.
No. That's a nice catchphrase, but it doesn't apply. So
no, it does.
Not in this situation. The issue is not what the fine print is. There's a very simple fucking rule in economics. If something is free, you are the product. Period. Everybody should know that. If you don't know that at this point, then you are willfully ignorant and burying your head in the sand and do not understand how the world works. I'm not going to argue on behalf of the people that are willfully ignorant and do not understand how the world works to stop technology that can benefit the rest of the world that has fucking brushed up on, what the fine print about things means. What it means that, everybody knows that Facebook makes their money from ads, makes their money from user engagement, makes their money from everybody knows Google doesn't charge you a fucking query fee to go search Google. So how is it collecting things? You have to be a little bit more reasonable and understanding that you are the product. You are voluntarily giving up your data in exchange for a service. The data is valuable to them and the result is valuable to you. That is a happy medium. That is, you get what you want.
It's not really a happy medium when people are asking for things to change and when people are going to alternatives. It's not a happy medium when people have voiced their outcries. It's not a happy medium when our society has basically shifted from one source of information gathering to the next source of information gathering. And in order for the people in the old guard to be well read and be able to stay in the game, so to speak, they have to shift to the new guard. You then can't say it's their fault or they're being willfully ignorant or bitching about nothing because they don't like the way the things are.
They don't have to use it then. If you don't like it, you don't have to use it.
Well, that's not actually, guys, that's not completely true though, Monty. Like, if, for instance, we used to just have the town square where everyone would have their conversations, Facebook and social media has become the town square. So look at what happened during 2020, where they were literally taking people out of the town square for having the wrong think, the wrong opinion. And those people were not allowed to voice any opposition.
And that is wrong. That is considered to be unethical. That's not reading. That's not about the fine print. That's not about any of this. That is about people doing the wrong thing.
So Monty, before you,
that's why they've been sued for it.
Hold
Yeah.
up
Hey,
before you.
I gotta go, guys.
Okay.
Have
It's
a good
getting
one,
bad over
Steph.
here.
All
All
right.
right. Be safe out there,
So
Toto.
Trying.
so let me. So when you said the devil's in the details, a nice catchphrase. Let me explain to you something. A lot of people, that saying exists for a reason. Things are written in blood, and sayings are written for reasons. The reason that's a saying and it's something that people should be living by is because the fine print often isn't told to you. The implications often aren't thought about on a massive scale unless you know what the fine print is. And they're counting on people disregarding the fine print for the sake of whatever it is their agenda is. And that same exact the you don't really need to consider the fine print mantra is exactly what got people sick and
I
why
didn't say
NBA players
I
and
didn't
soccer
say you don't
players
need to
died
consider
during
it. I
COVID.
said
Now, guys, hold on. Now we done went on
Yeah,
the conversation a
let's
little bit
run the
long
video.
enough. Let's get back to the video. All right.
But it's progressively moved away from that and put less emphasis on safety and more emphasis on profit. Meta has always been very concerned with profit and less with safety. Anthropic was set up by people who left OpenAI and were very concerned with safety, and they still are probably the company most concerned with safety. But of course, they're trying to make a profit too.
What do you think the government should do,
oh my God, here we go.
if anything, when it comes to regulation of AI, putting some sort of restrictions or some sort of oversight?
There's many things they should do. The very least they could do is insist that big companies that release chatbots do significant testing to make sure those chatbots won't do bad things. Like now, for example, encouraging children to commit suicide. Now that we know about that, companies should be required to do significant testing to make sure that won't happen. And of course, the tech lobby would rather have no regulations, and it seems to have got to Trump on that. And so Trump is trying to prevent there being any regulations, which I think is crazy.
Can you know these tech CEOs? I don't. When one of them learns that an AI chatbot has talked a child into suicide, what is it that stops them? What is it that, I mean, my impulse would be, well, holy smokes, stop AI right now until we fix this so not one other kid dies.
And that's why
They
you're
don't
not
do
the
that.
CEO, Brian.
Can you explain to us what their thinking is, if anything?
Well, I don't really know their thinking. I suspect that they think things like, well, there's a lot of money to be made here. We're not going to stop it just for a few lives. But I also think they may think there's a lot of good to be done here. And just for a few lives, we're not going to not do that good. For example, for driverless cars, they will kill people, but they'll kill far fewer people than ordinary drivers. So it's worth it.
Tech, you have said that you think there's a 10 to 20% chance that AI takes over the world. People at home might hear that. They might think it sounds like science fiction. It's alarmist. But that's a very real fear of yours, right?
Yes, it's a very real fear of mine and a very real fear of many other people in the tech world. Elon Musk, for example, has similar beliefs.
You wrote that 2025 was a pivotal year for artificial intelligence, for AI. What do you think we're going to see in 2026?
I think we're going to see AI get even better. It's already extremely good. We're going to see it having the capabilities to replace many, many jobs. It's already able to replace jobs in call centers, but it's going to be able to replace many other jobs. Each 7 months or so, it gets to be able to do tasks that are about twice as long. So for a coding project, for example, it used to be able to just do a minute's worth of coding. Now it can do whole projects that are like an hour long.
True.
In a few years' time,
Yes, it can.
software engineering projects that are months long, and then there'll be very few people needed for software engineering projects.
True. I mean, it can do full stack like software engineering, full stack.
For example, I don't remember if I told you about this or not, Set. I created in the matter of 3 days with an early version of Grok. Like this was like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, an entire software stack designed to track patient care records, patient identities, ambulance trips, ambulance locations, stocking for medical supplies, all of that. And then I was on the verge of developing it further into to integrate it with hospitals and clinics. And it's literally just a matter of scaling it out. Like, it is not, and I did that with I know little to nothing. I know what all of those coding softwares that gaming spoke about are, and I know what each one of them do, but I don't know how to fucking code any of them. So, and I did this in a matter of a weekend. Like, I still have the files on my computer for the entire stack. I could plug it into a server and have it running. The fucking UI is polished even.
Amen. Yeah,
So
well, you got
I
that
will
GitHub.
say, shout out GitHub because I got a GitHub account. Anyway,
that's what I did it on.
So I will say, to end this AI conversation, and I believe everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel can agree to this. AI is like a sword. A sword can be used for defense and offense. It can also be used to harm yourself if you don't know what you're doing. So I think, to be honest, we should maybe give it 6 more months and try to come back and have this discussion then and see how everybody feels about it. There are valid concerns about the data center. There are valid concerns about the networking. There are valid concerns about the back end, the front end, and about how it affects people overall. And right now, it's 2025. AI boom happened. Let's give it, another 6 months to a year, and then we revisit the discussion. I mean, that's the only way we can. That's the only way we should really be able to do this. But I do like and enjoy the fact that people are voicing their concerns or their agreements.
So can I explain why I'm honestly disgusted with the way the media is covering this? It's not because they believe any of their concerns are legitimate. Gold brought up a good point. The town hall was ripped out of our hands as conservatives because we didn't share the same viewpoint. I believe, this is just a gut feeling, and my gut feelings about fucking shady politicians are usually fucking pretty spot on. That this is not a concern about AI safety. This is not a concern about the implications of AI. This is designed to do one thing. This is designed to bring the guy that brought the conservative voice back to the town hall out of the game. That's what it's designed to do. When they speak of billionaires and oligarchs, they don't care about Meta. They don't care about Google, because Google did what the government asked them to do. Google censored people's YouTube accounts. Google put people in jail, and cooperated with authorities for cases that didn't even need to go to trial. Google spied on its users, blacklisted people, controlled information, and all of this. So he's not concerned about, the Indian guy from Google. He's not concerned about Facebook and Meta, because he knows when the other foot hits the floor, they will go along with the socialist agenda. What he's concerned about, wholly and totally, is any conservative input on this project. That's what he's concerned about. He's not concerned about the safety, because, like I said, if the shoe were on the other foot and this was a Democratic super donor, oh my God, we would be called fucking every name in the book. Another ism would be ascribed to us if we fucking fought against it.
Probably try to call us cavemen. But all right, guys. Shout out to Link. He says, in my opinion, AI will kill us one day, but great till then. Now, I do want to go ahead and move on to this Pierce Morgan reaction. We're going to do this one a little bit different. And but I do also want to let you guys know the results of the poll. So the poll was, will AI help or destroy us? Now, out of 276 votes, 66 says destroyed, 34 says help. So out of the 276 votes, people are more weary about AI.
And those are the same people that were you take those souls and those thought processes are the same people that would have destroyed the internet.
I mean,
that would have stopped any technological advance. Every time we're on the brink of doing something fucking revolutionary, you're going to have more dissent than you have fucking people that want it to happen. You're always
So
because people are afraid of change.
I will say one thing, and then I want to get on to the thing that S.E.T wants to do. When you're going into the STEM field, one of the very foundational principles they teach you is called the principle of reasonability and rationale and ethics. It's part of the reason why every STEM field requires an ethics class. And here ethics is summed up. At what point do we stop? Because the people, at what point does our will overshadow the wants and will of the many? Just because it's good in our eyes and we can see all the positives, that does not mean everybody is on the same page. And just because it's a technological advance, should we even be doing this? People said the same thing about CRISPR. The government still funded these CRISPR projects, and that's a Pandora box with some lethal consequences. Something to consider.
Well, I actually wanted to say something about the internet.
I
you were talking about
disagree. Because what, like we're
hold
we're
up,
talking about.
Monty. Hold up, Monty. He was trying to talk.
Yeah.
Hey, so when the internet was originally created, it wasn't created for the common man, for everyone. It was originally DARPA. Yeah, can you hear me?
Gold.
Hold on.
Can you not hear
Hold on
me?
1 second. I'm gonna get out and come back in. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
Sometimes Monty's sound be cutting out.
Oh yeah, I backed out and back in. It might have messed it up.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, so originally, the internet wasn't created for the common man. It was a military project created by DARPA. It was called DARPANet. And the only reason we have access to the internet is that someone hacked it, turned it inside out, and gave it to the people. So if the government had the internet, and only the government had the internet, and we did not, and we had no access to this, no knowledge of it, they would have an extreme advantage over any resistance to any plans or schemes or whatever they have in mind. So, yeah, I just think that with AI, it doesn't need to be wholly and tightly controlled by a small group of people or the military or the government. It needs to be accessible to everyone.
True. But here's the thing, and this is what kills me, because we're already stuck in the AI race. Like, our enemies are using it, adversaries, allies, everybody's using AI. So we have like no choice but to dominate it.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Even if we don't like it like that.
I do agree, because we don't want someone like the Communist Party of China to be the first through that gate.
Worst. They would be the worst people for them to let dominate AI. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Now I'm going to go ahead and play the video. I'm going to go ahead and mute you guys, and I'm going to bring you guys back in for commentary about 5 to 6 minutes in. So, you know, if you need to take notes or anything for when you want to respond, I suggest you do that. All right, guys. And let me go ahead and bring in my boy Monty.
Hey, Seth, sorry, I didn't mean to.
But you, I'm gonna let Monty finish off on this one because you were about to say something.
Yeah, so I was literally, when I was talking, I backed out. And I went to the live, and exactly what Gold said was going to be my point, literally word for word. If the government, the government already has the technology that we're talking about, fucking regulating. I promise you, they already have it. They already have the infrastructure. They already have the know-how. They've contracted with all of these fucking companies, and so now we're in a position where it is our technology versus theirs. That's what it is. So these people that are raising these concerns, the time to raise these concerns was about 20 years ago. We've already stepped through the gate, so to say, and it's not an issue of what will the technology look like. It is who is going to have control over it. And I think the more you broaden the industry, the more chances that you're gonna have a better outcome. Now, if you do it like gaming said, and like you said, you concentrate power in a couple people's hands, i.e., the government and Sam Altman's hands.
I didn't say concentrate. I said that's what it looks like, where it looks like it's heading.
Right, but I don't want that to happen. Like I said earlier, I want more people to emerge in this field. I am fucking 20 years behind. When I was in grade school, I should have been learning about this shit. So
yeah.
And that's the issue that I see with AI. It's not an argument of when the technology is going to be here, or sorry, if the technology is going to be here. It's about when, and are we ready for it?
All right.
It's not going to stop. So you might as well mold it into your image.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the video. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you guys and then bring you guys in. We're ready for the commentary. All right, let's go.
It's hurt us. It's hurt our people. It's hurt our future. And we're sick of tired of liberals stepping into the fray and saying, no, you just have to accept it. No, we don't. And I think that now that we've tried this experiment, we've seen that it's failed.
It's fueled by anger, it's fueled by aggression, it's fueled by frustration, as if those things propel it onto planet fact, when of course it doesn't. It doesn't even allow it to orbit planet fact.
From arrests and even jail terms for poor taste tweets to a breakdown of law and order and out-of-control migration, the MAGA view of Britain is decidedly unflattering. Outrage over the summer's Raise the Colours campaign and the arrest by armed police of comedian Graham Linehan have only advanced a dark vision of the UK promoted by star podcasters like Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and even the US Vice President, J.D. Vance. Many Brits do agree with at least some of the tone of this coverage. However, others believe it's based on cynical falsehoods, racist motives, and the opportunism of using Britain to warn Americans not to drop their MAGA guard. So who is right? Well, here to debate this, talk show host and commentator Owen Schroyer claims he too was prosecuted for speech during the January 6th riots. Lawyer and uncensored contributor Paula Rowan Adrian, conservative commentator Isabel Oakeshott, and the social media superstar Big John Bosch Fisher, also known as the Bosch father. Welcome to all of you, and particularly to you, John. Been a fan of yours for a long time, and your work on social media.
Thank you, Piers. At least I know I've got one fan. It's a pleasure to be here. I didn't think I'd be here this afternoon, so thank you very much for having me on.
Well, it's great to see you. And the reason we wanted you on was I watched your interview with the BBC the other night, and you hit, I think, just a great tone, which may have been a bit different to the tone some people might have expected from you, from your stuff on social media. They might have thought you kind of, I would say Little Englander, but you're not little, obviously. You know what I mean? That you would meet that kind of stereotype. And actually, you hit a far more, I felt, far more tolerant tone in what you said. And it was an important thing that you said. What is your view, John? For those of you who may not have seen that clip, but what is your view of where we are as a country right now?
I think we're in troubled times, if I'm being truthful, Piers, and sad times as well, because I'd rather see communities come together than being driven apart in which they are. And you're right, we're seeing a lot of falsehoods online. People don't know what to believe, and a lot of frustrations. And when people are frustrated, they do things that they wouldn't normally do. I would like to see people come together a bit more, because we still are a great country and a great people, wherever we come from, whatever our backgrounds. So, yeah, just a bit sad at the moment, sad times.
I talked to Tucker Carlson earlier this week, and he was saying that Britain is now, to him, it's a sad place, it's a disgusting place, it's a suicidal place, making out there's a kind of apocalypse here. And I have to put him right and say I don't feel any of those things. I'm very proud of my country, proud to live here. But there's no doubt, John, that there is a feeling in the air that things just aren't right, and that the government and successive governments haven't got a handle on some of the core problems, whether it's the number of people coming in illegally on the small boats that Keir Starmer said he would smash the gangs, and clearly hasn't. He's just smashed new records of people coming in that way. And so on, whether it's people being arrested for jokes on social media, which some people may find distasteful, but actually we're a democratic society, supposedly a grown-up one. What are armed police doing, sweeping people up at airports for jokes on social media? There's a lot going on that just, I think, makes people think, what are we becoming?
There is a lot going on, but I think it's heightened by social media. We're in an age now where anything happens and it's portrayed and highlighted over and over again. And there are certainly things we can improve on. And you're right, Piers, I think it's down to the governments, and it has been successive governments that have let our people down. And I'm not sure at the moment any political party is there to fix it at the moment. But I'm hopeful. We're a great country. We're a great people. We've got a lot of clever people here. So I'm hoping that people can use a lot of common sense, find a common ground, and start to come together.
Well said. Let me bring in Owen Schroyer. You're an ultra MAGA commentator. You're not a fan of the way you believe the UK is going. Explain why.
Well, I don't know how many people would consider me ultra MAGA now.
Yeah.
And Piers, normally I wouldn't concern myself with the affairs of the UK since we broke free of your authoritarians in 1776. But it does seem what happens there ends up happening here as well. And I know you were quite shocked going through some of your prep for this segment. You said, was Owen Schroyer prosecuted or persecuted for free speech? No, I was prosecuted. I was put in prison for my speech. And you can read the court documents to see for yourself. So I'm concerned that when I see people in the UK going to prison for speech, and then it comes to my country, well, all of a sudden, maybe I need to be concerned about what's going on in the UK. But as far as your question is concerned, I have to agree with some of your opening commentary. To America, from an outsider's perspective, like you mentioned, Tucker Carlson, it does seem that Britain has fallen. It does seem that England and the UK have fallen. When I think about the concept of visiting Europe or touring Europe, I feel like what is there left to see? I mean, there might be some images, there might be some buildings and some history, but is it really the same Europe? Is it really the same culture? Is it really the same people even? I think it's a fair question to ask. And many people don't even feel safe traveling to Europe anymore. So of course they're not going to. I see the same thing happening in my country now. I think it is sad from a global perspective to think that all these different cultures around the world are all slowly morphing into the exact same thing. And it feels like this is the concept of globalism coming to its conclusion. No unique culture, no unique people, no unique place to go visit. And yet that's what it appears is happening. And then how dare you stand up and say something about it? How dare you stand up and have an issue with it? Because then the name calling begins and the character assassination begins. I think one case that is obviously widely covered is the Tommy Robinson case. Here's a man who just tries to stand up for what he believes in and the issues he sees going on in his country. And what does he have to endure? Constant attacks, constant imprisonment, constantly just fighting for his freedom. So I think that this is the righteous indignation that many Europeans are feeling right now. And they just look to their leadership. They look to their government. And they don't see it there. They don't see them there standing with them. And so they're looking for other alternatives, Piers. And what does that mean?
Well, a few things.
All right, now let me go ahead and bring you guys in. All right, so if I can just start off by saying something. Oh, we got you. All right, so if I can start off by saying something. Yeah, the mass immigration, which is
me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Monty. But the mass immigration.
Did you pause the video set?
Yeah. Yeah, but the mass immigration, let's be real, that is a problem, but it's legal immigration. Monty, I don't think Monty can hear me, actually.
Set?
Yo, Gaming, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You can hear Set?
Monty.
Yeah, I can.
What the I can hear you, but I can't hear Set.
Crazy. But, all right. Let me go ahead and... All right, let me go ahead and explain my position real quick with this, because over the past, 6 minutes, they discussed UK, the legal immigration problem, of course, the free speech problem, because you can't say whatever you want without getting locked up. And I mean, I'm talking about you say something crazy on Facebook and UK police is at your door ready to take you to jail. Downgrade of living standard in London is also a problem. And then let's also talk about the legal immigration, because the problem is in the EU, they sit there and they get mad at Poland and Hungary for protecting their borders because they didn't allow in a whole bunch of immigrants. So there is that problem as well. And if you don't know Owen Schroyer, he isn't a huge MAGA. He isn't a huge MAGA fan, to be quite honest with you. He's been heavily critical of the Trump administration. Downright even said, hey, man, they deserve to lose if they don't get their shit together. So he's a huge critic of the Trump administration, but he was caught up in the January 6 crackdowns. But all right, you guys have any thoughts?
So my thought is this: everything that he said is a valid point, and especially how globalism is trying to erase the identity of countries and just make them one huge corporate conglomerate in so many words. And goes back to the many discussions we had before.
Yep.
Where I've said I'm sick of all immigrants, whether they're legal or not, because at this point, whether it be you, Set, or it be Monty or Sid, or the people in the comments that I may disagree with, that were born here in the United States, raised here, we actually put something into the society.
Mm-hmm.
That's our identity. Part of our code. We may take jokes like, "Yeah, we don't have free healthcare, but we got a hell of a military," or something stupid like that.
We got some good fucking tanks.
That's what I'm saying. Let me tell you,
Freedom seeds, baby.
Our Caterpillar treads are the best in the world. but on a serious note, like there is a growing frustration, not just in the United States, but in the entire world, of national identity being erased. And then when you couple that with people being thrown in jail or told they can't say this or they can't make a fuss about it, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I wouldn't be surprised if people just spazzed out and started destroying stuff, because you can't tell people that what they know, what they love, and who they are is irrelevant.
True.
All right. Should anybody else have anything to say?
I mean,
I had something, but I forgot it. I lost it.
I would say if anybody has any issue with or has any ideas on whether or not we should follow what Britain's doing, go to Britain. Go. You know what? I want you to go to Britain and get a taxi and have an Apple Watch on your hand, roll the window down, and stick your arm out the window like you would normally anywhere in America, and see if your fucking arm doesn't get cut off.
Jesus. Go over there and watch yourself. I mean, look, if you denounce your citizenship here and you want to become a British citizenship, you literally be giving up your freedom of speech and you won't get it back.
In fact, we make these jokes for anybody that wants to see Britain come here. Why don't you just, go ahead and just fly to that country and go live over there. Denounce your citizenship. Leave it for the people that actually care about the way the country's run and care about having debates and care about, not giving a fuck about other people's feelings and being able to have an opinion without being censored or thrown in jail.
Oh, I had actually, we were talking about fine print earlier, and I had something I forgot. I just remembered it. There was a case where someone signed up for Disney Plus, and they did not read the fine print, or if they did, it was so vague and ambiguous that it allowed Disney to try and get out of something. So they went to one of the Disney parks, and this person was given shellfish accidentally at a restaurant, and they died. The family tried to then sue Disney, and this person, because they signed up to Disney Plus, in the fine print said that they waived their ability to sue for liability any and all Disney for anything Disney, period.
You what? So that is actually, it's not even about Disney Plus. It's probably on the Disney Plus terms and conditions. That is actually standard legal language. I actually work, funny enough.
I know. I get that. I'm just saying that they used this person signing up for Disney Plus the one time to then say that you can't sue for a wrongful death because of negligence.
If you eat fucking shellfish when you're allergic to shellfish, it's not negligence.
It was put in their food. They were made aware of this person's dietary restrictions and did not follow through. And the shellfish or whatever, it was shrimp or something, was in their food, or the utensils were dirty or something.
Yeah.
That led to this person dying.
That is not a Disney Parks issue. That is a whoever prepared the food is liable for the death. They sued the wrong person, in other words.
I mean, if they're an employee of the Disney Parks, and then
no, so Disney is not responsible for what an employee does that violates Disney's own. Because I'm sure Disney has training and things for allergies. the company itself has gone above and beyond to make sure someone doesn't get shellfish. If fucking Joe Blow the idiot put shellfish in their food, that's when it stops becoming a you're an
Well,
idiot.
but that's
So
just
hold up
passing
to get back.
liability to the next person. I mean,
So hold up to get back to the conversation.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will agree with some of the people in the chat. There is one culture that I would like to change, if any at all. Not even culture, just some of the standing around the country. It's Australia, because everything in that country wants to kill you, and spiders are literally everywhere. And I'm not afraid of
Bruh.
spiders, but bro, at some point,
When
give
they're
me some
bigger than
space.
you, I am.
Oh yeah,
I ain't
everything
gonna
tries
lie,
to
bro.
kill
Most
you.
Australians, bro, y'all gangster for that one. I can't do it. I cannot
Because
live in a
y'all out there.
country where there are tarantulas. I mean, bro, what else do you guys got? 'Cause
They
snakes.
have a plant.
There's
They have a
snakes.
plant called. They have a plant called the Gimpy plant, where it has thorns. It's covered in these like little hair-like thorns, but when you look at them under a microscope, they're silica thorns. Silica does not degrade in the body. And there was this case where the dude wiped with the leaf.
Oh.
Yeah, all of those thorns. Oh, and they can keep stinging you because again,
For
they don't
months,
degrade in the
yeah.
body.
After.
Years
Yeah.
after. Actually.
Oh God.
You have to get
All
them
right,
surgically
guys.
removed.
All right, guys. Let's get back to the video, though.
All right.
Right.
Yep.
See,
to unpack there, and I will with my other guests, but just on a couple of points. On Tommy Robinson, who is real name Stephen Laxley, but I have repeatedly invited him to come on Uncensored and we could have a proper conversation about it. He has repeatedly bottled it. I now call him Bottle Job on social media because he just won't do it. He does everybody else, but he won't do me. And I think one of the reasons is that there is a perception in America that poor little Tommy has only been telling the truth about the UK, and that's why he's been in prison recently. Well, poor little Tommy was actually sued by a young Syrian refugee boy who sued him for lying about him. Robinson was found to have lied by a court, had to pay him £100,000. Then he went and repeated all the lies, breaching a court order about the Syrian boy, and that's why he was found in contempt of court, which he did completely deliberately, and he was put in prison. That had nothing to do, for example, with the grooming gang scandal or anything else, where he's made some perfectly valid points. But he's managed to persuade a lot of Americans that he's the kind of Pied Piper of free speech, and that every time he tells the truth, he gets put in prison. Not quite as straightforward as that. So I think on that point, I think I wanted to put that on the record. Secondly, in relation to you in your situation, you were arrested during the January the 6th riots. You were down there at the Capitol. Why do you think it was? You're shaking your head. Is that not true?
No, I was not arrested during the January 6th event. I was arrested months afterwards in August of 2021. No problem, Piers, just correcting the record.
If you could just tell me exactly what was your role on January the 6th, just to clear that up.
Sure. So I'll make this as quickly as possible out of respect for your guests. I was there covering the event as a journalist. I was there with my team at InfoWars and Alex Jones. You may or may not remember a segment you had with Alex Jones.
I remember him very well.
Viral. It may still be viral to this day. So I was there covering it as a journalist. There's been a lot of false reporting out there. Like there was a standing agreement I had with the government that I wasn't allowed to go in D.C. or I wasn't allowed to be on Capitol grounds. These are false reports. There were false reports that I didn't complete a community service from a prior speech charge against me. I did. All of these things were false. I did not violate any probation. I did not break any laws that day, except they claim a lesser misdemeanor trespassing charge on government property, which, as far as people are concerned, in the Federal Bureau of Prison system, I was the first non-felon to ever serve time in a federal prison. Let me repeat that. A non-felon, me, for a lesser trespassing misdemeanor, spent months in a federal prison for a speech crime. And they can claim it wasn't about speech, but it was. If you look at the government documents, all the incidents that they used to throw me in prison were things that I said. So yes, I was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. I was covering the event. I never touched a police officer. I never went inside the Capitol building. These are all false claims. And so I'm not surprised that you might be confused in reporting this stuff because of all the false reports that have been out there. So I'm glad you're giving me a chance to clear the record right now.
You have cleared that up. Let me bring in Paula. The country's collapsing. It's sad. It's disgusting. It's suicidal. We're all done for. Your thoughts?
I don't recognise any of that. And it's really disappointing to hear somebody who purports to be educated to be repeating such things, to be saying such things, to be spouting them across social media, which is very much the problem. And Piers, I'm so glad actually that you've invited me on today, because you know that we debate many topics about this great nation, but we never really get an opportunity to say the wonderful, marvellous things about this country. And particularly at a time where we are seeing on social media, where we are hearing so much negativity that is, of course, baseless. And what's it fueled by? It's fueled by anger, it's fueled by aggression, it's fueled by frustration, as if those things propel it onto planet fact, when of course it doesn't. It doesn't even allow it to orbit planet fact. It's so important that we hear all voices. And of course, we don't get everything right. But, you know, this is a great nation.
Well, how do you feel when people are being arrested for jokes?
So what I feel is that if you want us to debate policing, if you want us to debate laws and their relevance,
No,
then
free speech is what I want to debate.
Then let's do that.
No,
but
I'm
let's,
debating the
let's
principle.
not
Hang on,
talk
hang
down
on,
a
Paula.
country,
No, hang on,
a great
Paula.
country, which is based on and
but Paula,
gave birth to the rule of law.
Yes, but
Piers.
Paula, this is
Oh,
the
you
problem,
gave.
is that one of the reasons why I
Wait,
don't
Monty,
recognise
wait,
my own
Monty.
country, even though I love living here and I'm very proud to be British, one of the problems I have is I cannot believe my eyes when I hear that 5 armed policemen are arresting comedians at airports for jokes posted on social media. It's ridiculous. Do you think it's ridiculous?
They were armed because police officers at airports.
There are lots of unarmed policemen at airports.
They were armed.
It's completely fatuous argument.
At the airport
There are many unarmed.
armed.
There are many unarmed policemen at the airport too. Completely fatuous argument.
And so,
do you agree with the principle of people being arrested by armed police for jokes?
I agree with the principle that if you are deemed to have broken the law, then the police should arrest
Bro,
you.
she can't even say it with a straight face.
Right.
She can't even answer it, bro.
That's crazy. It's like, lady, please just say
He's
no. Well, no,
defending it
you
now.
broke the law, so you're okay with these speech laws, basically.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you're upholding a repugnant law. A repugnant law to the Constitution is not a law. It must be disobeyed. That's what that's what our Constitution says. I don't know what Britain's Constitution says. Maybe they should have written that rule in there, and they wouldn't be dealing with this problem. But to say that, oh, they broke the law. If I make fucking sneezing in public illegal, you have just broken the law. So to say, oh, they're armed police officers because they're at the airport, and then when Pierce says there's plenty of unarmed police officers, what about that? Well, if you break the law, you should be arrested. So that's an argument from authority. That's an argument that I know best, and you're fucking measly human. We look at all the great things our country does. Don't ignore this thing where we're just basically stripping people's rights away.
And it's
And
all
not only
one-sided too.
Yeah, and then not only that, you also have to look at it, bro. Like there are people literally, other Brits videotaping them having police officers show up to their house and arresting them. I hate to take it there, but there's like a viral video that I seen on the one time I decided to get on X for the year, and it was like this old man was getting arrested because he was just silently praying outside of an abortion clinic, like across the street. And
Yeah,
I'm
I heard
like,
about that one.
bro, that's crazy.
Well, they
And that was the UK. That was
they've done that in the United States. There's a law that protects. It's like abortion clinics and places like that. The law, after however many years of it being implemented and used, they tracked all the statistics on the use of that law, and it was something like 95 or 97% of all the people arrested were religious Christians. They used it as a cudgel to go after these people. Some people that were, instead of the law was meant to stop them from standing in front of the doors and stopping access to it, but they would arrest people on public sidewalks that were out there praying for these women, and it was just used as a political tool.
And then that brings me to my other point. It's like now you got videos popping up all over the internet where Brits are being arrested for the stuff they say on Facebook, and it's like, I think one kid ended up getting arrested and charged with a misdemeanor for quote hate speech, and all he did was post a questionable meme at best.
We're reposting someone's. They arrested a man for reposting someone else's post, and didn't even arrest the original poster.
And it's like, bro, you can't even say that law is messed up. No, your country's not great because you won't condemn it openly and publicly when it does wrong.
Man, but all right, let's keep it going.
Gotcha.
And the
What law
police,
did he break with those jokes?
I wasn't the arresting officer.
But you've read the jokes.
I wasn't the arresting officer.
You've read the jokes, Paula.
I wasn't the arresting
You've read
officer.
the jokes.
If you're asking me whether I agree that he should be arrested or not,
Yes.
if you're asking me whether I agree
Yes.
that he should be
That's what I'm asking
investigated, then I have to say I'm in difficulty. And I would be...
So you don't agree? What?
I'm in difficulty.
I'm in dip.
Bro,
What?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What?
This lady's hilarious at a certain point. I ain't even gonna lie. It's like you're really standing on this.
The amount of bullshit that you have to fucking believe before you get to the level of stupidity this fucking wonderful, nice lady has achieved.
Oh my god, I am in difficulty. That is crazy. That's the term of 2025, bro.
I am in difficulty. right up at the end of the year. That's the term of 2025. And it's so sad because they believe the shit that they're spewing. She honestly believes that it's okay to have thought crimes as long as if something offends you, they should be arrested by armed guards at the airport as they're trying to leave your godforsaken country.
But here's the problem: because she agrees with everything they're locking people up for. She agrees with it. Like,
You
trust
see,
me,
you
the
violated
day
the law.
somebody
You
gets
get
locked up for saying something that she agrees with, that's when she'll say something. And that's the sad reality.
The sword has two edges on it, motherfucker. Like the other foot will drop.
I am in difficulty. That's still hanging up. Like, bro, come on, just say it's wrong, or at least just say you agree with it, bro.
No, I mean,
say it with your chest, lady.
Set. Come on. At a certain point, we have to stop giving these people credibility. You have to stop listening to people that can't even say people should be allowed to say what they want and not be arrested for it. That is a basic human understanding we have all kind of agreed upon, that maybe, you know, if you call yourself a free country, you shouldn't arrest people for jokes. And you can't unequivocally say, you know, that's not really a good thing to do. Probably shouldn't do that. No, I'm having difficulty. Like, put your fucking tea and crumpets down and fucking, oh my god.
All right, let's keep it
Oh
going.
my god.
He's becoming an American. He said tea and crumpets.
Yeah, it's too woke
and
even for you.
There's nothing to do with being woke, Piers, and you understand what the definition of woke is. It's
I
not.
used to.
It's not about this being woke, Piers, which is just it's a crass
Actually,
thing
it
to
kind of
suggest.
is, actually.
This is
No,
about
it
whether
kind of
the
is.
police
No, it kind of-
acted appropriately, and we know what the stats are in relation to the police acting inappropriately when, for example, when we talk about black males. And stop and
but
search.
now you're playing
we know about those statistics.
All right.
And
That's not part of this debate.
Of course, we accept.
But before
that
I go
the
to
police
Isabel,
don't
one more
always get
question.
it right,
Paula. So I think that was your long, convoluted way of saying you agree with me, which is great. Before we go to Isabel,
great.
I just want to ask you about the other thing that is inflaming tensions in the UK, because as somebody who used to happily identify as liberal, again, I cannot accept what is happening with these small boats. It is completely ridiculous that we have record numbers of people just careering over here, over the channel, and coming into this country illegally, and then successive governments putting them in fancy hotels and giving them all the things that many people living in Britain legally are incapable of enjoying.
Yeah, we know how
that is
that
just
feels.
completely wrong, and it's putting huge pressure on our infrastructure, huge pressure on our services. The NHS is falling apart. Both my parents have had serious things. One had a heart attack. One broke 6 ribs. Both went to the same A&E in an 18-month period, and both had to sit or lie on a trolley in a corridor for over 8 hours with loads of other people lying on corridors. This is Britain in 2025. It is outrageous, and yet they have to pick up the paper like everybody else and see that if you come over illegally on a boat, you get put in a nice hotel. This is completely wrong. Do you agree it's completely wrong?
No, I don't. I barely agree.
Wow.
I barely.
Bro,
Bro, she just said it. She said it. Run it back. Run it back. Run it back.
Yeah, we got to hear that one more time. We need to hear it one more time.
Illegally on a boat, you get put in a nice hotel. This is completely wrong. Do you agree it's completely wrong?
No, I don't. I barely agree.
Wow.
I barely.
Like,
Emotional damage.
She slipped up. She slipped up. Give her a break, guys. You can only hold the mask up for so long. She let the mask slip. Come on, let's pretend she never said it.
Bro, look at the other panelists. They are just dumb.
Bro, I would have been in disbelief too. Like, whoa, you wait. So you don't agree that these people coming into y'all countries, weighing on your social system is a problem? No, and actually, I don't.
Fuck the citizens, like, right? Fuck them.
What? I'm like, bro, y'all cook. Y'all cook.
Like, you heard it. You heard it on international television. She don't care.
Bro, they're cooked. Because if at least 45% of Britons think like this, y'all cooked. There ain't nothing we can do for you. It's like, bro.
Look at their faces. Look from left to right.
So basically,
left
y'all
to
gonna
right.
sit here, have these immigrants come in, and they have y'all citizens just sit there like,
I'm in danger.
Basically.
I can't believe these guys.
Set. Come on. Come
bro,
on.
I'm being real with you. Let's be real. We ain't never heard them say it out loud like that.
Look at it. Let's go from left to right. Look at Pierce. Look at Owen. Look at fucking white chick. And like, what the? Look at their faces. What?
Like, literally, they're in disbelief.
Maybe she didn't understand the question. Maybe that's what it is. She just didn't understand the question.
Yeah, let's try to give her a benefit of doubt.
Hey,
we got a
benefit of doubt there.
When Pierce said at the beginning about Tommy Robinson being found in contempt of court, I looked that up. He was found to be in contempt of court because he broadcast online the defendants of a case that was still in progress. That doesn't mean that the Syrian refugee that he was in question didn't commit those crimes. It was just that the case was still ongoing, still being
Yes, if you look
deliberated.
at Tommy Robinson's documentary, I played it one time on stream. Actually, everything he said about that Syrian kid was corroborated by, well, the teachers that dealt with that kid, the students that dealt with that kid. I mean, the kid was out here threatening to rape kids. I mean, and he's lucky because he threatened to rape some dude's sister. I'll be like, bro, I ain't gonna lie. The fact that he just punched you, you are a very lucky young man. If you just told that to me, I ain't gonna lie. I probably would have went a little bit. I did a little bit more than just punch you.
And then there was that Netflix show they made about it. I think it was that one or another case where they race swapped the young boy to a white boy.
Yep, they did that too. So, like, when it came to Tommy Robinson covering it, let's be real. I don't agree with everything that Tommy Robinson say, but he did good work when he brought that situation to light. He did good work when he brought the fact that there are people in the Pakistani community that are sheltering these grape gangs. He did good work with that. So we're not going to sit here and just pretend like he's just the most evilest white man in the UK. That's not sit here and play.
All of this stuff that's happening now, where the refugees coming from Pakistan and Afghanistan and all of these Middle Eastern countries, it was predicted by Muammar Gaddafi. He was like, if you take me out, Europe will be invaded. And here we go.
Yeah, destabilize the region, and now look at it.
You agree it's completely wrong?
No, I don't. I barely agree.
Wow.
I barely agree with anything that you've just said.
Well, which part?
And there was so much.
Give me one part you don't agree with.
Bro, I
don't
thought she was
agree,
going to backpedal.
that they are people who are being put up in luxury hotels.
Well, they are.
Well, Piers, what happens?
Well, they are.
What happens is that successive.
Paul, they
governments-
literally are being put in luxury hotels.
Piers, I appreciate that you're shouting at me, but
It's a fact.
I appreciate you're shouting at me, but you're shouting at me because you know that ultimately I'm going to say something that you're going to have to agree with. Piers, what is happening?
They're not living in hotels.
Piers, what is happening is that we have unregulated immigration. I accept that.
Illegal.
Unregulated.
Where are they being put?
We have unregulated immigration. because successive governments have
Hold on,
failed
where are they
to
being put?
provide for legal routes for people to claim
I said
asylum.
that. Where are they
So
being put?
No.
Oh my
No,
God.
just protect our effing borders and stop letting in all these immigrants because it's destabilizing your region or your country, your nation. Like, are you serious? Do you not care?
And Piers
No, she doesn't
literally
care. She
just-
already said that, Seth.
She doubled down on it.
Man, she's
her
like,
whole
no,
chest.
instead of stopping them, we need to help them get into here easier. Like, bruh, like,
It's an
oh,
island. How do they not defend it?
Bro.
It's not even a big country like that to be having that type of heavy immigration. So
Stupid.
Oh my
And
God,
it's the same-
it's an island.
It's the same problem that we're running into in the United States, where we have these people coming from Central and South America, where they claim this refugee status, but they pass through plenty of safe countries on their way here.
No, they just want to be here because we give them out fucking welfare and $111 million in government grants. Somalia.
Yeah. It was like 9 billion now. That's just what's been proven by Nick Shirley this week.
That's what I'm saying. I can only go based off of what I haven't seen the whole numbers. I just saw that one.
Man,
That
shout
was
out
enough
Nick
to piss
Shirley.
me off then.
Bro, that young man got a lot of recognition for that. I said respect. He's
Oh, he's
blowing up
brave.
all over
I like
X.
him.
People are trying to get him on he's on Fox News. He got a little segment on Fox News. He's trying to get him on Rogan.
Shout out to that one daycare that they found that was actually legitimate.
I think Alex Jones tried to get him on there, and then I commented under Alex Jones' comment like, "Well, so what? So 2 years later, you can turn around and call him a demon?" But
I mean, Alex Jones has been right about so much, and he's been demonized so much. I'd be a little crazy too.
yeah, but here I know, but that's the problem though. Like everybody who done helped Alex Jones out to get where he's at, like to pretty much pump him back up, he kind of turned on.
Some of them, yeah, I do agree that a lot of them. But I mean, the fact that he's sober now and he's cleaning up and he's healthier. I mean,
True. He
he's
looks
a lot
way
better
better.
than he was.
True. He does look great. He looks in shape. But
Wait, he's sober? Was he
He
he was an alcoholic.
He was a lush.
Bro, they're turning the frogs gay.
Well, that was something else I wanted to say earlier. We were talking about the whole data centers and the pollution of the water. There's 40 million Americans right now with atrazine in their water supply.
Oh, bro, yeah. Bro, it's like a little small amount, but if you drink enough of it, I don't know, man. Might be the reason why we got a whole plethora of
micro penises.
But that's neither here nor there. I'm just washed by the audacity of this bitch, bro.
Like, I'm amazed that she even I'm amazed
She's
that she
saying
just
it
said
with
it.
her full chest.
Guys,
All right,
guys, are you really? This is what I've been saying.
No,
Like,
honestly, no, we are because bro, not even our politicians are this like direct with it.
But it's not about being direct. I prefer her to be direct, other than this fucking Bernie Sanders fucking. Oh, we got to think about the implications of AI when he really just fucking hates Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's true. But
True,
it's low-key,
true.
think about it though. It's like Bernie Sanders hopping on that interview and just saying, "I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro. It's just fuck all billionaires." And I'm like, if he'd have just it's almost like he just came out and said that.
He doesn't care about all billionaires. He doesn't mind the billionaires that give him his campaign
Well,
donation. He's a guys. Bernie Sanders is a millionaire who used to hate millionaires, who now hates billionaires.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, he used to say both millionaires and
Yeah,
billionaires.
true.
And when he became a millionaire, he dropped the millionaire rhetoric. So he's just going any way the wind blows.
He's going with what makes him money. That's like anybody that sits there and tries to gaslight you that much into thinking that they're for the people is not for the people.
Or fighting the oligarchy.
It's the message being poisoned by the image of the messenger.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Unregulated.
Where are they being put?
We have unregulated immigration because successive governments
Why can't they just call it
failed
Where are they
to
being put?
provide for
Yeah.
legal routes for people to claim
I said
asylum.
that. Where are
So
they
the
being put?
only thing that they can do is to pay smugglers to get them across the
Where are
channel,
they being
where they
put?
can then legally
Hold
claim
on.
asylum.
Where are they
Now,
being put?
The only places that are
This is now
available
7
for them to
times
be
you've
put
asked.
is via companies who buy up hotels, and then the companies place the refugees, the potential, the asylum seekers in hotels.
And who's paying
it is
for
the
that?
companies.
Who's paying for
the
that?
Home Office is paying for that.
So who's
and the
that?
companies
Who pays for
are
the Home
making
Office?
millions
Who pays for the
from
Home
the
Office?
government because of that.
Paula, who pays for
Absolute
the
millions.
Paula, don't keep
where
talking.
I can agree with you
I've got
is
two-
that the
sorry,
system
Paula,
is
this is-
broken
I
in
think
terms
I feel-
of what we do
I feel like
for
I'm going
asylum
completely
seekers.
nuts because nothing you've said contradicts anything I said. They are being put into nice hotels at taxpayer expense. We pay for the Home Office. That is happening. They are there illegally. It is wrong, and it is causing tension. And nothing you've said, you disagree with everything I said. You've actually agreed with all of it. Isabel, I want to bring Isabel in. Isabel, you, I know, are a proud patriot, but you have left the country and now live in Dubai. So, first of all,
Absolutely. I'd forgotten how absolutely ridiculous Paula is, much as I love her. That was ludicrous. I mean, where do we begin with that? Yes, cards on the table. I think things are so bad in the UK that I have literally left. I have done something incredibly radical in my own mind because I love my country. I am British and it will always be my home. But I have taken my children out of the UK and am now educating them in the Middle East, where they get a traditional British education without any of the trans bollocks and woke ideology. So, you know, I'm very proud of that decision. It's a very proactive way of dealing with a situation that you can't immediately change. But I don't recognize everything that Tucker Carlson said. The one word he didn't use actually was angry. And I think Britain is a very angry place at the moment. And I think it is very divided. And I don't really want to live in a place that is so angry all the time. And it's angry, I'm afraid, because of people like Paula who are in complete denial, absolute barefaced denial about the facts, which are exactly as you said, that we are allowing thousands of people, sometimes thousands in a matter of days, undocumented people who have come through perfectly safe countries, and they are coming across the channel for a luxury existence at taxpayer expense. And that is completely outrageous.
and what is fueling
Set,
more?
Set,
All right.
Set.
Yeah.
The entire time, you can see that this woman has fucking issue with what's going on. She has left the country. She no longer fucking she doesn't live there anymore. She's moved to the Middle East. And she's saying all of this to prove a point and to explain, you know, this is how bad it's gotten. And look, this fucking bitch has her head cocked to the side, has a smug look on her face, is looking down her nose like, oh, let them eat cake. And people wonder why. People wonder why we get so frustrated. We get so fucking outspoken about this shit. Look at her. Circle your fucking mouse around that face. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all of that. Bro, she's got her fucking head cocked to the side. She's not even looking directly at her. She's just looking down. Like, yeah, we do that. So what? Fuck you and your taxpayers, right? But it doesn't matter. We can arrest people that disagree with us. Don't go to an airport, lady.
But all right, now for some comedic relief, since my man Link asked for it. Now, hopefully this is the right song, right? Because he told me to play the Alex Jones song, and I'm not sure if this is the right one, but hey.
Folk song.
Let's see.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers scum. They're on giant death factories keeping babies alive. Selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks.
Wait, this stuff happened? Alex Jones getting into fights?
We look Satan, we wanna eat babies. Video.
I love Sadie, so cute. I kill my kids.
Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man.
He came, he saw, he died.
She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. That woman, number one, is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur.
There's a guy on the radio who apparently Trump's on his show frequently. He said, me and Hillary are demons. Said we smell like sulfur. Ain't that something?
I have never seen or smelled any woman like that, ever.
People are telling me she smells.
Who could not notice someone who smelled that bad?
In a room, vampire pot and goblins hobbling round from afterwards. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice and it's rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed.
Dang, bro. Cocked her.
Gonna stare your daughter at the mall.
Bro.
We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're so sweet.
That's great.
Okay.
Hey, set. Look at the super chat before that, where he's trying to be a fucking smart ass.
Oh, I'm weak.
Does Monty know that half of swords are one-sided? Yeah, and that means another half of them aren't one-sided, dum-dum.
The whole phrase, like, what is it? The saying goes, double-edged sword.
It's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, that's.
It's just oh my god.
It's being disingenuous.
He is being disingenuous.
Let's see. Okay, so
But
shout out to Asher
he was
Rose.
smart.
She says, "Have you seen the new curriculum for Minnesota students? Please look up the controversial education they will now be receiving." I'm current
Call to
Minnesota
prayer every
academic-
5 hours.
I'm crying, bro. You see their flag? It looks like the Somali flag.
Oh, there was the guy that was talking about where he
Minnesota's just new Somalia.
The journalist at January 6th that got arrested that's on the panel right now.
Yeah.
He so one of the main charges they used to arrest most of the people was disrupting an official proceeding. But there are literally dozens of videos of the women in the pink hats breaking into the Senate chambers, Congress chambers, disrupting official proceedings. None of them were arrested.
Gotta love feminism.
Well, it's all about not looking like a bigot and people like not doing what's right because they don't want to look bad. They don't want the reputational damage.
Screw it. Look racist at this point. Y'all are gonna call us racist either way. Might as well.
Fuck it.
Oh yeah, no, I was personally a victim of it when I spent like 10 years because nobody wanted to listen to me because my parents were lesbians.
Wait, hold on. Oh no, I was looking up this what she was talking about here because all I got was a see here for the 2024-2025 school year in Minnesota. Key curriculum focuses on area and impeding new social study standards with an ethnic study component, adopting evidence-based literacy curriculum under the READ Act, emphasizing structural literacy, balancing a new 2022 math standard, rigorous concepts and applications, and supporting inquiry-based science learning, all under the general framework of Minnesota's K-12 academic standard and core subject math, science, and social studies, with local districts making specific instructional choices. Ooh.
So they're implementing all of this in a time where we have what is it in California? Like 80% of the young black boys can't pass a literacy test at their grade level.
Yep.
And like all across the country, we have all of this problem with the kids not learning what they need to know to just basically survive in America.
According to the Department of Education's own numbers in 2024 and 25, majority of the kids that are in high school are functionally illiterate. Like most of them cannot read on a 7th grade reading level.
Oh,
That's tough.
I'm glad we're doing away with it. Like they implement it. If you look, the year that they implement it was like 73 or 76. From that year forward, it's just a sharp drop to where we went from like 8th in the world for education to like 100 and something, 170 something.
Let's see here. They got a. Huh. Okay, I'm not able to really find their whole breakdown of their curriculum. All I'm really getting is, let's see here, math standards and all that good stuff. Well, no, well, I'll see if I can find anything else on it.
Ethnic studies is basically about how different people who are non-white are victims somehow or another, but don't teach the history about why these conflicts started, and about how if white people have victimized anybody the most, white people have actually victimized themselves the most. Yeah, 2 world wars about it.
Hold on. So you're telling me this whole READ Act, signed into law by Governor Tim Walz on May 24, 2023. The goal of this legislation is to have every Minnesotan child reading at or above grade level every year beginning in kindergarten. I mean, hold on. What, isn't that supposed to have been the goal?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, exactly. They're putting that in, but then you read probably in the meat of the matter or the pork in the bill, and it has provisions for whatever they want politically.
Yep. And that's why I said that majority of those people are functionally illiterate.
Which means they can't function for anybody that doesn't understand that.
Yeah.
If you ask most of them to what the scientific method is, they think it's a TikTok dance.
Well, yeah, and then they can't read, so how are they going to read the fine print? They can read, agree or disagree.
But they definitely know every.
No, they don't even read that. It's literally the more colorful bubble. You click on that.
Oh yeah, probably.
See, they're smarter because they have iPhones and they only talk to people with blue bubbles.
Oh my god,
bro! I remember that back in the day. Oh man! But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back into it.
Some of them, a small percentage, but some of them are then committing horrendous crimes, sex crimes against people when they get here, right? And I'm sorry, again, that is bound to inflame a lot of anger and tension in communities when they know that these people have come in on these boats day after day after day in huge increasing numbers, and they're being put up in nice hotels, and then they're committing crimes. It is a 3-pronged guaranteed way to enrage the average Brit who I think looks at this and goes, this is just not fair. Let me bring John back in, because I think you seem a very decent guy to me, John. I've enjoyed your stuff on social media, never met you, but am I right about this? Is it these things that are upsetting people when you talk to people in your community? What is the sense you're getting about what is fueling a lot of the anger?
Listen, I'm a normal English chap, married father of 4, and you do talk to a lot of people, and there is a lot of anger about asylum seekers, and there's no hiding from the fact that we do have a problem. And it's how best to sort that problem out. And it seems to be, whatever way you look at it, we can't sort that problem out. And people are angry over that.
Because I had an argument, John, with Tucker Carlson, for example, about multiculturalism. I actually think that the UK and the US, I spent a lot of time in the US, I have a home in America, and I flip between the two. I don't think there are 2 better examples of
So I just want to illustrate how far we're gone. So Asher Rose or whatever that sent in that super chat. Oh, look at the Minnesota education. Link follows up with, Asher, what's wrong with either of those things? You mean eroding American culture and replacing it with the white man's evil? What's wrong with that? Indoctrinating, every kid?
There's a problem. But all right, get back to it.
Countries where they have been as tolerant and encouraging to multiculturalism as the US and UK. And I think that is still the case. And I don't worry about my culture being consumed and overtaken. But do you pick that up from people? Do you think people are genuinely concerned now that the way the country is going is changing so rapidly that the multiculturalism we've always enjoyed and become world renowned for our tolerance and fairness and welcoming to people, is that beginning to get damaged now?
I don't think people are worried about losing their Englishness. We're still English, we're still British. But I do think people are worried about losing some sort of identity. And that's the anger that's coming out on the streets. But I think the anger is more at the politicians in our country because no one seems to be standing up for British people, like the pensioners. The first thing Keir Starmer did when he got
whack the pensioners,
was whack the pensioners.
Then the farmers.
And it's the pensioners that we should be protecting above everybody else in this country.
Yes.
But listen, I don't know what the answer is. A lot of clever people than me don't know what the answer is. But there's got to be some way of sorting it out, but sorting it out in a logical way, coming together and talking about it.
Yes.
Because we are a multicultural country. There's no denying that. And we have a lot of good things from other parts of the world that made our country better. And we don't want to stop that. But we also, you've got to look after British people as well. There's a lot of people struggling, a lot of veterans struggling, a lot of old age pensioners struggling. So we've got to find a way of helping other people as well.
Yeah, I mean, Paula, do you accept that sometimes you do sound like you're in total denial about some of these core issues, which people really do care about? You and I have debated the trans women in sport issue, for example, which, just almost everybody I've ever talked to, right, who's not got a sort of skin in the game, agrees with me about that it was just completely unfair and wrong and shouldn't have been happening. Have you come round? I've got a book called Woke is Dead coming out in a few weeks because I genuinely feel the vast majority of people have just had enough of this stuff. But are you able to look at that like Malcolm Gladwell did, for example, this week about that very issue and admit he was completely wrong?
So the issue with trans women in sports is a very nuanced and complicated one.
Not really. It's very simple.
It's a very nuanced and complicated
complicated.
one. And the issue around the science behind it is
Issue.
being debated. I don't want to get into that right at this moment.
It's not being debated.
What I do want to do...
I don't... it's his show. Hold on. I don't want to talk about that at this moment. It's his fucking show. He's asking you a question.
Because she getting cooked on it. And she knows she getting cooked on it.
She said it's a very nuanced and
it's a very nuanced... No, it's very
not.
fucking simple. Wokeism is destroying the fabric of humanity. It's a social fucking contagion. That's why you don't have trans kids that just organically spread out. It's fucking kids around other people that are trans. It's a social contagion. Wokeness kills. Period.
Bro, she said that it's more nuanced. What? That if little Chimmy chops his junk off and becomes little Susie and then proceeds to dominate the entire sports season, breaking record after record, what's nuanced about that? Seems like, as a matter of fact, we know this. We already knew this was going to happen, so much so, if you know about the movie Joanna Man, it's exactly that.
Joanna Man.
Is to just respond to your question
just move on
about whether I'm in bare
You can't
denial.
say things which are clearly wrong. It has been settled now. Even the Prime Minister has worked out what a woman is.
in terms of the law,
the Supreme
yes,
Court has worked out what it
absolutely.
is. And actually, we all know that.
Are you talking about professional sports, or are you talking about amateur sports, or are you
about all
talking about the
sports.
fun run?
It is obviously
So
wrong.
What I'm saying.
It don't matter. Any sport, any level. Don't matter. Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen on the elementary, kid sport level, professional level, college level, high school level. Don't matter.
In elementary school, middle
it's fucking
school, or high
unnatural.
school.
It goes against the natural order of things. It's a mental illness. You don't, any other mental illness in the DSM-5, you do not go around to appease. You try to break them of the thing that's afflicting them. You don't say, oh, you know what? You're right. You are a girl. Because by that definition, someone that has delusions of grandeur, someone who has delusions of grandeur, to affirm their identity, you should make them the president.
And here's the
Pretty
thing: we didn't
much.
have to deal with this when we were kids. I'm so happy we didn't have to deal with this stupidity when we were kids. Because, bro, I couldn't imagine letting this slide as a kid. I couldn't imagine like me being like, in, like,
Also, I
high
find it
school and watching a dude dominate women in like women's volleyball.
exactly. Yeah, it's ridiculous. We used to make fun of people. Like, bring back bullying.
At this point, yeah.
Like we used to make
That's
fun
the
of
bit.
people that
That's
were
the
that.
BBB that Biden should have been championing. Bring back bullying instead of build back better.
It's so frustrating. Like I have a kid. I have a little girl. So when my little girl in 5-10 years starts playing fucking school sports, am I supposed to worry about that fucking Tommy has cut his dick off? He's got all the testosterone and everything built up in his system already. And you know,
no, Monty. You don't have to worry about Tommy cutting his junk off because by those states' logic, he doesn't have to cut it off to be considered a woman. A woman is how you feel.
Which is
and look at
disrespectful to women.
Link. I find it very funny that Link has me blocked on YouTube so I can't see his things, but will go in here and post things about me in the back end. Like I can still see your comments on StreamYard, Link, just for the record.
I'm weak. He said, "Wait, hold on." He said, "You don't think there were trans people when you were a kid, bro? There weren't trans people in sports when I was a kid. Are you serious?
Cater to them
When I was
People
a kid,
had
bro,
to
there was
pay
no
money.
trans people in sports. There were, bro.
People
And
had
then here's the thing: those trans people, we called them crazy. We said they belong in the insane
because they
asylum. There's
are.
something
It's a
wrong with them.
mental disease. It's a mental illness in the DSM-5. Gender dysphoria.
So
hold
like, come
up.
on, bro.
So
You asked
let
that
me-
in bad faith. Like,
let
oh,
me-
you don't think?
let-
No, I didn't say there weren't trans people back then. I said there were trans people in sports. That wasn't even a conversation when I was a kid. And if you brought that up, people were going to look at you like you're a retard.
So let me actually go a step further. The FBI and Department of Homeland Security determined that most people that actually undergo the process of being trans, and according to the DSM-5, they're more likely to be mentally unstable. They're more likely to have violent outbursts. They're more likely to commit sexual crimes against persons. They're more likely to.
There has always been trans people in sports.
All right, cool. Tell me the
No,
trans
there
people in
hasn't.
sports around
No,
like
there
that 2010 era. That 2010 era. Like, please tell me the women that are participating in college sport, the trans that were participating in college sports, high school sports. Come on, tell
Let's
me.
make it easy, Set. Let's make it easy, Set.
2010. Oh, because that's at least my high school years. Because if you go further back than that, we really know you'd be tripping if you said they were participating in sports back
So if
then.
there were trans people in sports, why was there a boys and a girls basketball team, Link?
Literally.
Why was there? Why like it's fucking ridiculous. There was either co-ed sports where boys and girls played, like wrestling, like football. There was a girls track team, a boys track team, because men run faster than women. There's a boys swimming team and a girls swimming team because men swim faster than women.
I don't think this man Link understands that this is new.
Yeah.
Like, this is extremely new. This was not happening when I was a kid, bro. Or
Link
when I
is
was in high school,
brainwashed by that.
2010 through 2014. This was not heard of no trans. We heard about trans and we believed they were weirdos, but we didn't think that you guys
They
were going to start
are
letting
weirdos.
them in
No,
sport.
no. We didn't believe.
When I was a
it-
kid, this
it's
really
not past
actually,
tense.
bro.
We
When I
still
was a
believe
kid,
they're weirdos.
bro. When I was a kid, trans people, it was considered a mental illness.
It
So what
is.
made
It
you
still
think that
is.
we were gonna? No, not well. Back then, now they're considering an identity. So what made you think we were gonna allow these people to play in a guy who says he's a girl when we feel like he's mentally unstable? Why would we let that guy play?
We're not even
women's
let him
sport?
play sports.
Well, that's
Back
a
in the day, bro,
bifurcation.
that was unheard of. Actually, like I said, people would look at you crazy if you even thought about it. Now, it's a common idea.
Well,
And
that's the
someone-
bifurcation
someone
of our. That's the
said-
bifurcation of our society. Is
Yep.
where half of the society believes it's an identity, or not even half. Like most of the society believes it's
90%.
not an identity, and the other half believes it is an identity.
Yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Hey, Link, I'm not sure if you noticed, but this is very new. This is not anything that was going on in our childhood.
Also,
Even not
for the
even our
record,
school
for the
years.
record, for the record, the only example that you can point to is Bruce Jenner, who turned into Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner didn't go to the Olympics as a female. Bruce Jenner went to the Olympics as a male and competed with other males because he was a male.
And even today, Caitlyn Jenner is like, "Hey, this isn't like men. Biological men shouldn't participate in women's sports."
So I will say one thing about this subject, bro. 2000, you're not gonna find anything that Set's talking about. Mostly because I can safely say that everybody on this panel was born in the 1990s. This was not a thing.
The late 1900s.
Yeah, 91, baby.
98 on the other end.
Oh, 95.
Nice.
Oh, so you're older than me?
So
Wait, how old are you? Wait, how old are you?
He's 30.
Yeah, I'm talking about Monte.
I'm 27.
Damn, Monty,
Okay.
you're a young buck.
Yes, sir.
I'm 27 too. Shut your old ass up.
I'm 30. I'll be 35 in 3 months.
Bro, you got one foot in the grave and you're talking
Hold
about
on, bro. You're trying too hard. He said, there were transgender people who fought in the Revolutionary and Civil War, right?
Boy, you lying like you.
Wow.
No,
Bro,
it was
there may have
World
been
War II.
cross-dressers, or maybe you might confuse them as just gay people, but no. I mean, bro, you're gonna have to back that one up. Link.
You're trying
Back
so
that
hard to
one
be
up.
relevant
If
that
you can
you're
find
making
that,
yourself sound dumber.
there might be something to that. That might actually be coming from somewhere. Please pull that one up.
Please tell me one
it's bad
person
bait.
that you don't have to Google that you know of, because he said that off cuff. Tell me one person.
Because
you have 5 seconds.
It's bad.
I know you're Googling
it's bad rage bait.
4, 3,
really?
2,
Person that's
1.
what are
You're
we?
a fucking liar.
What are we talking about?
What women? What woman?
This ain't Mulan, bro. What?
What
Bro,
woman?
he said Mulan.
Well, wasn't there a school? Wasn't there a medical, medical facility that was founded in like 1917 that a certain painter burned down in 1933 that was devoted to transgender studies?
Ooh.
A certain painter, really?
Yeah.
He was burning those books that,
Bro, an understander of the fine arts.
Yeah. No, hey, look, if he was a painter, a failed painter.
But in that moment, he was cooking books.
Literally.
Oh yeah, no, he cooked books. He had some cookbooks.
All right, guys, let's go ahead.
Hold on. I want to say something for the record. So there's a difference between being transgender and believing that you're a man, and a woman pretending to be man in order to fight for her country. She still knows she's a woman. She's pretending to be a man so that she can get into a man's line of work so that she can be of service. That's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than a man pretending to be a woman so he can whoop up on little girls because he's mediocre himself.
Yeah, it wasn't even just that she wanted to serve her country or anything. Her father was called up, and he was old and would have died surely. So
we're not actually talking about Mulan. We're talking about women in the Revolutionary War, because since Link wants to be so fucking
and
prim about it.
Didn't they make Harriet Tubman posthumously? They made her a general.
I don't know.
And not just that, but any women that have done combat in male sports, it's usually not male sports, but in like male roles like war fighting or firefighting. It's usually
Link is just guys. I just realized we're dedicating way too much of our fucking valuable brains.
You're talking about Link.
Yeah, but
stupidity.
Now, I know I had to, but I'll entertain it one last time. So the person that you brought out, Melanie Bean. Molan Bean, was a North Carolinian woman who pretended to be a man. AKA she didn't identify as a man. She was pretending to be one so she can go fight in the war. That's not transgender. I hope you know that. She recognized that she was a woman. Basically, it's basically a Mulan.
She was lying. So what you're saying, Link, is all these people are liars.
There's also, and I do want to go ahead and nip this in the bud before he tries to go there. There was a couple of cases in England where women lied about pretended to be men so they could go fight as knights.
Must have been some
There's-
man
yeah,
looking
there's
ass
plenty,
women.
there's plenty of cases of people pretending, but they all do it for one reason: to get something they wouldn't otherwise be allowed to do.
Yeah, to achieve a goal.
In this case, it's so that they can play sports and be really, really good at sports and take away from women who have earned their place.
Or be pervy and go into women's bathroom and sexually assault women or kill women or abuse women, or to go in their locker rooms and stare at them and make everybody uncomfortable.
Like that boy in Fulton County that he dressed up in a skirt.
All right. There we go. The Zincro Foofer or whatever the fuck his name is. Zincro fucking porn star fluffer. Goodbye.
What are we talking about?
It's just some guy in the chat.
Hold on, let me speak.
Let's go ahead and get back to
go
it.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We're not going to debate this now because what I'm doing
But
is
if you're going to make
debating-
a definitive statement that it's all still being debated, it's not. My point is, most people understand it is completely wrong and unfair and physically dangerous for people who are born biologically male to compete in women's sport. If they want to identify as trans, not a problem with me. If they want me to call them, she, her, not a problem. But the moment it erodes women's rights, big problem. And that has been the problem with that issue from the start. And I think when a brain the size of Malcolm Gladwell's is big enough to go, I was completely wrong.
Far bigger than
then a brain like yours, equally large, should be able to say, you know what, Piers? I was just wrong.
So we're not talking about, for example, safe spaces for women, which I'm an absolute advocate for, and in my
talking
work
about
I'm
trans.
an absolute advocate.
Let's talk
for.
about
But trans women are women, dum dum.
Talking about that.
Trans
And
athletes in
terms
women's
of-
sport.
In terms of
Do you still think it's right or not?
You can't
In terms of trans- Is it
have
right or not?
women's rights if
In
you
terms
can't
of
define what a woman
trans athletes in
is.
sport, I have not got a brain as big as Malcolm Gladwell. What I understand that professional
Said she's stupid publicly.
they've taken the scientific approach
No, they banned them.
and have measured it on the basis of testosterone
They
levels.
banned them.
I don't have a problem with the professional bodies taking that scientific approach. And I certainly don't have a problem with the
all right.
decision that the Supreme Court made. That does not mean that I do not support the dolls.
Okay.
That does not mean I cannot.
Pause. All right,
It
hold
doesn't
on.
have to be.
Now Link wants to get into fucking tit for tat. Where are all these trans people dominating? Look up the Thurston County School District, where the entire women's track team basically stopped participating in the event because there were 3 trans male athletes that were projected to win the women's state championship.
And each one of those slots, that doesn't just take out the woman that would have won that slot. It's every woman below them, every woman below them.
It's like cutting in line. You've cut 30,000 people. You are 3 spots below a man that shouldn't even fucking be there.
And all those girls worked their entire lives to get to that point. And
weirdos watch high school
it.
track. You're a fucking idiot, dumbass.
See right there, it's disingenuous. Every argument
It's
is
absolutely disingenuous because they have no good argument. In order to justify a fucking mind virus, you have to stoop to that level because he has no intelligent thought to make any arguments. It's just criticize, demonize, argue from a position of authority, and then try to make you feel bad for questioning the bogus reality that they're trying to make.
Well, yeah.
So the problem with taking puberty blockers is puberty blockers does not. All it does is it stunts your pituitary gland from releasing HGH, human growth hormone. That's all it does.
And it doesn't even matter. It's not about the puberty blockers. So now you've taken puberty blockers so that you can identify as a woman in high school and permanently destroyed your body and fucked your fucking
your growth up,
pituitary gland up. And now later on in life, when you come to regret it, because something like 80% of trans kids regret any sort of body modifications that they do, and it usually ends in suicide because they're so uncomfortable with their body. But yeah, let's do that.
Right. Now, guys, how about this? No, guys, I got you. Let me go ahead and drill this point in, because you remember this little document right here where they said what it was like some
permanent
lady. The statement made in the following by Sue Robbins of Equal Utah is false and must be retracted. She said there is no documented evidence of transgender person in the United States ever causing an issue in the bathroom. We have real issues we need to address. The transgender community is not one of them. Let's focus on improving things for all of our youth, says Sue Robbins with Equality Utah's Transgender Advocacy Council. So you know what they sent to this young lady? They said, we got you. So let's go over. And here's the thing: they got the website for these articles right.
Oh
underneath.
my god!
Yep.
Oh my god! It hasn't happened at all. Here's 5 cases.
FA judge find transgender teen guilty of sexual assault in Virginia. Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia judge finds transgender teen guilty of sexual assault
in Loudoun County High School.
Yeah, that's what it was, Loudoun County.
Yep, Oklahoma transgender student charged with assaulting female student classmate in bathroom. This was Fox News, Oklahoma.
There's a case of a female inmate, a male to female transgender inmate in a prison very, very close to me, sexually assaulting female prisoners.
Yeah,
every day.
And they made those women.
Transgender Wyoming woman convicted of sexual assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom. But this is what you guys support, right?
But no, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen, guys. It doesn't happen. These cases are all fake. It's all AI.
Teenage girl was terrified in locker room with naked transgender woman. But yes, the Washington One Examiner. That's where this story comes from. I mean,
putting men in a women's prison in California. They did that.
They're
doing it in Washington.
Oh, yeah, this is what you were talking about, Gold. Transgender suspect threatened to rape Christian girls, inject HIV in people wearing crosses. Hold on, my bad, wrong one. But this was the one. Male inmate convicted of raping female at Rikers Island's women facility.
But it doesn't happen, guys. It's significant. It's statistically insignificant.
This was Yahoo News.
You know what the solution that they had for that was? They put condoms in the prison. Like, I'm gonna slip a condom on my attacker before he gets me.
Bro, like a male inmate identifying as a woman has been convicted of raping a female prisoner while housed at a women's facilities at Riker Island complex in New York. Wild. Wait, he received a sentence of 7 years plus 8 years of post. Okay, whatever. Male rapist who identifies as a female transfers to women's jail and assaults females. Again, a 50-year-old man is convicted. Wait, a 50-year-old man is a convicted sex offender and pedophile who now goes by the name of Karen White.
Wow. Did you see that? Did you see that terrorist attack that the FBI thwarted? The one that they planned in on New Year's Eve. The one in California, I think it was.
Go ahead.
Or Nevada, or one of it was the Southwest. But one of those people identifies as trans and was requesting to be put in a women's prison.
I'm sorry. Just for the record, can we put a link on a watch list? Kids are terrified to see any naked adult in the locker room. I am too. We're not talking about naked adults. We're talking about fucking boys or men or teenagers with fucking penises in a women's locker room.
Let's keep going though. Sexual predator jailed after claiming to be a transgender to assault women in a shelter.
People shouldn't walk around in the locker room naked. I guess he's never been to a locker room.
And you know what's crazy,
that
bro?
Explains a lot. He's never played sports because he's a fucking loser.
Bro, we literally have like 8 pages more. Like, bro, I'm on page 5. We got 3 more pages of just constant crime after crime after crime.
Did you see the rare?
Right?
Did you see the rare English, like England W, where the judges, they actually affirmed that transgender women are not women in order to ban them from being in women's homeless shelters and spaces like that.
Damn. Los Angeles, 29-year-old trans woman beats 13-year-old girl to first place in New York City's women's skateboarding contest. That's what.
Are you serious?
Oh my goodness! Skateboarding's already dying.
Oh man! I mean, what? Michigan school employee who called for LGBT lesson mocked parents, arrested for pedophilia.
Wow. What a fucking concept! What?
You know what?
It's almost like we've been saying that they groom kids.
Study finds nearly 45% of trans women inmates convicted of sex crimes.
It's almost like these people are deviants.
I mean, but these are who you guys are defending. I just want to let you guys know these are who you're defending.
But Monty,
y'all say, y'all
Go
sit
ahead,
up
go
here
ahead.
and y'all sit up here and say, like, all the people who are anti-trans just are assuming we're gonna codify rape and pedophilia, and then like every state, at least every single state, has at least a 50-page document. I'm willing to bet. Of
Who is
just
defending
straight
those
up
criminals?
sex.
The same people that you're arguing for that say that women should be allowed in, or men should be allowed in women's spaces. That's who you are. You are defending the criminals, Link, and you don't fucking understand it because you want to be a social justice warrior because it sounds cool because, you know, your probably trans furry girlfriend probably told you so.
Well, I doubt he could even pull a transferring girlfriend.
All right.
Silly.
All right.
He's just a silly goose. That's
But
all
no,
it is.
Link
one
for a
thing,
little
and
bit.
I'm
Link, if you want to come up here and defend yourself, you can. You do have that opportunity.
No, he
Well, I was
creeps
gonna
me out.
say
He
to-
sounds like a pedophile.
Well, I was going to say to Monty, one of the things that, like the way that you were putting it, one of the ways that I always get flack from these people is when I'm defending these children, and they're like, "Why are you worried about children?
Why are you worried about children?
Bro,
Why are
no,
you
wait, hold on.
talking
What did that
about-
one guy
We're trying to
say?
protect him
Who
from
he
your
like, oh,
ass.
so you guys watch high school track? I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah,
like, that's the most
that was
ignorant thing you
Link.
could have said.
You know what? You know what's funny? It's almost as if I don't have brothers or sisters that, you know, compete in track. It's almost as if I am immersed in the world. It's almost as if I play competitive sports. It's almost as if I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two.
Well, it's because they're soft and they're online and they don't have, you know, whoever is their
He
opposition
needs
right
to
in
get
their
punched in the
face.
face. What needs
Well,
to happen.
yeah, they
People
don't
need to
have
keep
that
people away
threat.
from their kids. Just so you know, watch out for that guy.
That's why debating in person is so important, because you have that threat of someone getting so upset with you, like caustic debate, where you could get punched in the face for saying these things.
Oh, and shout out Maine. He says, "Set look up dysphoria." Yeah, it's an extent.
Yeah, it's just
that they're just dissatisfied with their body, gender, life situation. But gender dysphoria, you know, leans into the gender part. Body dysphoria, yeah, I mean,
Dysmorphia, yeah,
body dysmorphia. Yeah.
I mean,
why is it-
statistically,
Go ahead.
I mean, statistically, if you look at every single case of transgenderism, if you look at it from the adult side, most of it is so they can commit sex crimes. I mean, literally, most of the people that fight for, support, or participate in transgenderism, I'm not even saying this to be facetious, most of them are in some way, shape, or form arrested for some sex crimes against children. And then most children that, quote unquote, according to the liberal definition, display transgenderism, it's just a phase. They're just playing around and being kids, and majority of them don't even know what they're doing.
It's a fad that's going out of style.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back into the video.
Gotcha.
Let's try to stay on topic on this one. Take it back a little bit.
Right or not?
In terms of trans
Is it
athletes,
right or not, Paul?
in terms of trans athletes in sport, I have not got a brain as big as Malcolm Gladwell. What I understand that professional bodies have done is they have taken they've taken the scientific approach
No, they
and
banned them.
have measured it on the basis of testosterone
They
levels.
banned them.
I don't have a problem with the professional bodies taking that scientific approach. And I certainly don't have a problem with the
all right.
decision that the Supreme Court made. That does not mean that I do not support the dolls.
Okay.
That does not mean that I cannot also support safe spaces for women. It doesn't have to be binary.
Let me tell you, you don't have safe spaces for women by allowing 6'5"
Hold on.
inch blokes.
It doesn't have to be binary. You mean like male
I
or
can agree
female?
with you that in that kind of
Great.
circumstance,
And
it
you
may not
agree.
be a safe space for women. But
And you
can
agree.
we just talk about whether I am completely in denial about the topic in relation to the UK and whether we are in a hellhole?
Well, I don't think we're in a hellhole, but I do think we've got big problems which successive governments have been abject in their failure to deal with.
And I can totally agree with you on that. Where I would then step further is to then say, why is it the fault of people who have just stepped foot in this country? Why is it the fault of the most vulnerable people?
Who are these people?
Why is it the fault
Who are
of the
these
most
people,
vulnerable
Paula?
people in society? That is where you and I are going to disagree.
Paula, when you say
Because
the
this
most-
isn't
Paula,
about being put up in a hotel. Piers.
we just
The most vulnerable people in society would be children, not transgenders. But okay.
This is about successive governments failing the country. That's what this is about.
When you say the most vulnerable people, you are aware
in the world.
You are
yes.
right. So you are aware that a year ago we discovered that a third of all the people who come in the year before into this country on small boats were young Albanian fit men from a country that is not a war-torn country. So they're not the most vulnerable people in the world. They are people on the make for a better life economically in our country. And when people like you, with all due respect, who bang this drum and say they're all vulnerable, needy people, they're not. And so
what you are talking about is an abuse of the process. You are talking about an abuse.
Lie.
You are talking
That's
about
what it is. Yes, it is an abuse of the process. It happened. Holy shit. Holy shit. We might turn her into a conservative. It's an abuse of the process.
I mean, bro, the way you try to call them the most vulnerable, like, what?
What is the most vulnerable people? Stop it!
Bro,
Stop it!
he's
Y'all
like,
know,
so
stop
hard.
it, both of you. You guys know better. She ran right into the point and didn't even get it.
Good point.
It slid right off of her tongue, and she didn't even catch what she just said.
Man, this lady is something else. This lady's something else, bro. Like, I could see her going viral after this interview.
You are talking about an abusive process, which I would
by 15,000 of them.
Obviously, agree with you that we should not be permitting that.
Okay.
We don't argue with where we find an abusive process, but we find that abusive process and we manage it.
The problem comes when you
No,
say
you
leave
don't.
people alone.
You let it happen because they're your voters.
A large number of them are young economic male migrants who are not from war-torn countries. That is the problem. And I believe in an asylum system if it is regulated properly and it works and it genuinely looks after those who are genuinely oppressed and come from war-torn countries. Isabel, final word to you about this. What hope is there for the UK? Give me some hope.
Y'all cooked.
And I'm going to Owen for another one.
I'd have to get very party political. The hope is that there are elections in 3 or 4 years' time, by which time I do fear a great deal of damage will have been done. But the other bit of hope is that the country is in such a red-hot, boiling mad mood that this appalling government may actually have to do something about some of it. At the very least, the small boats. The free speech stuff really, really worries me. You know, we've highlighted the case of a comedian, but there are cases every day of people who don't have platforms like that comedian. For example, a guy who said, "We love bacon," outside the site of a proposed mosque and found himself arrested for a racial related crime. Well, it's got nothing to do with race, does it?
Bro,
Bacon.
that's what I'm saying.
Ain't no guy. Okay, now look. I know I'm the guy that sits here and sometimes defend Islam, but bro, even I'm disagreeing with this guy saying I love bacon in front of a mosque and getting arrested for that.
That's why I said when we were talking about that guy that was lighting the Quran on fire and shoving it in the mouth of a pig. That's what I said. It's a slippery fucking slope. If you say that's wrong, then you would also agree that shouting "We love bacon" in front of a mosque is bad. So,
nah, but that's a little bit different. I mean, you're not
defiling their protest.
It is. You're not burning their holy book. You're just saying something about bacon.
Book,
I mean, those are different extremes.
No book. No. So in order for a book to be on that level, you would have to say that you don't own the book, which would get rid of personal property rights because he owns the book. It's his book to do with what he wants.
No, see, Monty, you're not getting it. It's the message behind that.
So
messaging I like bacon to a mosque is way different than burning a Quran and then putting a Quran.
It's the same thing. It's the same.
No, it's not. It is
it's
not.
The same.
That is way different. Those are two different levels of disrespect. It's disrespectful both ways with two different levels. But go ahead.
But it's two different levels of the same thing, Set. It's the same thing.
One is burning something, and one is just saying something. I'm sorry, but there's one. One has a way more dramatic accent.
It doesn't matter. Freedom of speech means freedom of speech, bro.
Hold on, no. I'm okay with the freedom of speech part. I'm talking about the demonstration. Him demonstrating, screaming bacon at a mosque. I'm okay with that. All right, cool. But if you want to sit outside a mosque, burn their Quran, put it in a pig's head, I'm like, yo, that's a different level of disrespect. It's still free speech. It's just disrespect.
It is greater disrespect. I'll give you that.
It is, but it doesn't matter.
But it's still legal. It's still perfectly allowed. It's
no, here it's allowed, and I'll be okay with that happening here. But I'll see it as distasteful. But the fact that it happened, and here's the thing, that wasn't even all that bad. I'm saying I've seen way worse things in America, and we let these guys slide.
The more you disagree with something, the more repulsive you find speech, the more you should argue for.
I don't find it repulsive, Monty.
It's
disrespectful, but I'm not calling for these guys to be deplatformed.
Yeah, I get that.
But action absolutely is speech. A demonstration is speech. So
yeah, I mean, we declared
yeah, but I'm not against their free speech. I'm just against that action. I'm like, all right, bro, I disagree with what you're doing there, but
you disagree with it. But is it illegal?
No, it's not illegal. I didn't say it was illegal.
But it should be defended. You should absolutely defend. Absolutely.
No, I don't defend disrespectful actions.
We don't have to defend it or stand up for it.
Yeah,
we just have to defend someone's right to free speech.
Exactly.
We don't have to defend the speech itself. We just defend your right to do it, like flag burning. Well, I don't agree with that at all. My family fought in every war.
Exactly.
But,
I don't agree with it either. But
I'll fight to defend your right to do it.
Exactly.
Here's the way I put it. Say if you don't stand with somebody burning a Quran because that's disrespect, you need to have that same level of I don't stand for this at all when somebody burns the American flag.
I do.
You won't stand. Okay,
no,
at least you're
that's-
consistent. At least you're consistent. Because I know a lot of people that'll say burning the Quran is wrong, and then they'll cheer burning the flag is wrong. So if you're gonna stand for one, you have to.
No, think about it, because this is how I relate. If you burn the flag, you're damn near like, think about how much people sacrifice their life for that flag. You're disrespecting those people. Just like how I feel if you burn the Quran. Well, think about all the people who dedicate their life and bring their life off their Quran. You're disrespecting.
No. That you're totally off the mark with this. No one sacrificed themselves for a piece of cloth. They sacrificed themselves
for the idea that the cloth represents. Yes.
Hold on, you're taking it too literal. Hold on.
Go ahead.
They sacrificed themselves for a set of ideas.
Yeah, the ideas that the cloth represents.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
They sacrificed themselves for ideas and a set of values. Now, burning anything, if it's your property, it's your property. You have to understand the difference between something makes me feel uncomfortable and I don't like it, and what is actually illegal. So burning a Quran, while it may make you feel all sorts of one type of way, it's not your Quran. You don't own every Quran. The book is not owned by every Muslim.
But okay.
Yeah, no. Seth's agreeing with you, Money. Like he's on the same side.
I'm literally agreeing with you on that.
But so what I'm saying, the reason I'm saying this is because when I made the argument that I made for flag burning so long ago, like a couple months ago, I said the same thing. When the shoe falls on the other foot and there's something that I don't find repulsive or I find in good taste for protest, the same argument will be turned around back on me. And
now, doesn't free speech stop at inciting violence?
Yes.
No, so first of all, what is inciting violence? Because you can't control your emotions and you don't like something I've done, you're going to be violent. That's not inciting violence.
Yeah, it kind of is. Like, no, think about it like this. If I go into a group of people knowing how much they respect this item and I burn it in their face anyway, I'm literally asking for problems.
No, you're not.
If I'm doing that on camera in my backyard,
you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, I'm not.
I got the definition here.
Inciting violence is telling somebody to go commit violence. That's inciting violence.
I'm gonna just read it from the actual
the
law dictionary. In criminal, incitement refers to conduct, words, or other means that urge or naturally lead others to riot, violence, or insurrection. The First Amendment guards citizens' rights to free speech, to peaceably assemble, and to petition the government, but these rights come with limits. I'm gonna keep reading some more. I hate when websites make you have to freaking pay to see the rest of it. Certain speech acts, certain speech or acts receive limited or no First Amendment protections, such as obscenity. I'm CSAM because I don't want to get your video demonetized, so I'm gonna just say CSAM. Threats of violence and speech that incites riot, violence, or insurrection.
Now, what is the word
violence? That goes into my point.
No, it doesn't. You're missing.
Yes, it does. And incite violence or a riot or an insurrection. Incites violence.
I'm reading.
So other people are in control of you.
Well, guys, isn't there a recent executive order that states that if you go down to like a protest, like the anti-ICE protests, and you burn an American flag, that action at that point in time in that area is considered incitement. So now you can be arrested for burning the flag.
And I disagree with
protest.
I disagree with that.
It riles the people up. It's like going into it's like going into an area.
Do not use the Crowded Movie Theater and Fire reference. It's not like that.
No.
at all.
No. I was going to say it's like if you go into an area where the tensions are already specifically high, and then you try to incite at that point.
So
let
me give you. Okay, so no. Here's
hold on. No. I can put this to bed right now. I can put this to bed right fucking now.
No, I'm gonna do this with the actual definition.
The Westboro Baptist Church screamed obscenities and held signs that had obscenities on them during service members' funerals. So where a group of people are highly inflamed and highly upset, and then told them that their service members, their family members that are dead and being buried, were going to hell. If that's not incitement by your definition, I don't know what is. You know who upheld that and said the Westboro Baptist Church has the right to do so? The United States Supreme Court. So this whole makes me feel bad, so I be violent is completely not covered. It's a falsity to keep saying
Monty, chill. I'm about to back your point up with actual.
I just backed my own point up with actual.
I'm finna give you.
He's already got it. Yeah, let him.
I'm finna give you the legal definition. So please listen. I'm about to give you the entire case law on it. Incite. In criminal law, to incite means to instigate or persuade another to commit a crime. See Brandenburg v. Ohio, 395 U.S. 444, 1969. The Brandenburg test and fighting words. According to the definition in 18 U.S. Code subsection 2102, to incite a riot or to organize, promote, encourage, participate in, or carry on a riot includes, but is not limited to, urging or instigating other persons to riot, but shall not be deemed to mean the mere oral or written 1, advocacy of ideals, or 2, expression of belief not involving advocacy of any act or acts of violence or assertion of righteousness of or the rights to commit any such acts.
Exactly.
In layman's term, if you want to do something, as long as you don't organize it, you don't get a group of people together to do it, and as long as it's you on your own terms and you're not intentionally trying to rile people up specifically to riot, if you decide as an individual to go out and burn a Bible, burn a Quran, burn whatever you want, including the American flag, if it does not lead to an immediate riot or an uproar and conflict, meaning you did not organize it and specifically set out to do this, then it's
I see what you're
outside
saying.
Yeah.
So it's like
this is according to 18 USC.
Yeah, if you're burning a Quran or you're slapping bacon on a Quran, and that makes people so upset that they want to attack you, you're not the instigator. You're not the person inciting it. It would be the individuals that came and responded to that and then attacked you.
Yes.
So they would be the ones inciting.
Because they decided.
Hold on now, but let's talk about intent though. But let's see if they're going around those areas, then there's an intent to outrage.
You have the right to offend people. You don't have the right to not be offended.
True. If it's an area that's a public area.
And it says in black and white here too, Set, that as basically it says in the first two examples to organize or promote, to encourage or participate in. So if you don't,
so I have to encourage you to riot for it to be inciting a riot. I have to say, Set, you should go riot. Not Set, I'm going to do this thing that's going to make you so mad that you go riot.
That can encourage people to riot. That don't even
No,
make
it's not
sense why you're
encouraging.
saying it.
Encouraging is giving them positive vibes to go do something. Inciting,
bro, no, you
encouragement
you could do something negative to encourage somebody to do something.
No,
he's just saying that, like, it's if you're the person that is slapping the bacon on the Quran in front of a mosque, you're not culpable if those people come out and then attack you.
The person
it would be
started
those
the
people
riot is
doing the
culpable.
attacking.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in
Okay,
the same
so we're on the
manner,
same
the
page.
key word, the key word I need everybody to listen to, the very first one under 18 U.S. Code subsection 2102, when it talks about what incitement looks like, is organize. Even if you were to go burn a Quran in protest, if the other side gets really heated and they don't do anything, then they haven't done anything and they have the right to be mad. But if somebody says, let's go kick this person's insert key phrase, that is now organization.
Yep.
Within the definition of incite, it also gives you characteristic traits of intent. That's the thing about law. It includes intent language within the rule.
After the whole incident that we were talking about with the Quran and he was slapping the bacon on it, they did interview a bunch of the people that were out there, and one young guy in the truck said, if I catch him out, I'm going to kill him. Like
That's
that right
inciting
there.
violence.
That is incitement to violence.
Inciting violence. You have the right to say whatever you want, even if it offends other people. You do not have the right to retaliate against somebody for exercising their right.
Yeah,
Because
I think we're all on the same side here. We're just arguing like specifics. I really think we are.
Yeah, we're really arguing on intent as well.
But no,
that's why I went on ahead.
The reason I'm going so hard on this is because you said, "Oh, but that could incite people." No, you're wrong. It's not.
Yes, it can. What are you talking about?
He's using the term incite as the legal term,
definition,
not like you're riling
provoking
them
is
up.
what you're thinking of.
Yeah. He's it's the difference between inciting and provoking. But anyways,
provoking is not covered. It's inciting.
Now, if your intent is to go there and provoke these guys,
you're allowed to do that.
Then,
speech is supposed to provoke thought.
Now that's within reason, though. If you go there with a bunch of skinheads outside of a mosque and you start burning that and get ready for a fight, then you did incite. You were trying to provoke them into attacking you, so you could then fight and attack
that's
them.
pretty much what I was talking about.
And
like,
that would be
there's just no way that could ever be seen as incitement.
Actually, wait,
no way it could ever
I'm gonna
be.
give you. I'm gonna cover the whole provoking thing. It's actually a misdemeanor to provoke people to violence in a act. It's illegal to provoke people to violence within a situation that would otherwise not be violent. For example, California makes it a misdemeanor to engage in conduct that urges others to riot, commit acts of force or violence, or commit acts of burning or destroying property. The person must intend that the conduct causes such conduct. The person must intend that the conduct causes such conduct. A person convicted of incitement of a riot can face up to $1,000. District of Columbia, willfully inciting or urging, keyword urging others to engage in riots results up to 6 months of jail sentence and a penalty up to 10 years in prison. Georgia, inciting others to overthrow or attempt to okay, they were tripping in Georgia. They talking about overthrowing governments.
Okay.
Florida prohibits inciting or encouraging a riot. A conviction can result in third-degree felony punishable.
All right, guys, so I understand.
No,
you're just going on in circles, and it's not getting anywhere because Set still thinks that burning the Quran, someone coming and whooping your ass, you're guilty of inciting violence. It's not true. So burning a Quran,
I said burning the Quran, right? Okay,
it's not inciting violence. It's not. It's not inciting violence. It's you making
someone, but
provoking is not inciting.
Exactly. Yeah, it may provoke them, but it's not you intentionally inciting that and then riling them up on purpose.
You are in control of your own emotions. You are in control of your own actions. You cannot blame somebody else. That's like saying, because I saw someone burn a flag on national TV, I'm going to go shoot up a school. They incited me because
he's using that as an example. FBI. That's an example.
There's no correlation between what I do and what you do. You're responsible for your own actions. Doesn't matter how butthurt you get about what I do. You don't have the right to commit violence in the name of that. It doesn't matter how you twist it, how you fucking frame it, and what light you put it in. I'm allowed to do the most inflammatory thing you can think of, and you can't do anything about it. You physically can do whatever you want about it, but you are guilty under a different statute. You're not. It is not inciting violence because one guy burns a flag that the Patriot writers go out and beat up all the liberals. Like that's not because it doesn't matter what they did or how horrible it was. That's why I say the more vile and vulgar it looks, the more you should defend it, because it's not about speech that you agree with. That's not why the First Amendment exists. It's not about.
I didn't say that, Monty. You're not even arguing my argument at a certain point.
But
no, I think we've gotten off topic here, guys. I think we've gone off topic. Can we get back to the video here in a sec?
Yeah, I got
like
you.
I
Let's go ahead
said,
and
I
get
just
back
wanted to provide that definition just so everybody has the facts.
All right.
Okay. I mean,
at the very least, the small boats, the free speech stuff really, really worries me. You know, we've highlighted the case of a comedian, but there are cases every day of people who don't have platforms like that comedian. For example, a guy who said, "We love bacon," outside the site of a proposed mosque and found himself arrested for a racial related crime. Well, it's got nothing to do with race, does it? Bacon, absolutely ridiculous. Another one recently looks very much as if someone was arrested for calling someone else a muppet.
Yeah, I saw that.
This is dark stuff.
Yeah.
And I have no confidence that this government will truly tackle it.
Okay. I want to end, Owen, because I want to play the clip. This is of your former boss, Alex Jones, shouting at me on CNN in the clip that you referenced earlier.
The tyrants did it. Hitler took the guns. Stalin took the guns. Mao took the guns. Fidel Castro took the guns. Hugo Chavez took the guns. And I'm here to tell you, 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. Doesn't matter how many lemmings you get out there on the street begging for them to have their guns taken. We will not relinquish them. Do you understand? That's why you're going to fail, and the establishment knows no matter how much propaganda, the Republic will rise again when you attempt to take our guns. Pierce,
I ain't gonna
don't
lie, that
try what your ancestors
racist.
did before. Why don't you come to America? I'll take you out shooting. You can become an American and join the Republic.
Damn.
That sounds pretty nationalistic, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He was sounding borderline racist.
Why? Because he said fucking don't take our guns?
Nah, he said the Republic will rise again.
Oh, God.
He said it. It's like, bro, you having flashbacks of the glory days?
No,
no, it was a great motivational.
Come on, you know what he was saying.
What, the Republic will rise again, as in like our.
We will rise up with our
Republic.
farmers and our fucking rifles and fucking overthrow the government if they do that.
Yeah, I'm aware.
She joined the Republic. But the reason I played that clip is until this point, I thought that was the most he shouted at somebody. And then, of course, Owen, you left his organization and he began shouting at you. Let's take a look.
You think Alex Jones the last 12 months leveled up? Well, guess what? The next level's here. And if you want to fight, you better believe you've got one. Anybody. But if you've sucked off my tits,
whoa,
like the wolf that fed Romulus and Remus, and I've done nothing but giving you support.
He's talking to Owen Schroeder, by the way.
And make no mistake, for 10 years, Owen Schroeder's been sucking off the InfoWars tit.
Okay, never mind. Called him out.
And then you want to try to stab your mother in the back because you're a big boy leaving the nest. Well, guess what? You know what your mother is going to do? Piss on you.
Whoa.
Damn.
I just want to say, Owen, I'm here for you. I'm a living representation.
Don't bite the hand that feeds.
I mean, he did get pretty mad at Owen Schroeder. And thing is, well, Owen was probably one of his most watched segments. Like, the man had a pretty good segment. I think he got replaced with some nerdy guy with glasses, but hey, he's doing good on his own. What can I say? I'll watch him.
I ain't gonna lie. That was the craziest line of statements I've ever heard.
When I hear Alex Jones rant like that, when I hear Alex Jones rant like that, I sometimes question, like, bro, did you really quit drinking? Are you sure?
You claim you did.
The reason, sorry, Seth. So I need to go back to this for a second.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No. I want to understand the way what you think of this. Okay. Do you think legally, not morally, not ethically, not fucking any of the how it makes you feel? Do you think legally someone should be able to stand outside of a mosque and yell "I love bacon"? Fundamentally, yes.
Course.
Okay. Do you think legally someone should be able in a protest to burn a flag?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I was just making sure. But you don't see that as inciting violence. You see that as that's their protected right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
My only problem is, my bad. I was going on the whole, like, freedom of speech, but like, use your freedom of speech wisely because it comes with consequences. And maybe
like, someone who gets
I get you want to protest Islam, but maybe you shouldn't do it outside of mosque burning a Quran. You can do it. Okay, I'm gonna support it, but I ain't gonna protect you from the consequences.
No, so the difference is when they go to court and they get arrested for this bullshit that they should have been allowed to do anyway, I will say, hey, that's wrong. They shouldn't be arrested for that. If they get their ass whooped by a fucking couple of Muslims, I don't care. You pick your audience.
Same here. I don't think they should be arrested for that.
But if the Muslims get arrested,
I think the Muslims should be arrested for.
Oh yeah, Muslims should be arrested for assault, of course. Yeah. Like, you guys whooping somebody's ass over their free speech isn't legal. That's still assault.
Okay, all right. So we completely and totally agree on that point. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I thought you were saying that because it's so fucking horrible and repulsive that it shouldn't be allowed. I was like, no.
No, I think we were all on the same side the whole time. That's what I was saying.
Okay. I had to, when clearer heads calmed down, I had to be able to ask that question without 5 people talking because it was wait a second.
I think we should be allowed to assault the government from whenever they
shut up. No.
Seth agrees with me. Monty agrees with me. Even Gold agrees with me.
Hey, I mean,
we're all in this together.
Everybody in the chat.
FBI guy, I do not agree.
Everybody in the chat is a willful participant.
Oh my God, it's an overt act.
Wasn't there what's that quote by Thomas Jefferson? Sometimes the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Jesus.
I mean, I agree with Tom. I agree with him, but I don't have any plans to water the tree of liberty.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, hey, the government hasn't become that tyrannical, I guess.
Yeah,
shoot, if they let this AI revolution go in the wrong way, it sure will. People gonna start getting real unsettled.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the AI thing, and I remember seeing when I was doing a bunch of HVAC work up in northern Indiana, there were all of these signs that the farmers had out where they were protesting and coming together to vote against putting in those the wind farms because they didn't want those.
Now guess where the wind farms are all at on their land where they sold out.
All I know is that if Monty is in the ARZAR, I'm not trusting it right now.
Well, they used eminent domain for a lot of that stuff, the local councils and such. And it's just like, I think that doing things like that. There's a town in, I think, Virginia, where they're taking someone's farm they've had for 150 years, and they're using eminent domain to come in and take the farm to build low-income housing. And that, I just think that's wrong.
Man, it is. But all right, let's go ahead and get
Eminent
back
domain to build housing. I've never heard of that.
Well, they made a law requiring a specific percentage of low-income housing based on the amount of industrial buildings they were building. So they're like, hey, we need to up this percentage of low-income housing because we built all of this new industry.
Oh, wow. Huh. Way to fill in a blank.
There is life after being shouted at by Alex Jones, and it can be extremely pleasurable and very, very much softer on your ears. Do you have a final word for Alex you'd like us to share?
I really enjoyed my time at InfoWars. It was a great time. I have nothing but peace and love in my heart. Whatever is bothering Alex,
does not benefit
I
the
hope that he
area.
finds
No, it
peace. I don't
doesn't,
think it has
dumbass.
anything to do with me. I don't know why he decided to have this crash out. Other than that, it's been nothing but
Alex Jones been crashing out on Candace Owens, Owen Schroeder. Well, who else has man been crashing out on? I think it's just those. Well, Tucker Carlson? Nah, he ain't go there yet with Tucker. He still likes Tucker. But Candace Owens and Owen Schroeder, yeah. Alex Jones been crashing out on them all over Twitter. At a certain point, bro, Candace Owens broke Alex Jones. I'm not sure how she did it, but she broke this man.
Well, I think it's more than just Candace Owens. It's if you have someone who's supposed to be on your side and then they're out here running their mouth about you, like you're gonna feel some type of way about that.
That's true. No, that's true. But here's the thing. I haven't seen Owen Schroeder ever do that to Alex Jones. I've seen Alex Jones do it to Owen Schroeder, but I've seen him just say, you know what? It's all
I
good.
see what instigated it, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. But all right, let's go ahead and get right back into it.
Positivity. It's been nothing but positivity from everybody else in my world, except one person. But Piers, if you don't mind, I'd like to close on something else here. I find it incredible that we're taking anybody's opinion seriously that won't be honest about the difference between a man and a woman. I think that it's incredibly shocking that we would even humor anybody's opinion like that. And then you notice
at the very beginning of the video.
One step further, and she says, "Well, what about the migrants? What about the asylum seekers?
Do you mean
what
Paula?
about your own
Are you
people?
referring
What
to
about
me?
your own citizens? I didn't disrupt you. Please be quiet. What
Damn.
about your own citizens? Isn't this the problem? Isn't this the problem that people in Europe?"
Dang, I'm just like, bro, he just hushed that up.
The extra black after that one.
Man.
Wait, go back,
Damn.
go back, because I need to process everything that just said.
Rewind. I need like 30 seconds. Can we get that on instant replay, please?
Opinion like that. And then you notice that she goes one step further and she says, "Well, what about the migrants? What about the asylum seekers?
Do you mean
what
Paula?
about your
Are
own
you
people?
referring
What
to
about
me?
your
we
own
need
citizens?
30
I didn't
more
disrupt
seconds,
you.
Pat.
Please be quiet.
Go back a
What about
minute.
your own citizens? Isn't this the problem?
Right.
Isn't what we actually that won't be honest about the difference between a man and a woman? I think that it's incredibly shocking that we would even humor anybody's opinion like that. And then you notice that she goes one step further and she says, "Well, what about the migrants? What about the asylum seekers?
Do you mean
what
Paula?
about your own
Are you
people?
referring
What
to
about
me?
your own citizens? I didn't disrupt you. Please be quiet. What about your own citizens? Isn't this the problem? Isn't this the problem that people in Europe and
Emotional
America
damage.
are having? We're sick and tired. What is this idea that somehow somebody gets to come to your country from across the planet and get everything for free, and they have some right to do it, and then you're not even allowed to be upset or criticize it? What is this concept? It's a foreign concept. It is a subversive concept, and it is a destructive concept. And Piers, even though your liberal bleeding heart might say, "Hey, we want to be multicultural, we want to be tolerant," and I think for the most part we do, you have to admit it's resulted in violent crime. It's resulted in the rape of women, and we certainly cannot tolerate these things. And so we have to stand up and say, "Look, we have led the way as Westerners, and we have led the way when it comes to tolerance, and we have led the way when it comes to people wanting to call it multiculturalism, diversity, whatever you want to call it. We've led the way. But you know what? It's hurt us. It's hurt our people. It's hurt our future. And we're sick and tired of being told we have to put up with it. And we're sick of tired of liberals stepping into the fray and saying, "No, you just have to accept it." No, we don't. We don't have to accept it. Life was better before it. And I think that now that we've tried this experiment.
No, actually, what's the worst is when they try to make it seem like these illegals are better than you, a natural born citizen. I think the most
They get $111 million. According to
I think the most egregious one was oh well, do you know they commit less violent crime than a U.S. born citizen? I'm just
all
like,
the way off.
I'm like, first off, all right, well, can we include all crimes? And guess what? I bet you they do more crime than your U.S. citizen because they came in here illegally. They're already a criminal. But then
Not
they want to
every
talk
US
about violent
criminal.
crimes and then use, per capita. And if you look at the study, they don't
But
really.
that's the thing, that they want to qualify every argument until it's irrelevant and until it makes their point for them. That's why when you hear the statistics show, because all you have to do is change around a little bit of things and boom, your argument's proven. All you have to do is slide the abacus around a little bit and you're not lying. You're not wrong about what you're saying. You're just misleading. And
Yep.
you give the impression that these people are such saints and angels when, like you said so eloquently, they had to break a law to be here. When I popped out of my mom's vagina, I didn't break a law.
Yeah, you did. You broke. Never mind.
Don't they call that? Isn't that like they used that word earlier in this segment? It was a factious argument where they use facts, but they twist it for their purposes.
Exactly, it's
tell
propaganda.
People this
It's propaganda.
I tell these people this stuff all the time. Just because the numbers say it, you can manipulate numbers and data all day long to get what you want across to somebody.
That's what numbers
no,
are for.
that's what they do with just one study to try to prove that, oh, well, illegals commit less violent crime than Americans. First off, now, yes, they use per capita, but they didn't add enough characteristics to the group to actually make this an accurate study.
A valid study, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, if you actually want to make this a valid study, okay, cool. All right, let's talk about the U.S. citizens being compared to illegal immigrants in this city in Texas for this specific crime right here. That would be the best way to do it. Instead of just like, oh no, it's just all violent crime, and we're just gonna compare all U.S. citizens in Texas to all the illegals in Texas.
And it's not just that. Like they use, they have modified the statistics on all violent crime or mass shootings in the United States. Right? They took out all the gang-related shootings, which a mass shooting is 4 or more people, whether they die or not, but 4 injured people or more. But they took out all the gang statistics, so they don't call those mass shootings.
Which is wild, by the way, because I always consider them mass shootings.
They drop the numbers to fit their narrative and then exclude numbers that don't fit their narrative. So you're just cherry-picking data.
Well, when somebody drives by on the street, a gang drive by on the street, and they shoot down the whole entire street, and like 4 people get hurt, yeah, I would consider that a mass shooting, not just gang violence.
And then later down the line, even if they fix it, they will drop the information in a headline or some big report, and then quietly later adjust those figures to the correct figures.
But meanwhile, they've given the impression and they've converted the thinking and the line of thinking, and it's going to be repeated over and over and over again.
To hide
it doesn't matter that they issued a correction. We live in a 24-hour news cycle where people don't do any research other than to confirm their own echo chamber and confirm their own biases and to confirm their own stroke their own egos.
Yeah.
So no, it is not. It is willful manipulation of the populace. It is ignorant thinking to think that because your favorite statistician said so, that it's true. We live in a world where unless your viewpoint is upheld, somehow you're being slighted. So,
yeah, I've known it since I was a kid. When I was a teenager, I was 19. They only put your arrest in the paper. I was arrested for something, then exonerated for breaking and entering. I was exonerated, but they put my name in the paper as a thief. So in my little town, everyone assumed I was a thief. I had to move and start my whole life over.
Dang.
That is called public social execution.
Yeah, it's a public excommunication. I was a pariah. But guys, I'm gonna have to hop off here. I appreciate you guys having me on and everything.
No problem at all, man.
I'll hop on again from time to time. I just figured out how to do it, so I'm like, all right.
You need to show your face more.
Yeah, I stand by what I believe in, and I'm willing to put my name and my face on the line.
Man,
I stand by slavery, but I'm not going to put my face on it.
What's crazy to me is this is being shoved down our throats.
in every direction you look in. Like this guy, bro, we don't want to hear your war stories. He's giving an anecdote to the point that I just made. So I do want to hear his war stories. So shut the fuck up, 27 forever.
Yeah.
So
well, you guys be safe and have a good night. Yep,
All right, man. You have a good one, man.
If anything does not line up with the liberal agenda, you are gawked at. You are turned into a social pariah. You're not allowed to voice your opinions, and it's just like I said. We live in a 24-hour news cycle. Even if you prove something wrong and prove it wrong over and over, there's still fucking people that are talking about Russiagate. There's still people that are talking about Trump being in the Epstein list. There are still people that go through and anything. There's nothing that's gonna be broadcast in a positive light about conservatives. It's always going to be, how is AI going to kill us, Pierce? It's always going to be, you know, doom and gloom and alarmist mentality, and you're some sort of outcast because we, the elite few that get the most viewers, get to say what is and isn't good.
Well, shut up, man. I ain't gonna lie, Monty. You cooking. Wait. God, he's such a victim.
I'm getting rid of him. I'm kicking him. I'm kicking him.
Sid, don't do it. It's Sid. Hey, Sid. And Sid, how you doing, dog?
We've seen that it's failed.
Okay, very quick response from Paula.
So, Owen, and I took the time to learn your name, and we'll use it because that's what the respectful thing is to do. And I'm not going to shout at you, and I'm not going to holler at you, and I'm not going to berate you and belittle you and demean your argument, because I respect the fact that you might now you're interrupting me, and what you did was you shouted at me when I tried to interrupt you just to clarify whether you knew my name or not. So what I am going to say to you is that I haven't denied biology, and I don't know why you thought that I did. And I do listen
to what you just
and
said.
now you're interrupting me again. And actually, there isn't that much that we disagree on in terms of why it's important for us to find a middle ground, and that we can do that by debating. We can do that. We can do that.
There is no middle ground.
You're interrupting me again. We can do that.
But you're speaking nonsense.
We can do that by having polite discourse, by understanding and learning where each other is coming from. Of course, there is a middle ground. And to suggest that there isn't a middle ground means that it's only your way or the highway.
I mean, when it comes to this whole immigration subject, there is really no middle ground. It's either we're opening it, either you want to open or close. Which one? On or off? But you can't leave. You can't just leave it in the middle and say, "Oh, well, it's half open, half closed." Like, no.
Here's the thing. They want the credit for closing the borders, but they want the voters and the future generations of voters to come in. It's not about whether it's open or closed. It's never a direct issue. It's, you're a horrible human being if you ever suggest that we close our borders.
Yeah, and then when you try to say it's a middle ground, I'm like, well,
there is no middle ground.
It's either we're closing it or we're cracking down on immigration. Like, either one, there is really no middle ground. Is it we're taking immigration seriously or we're not?
Exactly. And
that simply isn't true.
There's biology. There's a man and a woman. There is no middle ground.
Owen, we've moved past that now.
We've actually, we've actually moved to the end of this.
Science doesn't change.
We've moved to the end of the episode. And I think I've always wanted to do this. John, I'm going to give you the final word. You can only use one word. I'd like you to use the word that you are world famous for.
Bro, he hasn't said shit this entire interview.
Here's Morgan Uncensored.
He gets one word.
You know best.
That's what he used.
Thank you all very much.
Not even a word.
I mean,
it's his free speech, I guess.
Bro, he got like one. That was the one word he got the entire interview. I think he said like a couple lines.
I was like, yeah, literally, he only probably spoke like one time, and after that, he just comes with the bah. I'm like, okay. I mean,
he was just there for. I don't even know why he was there.
Man, for shits and giggles at this point. But alrighty, though.
I mean, but come on. Like, argue with me here, Set. Don't argue with me.
I'm weak. I'm weak.
Tell me. So, and somewhere, where am I? Oh my god.
I hope everyone had a Merry Christmas, especially Monty.
Sid,
he's still in the Christmas spirit. Shout out, Sid.
Monty was still stroking out.
Did he create another account? Did someone actually finally ban him?
Nah, Sid always been up here.
Bro, Sid_6 is a new account. It used to be just at CID.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't even know. I didn't even know.
This man's stalking the stream. But anyway, this idea that there should be middle ground, all that is a Horcrux for agree with me or I'm gonna publicly shame you and say that you're not willing to work with me. It's like when your brother and sister argue over something and mom says either you figure it out or I'm gonna take it away. They would rather just take everything away and throw their fit because they don't get what they want. That's the same reason that the government stayed shut down for 45 days. You either give me what I want or I'm going to throw a temper tantrum. And if we're in even more close, I'm going to be violent. If we're in a social debate, I'm going to defame you. They do not, for a party of tolerance, they're not very tolerant. Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. Well, for other people's ideas, at least.
No, it's their way of the highway, and it's funny that they project that onto other people. It's like there's got to be some middle ground. Yeah, the middle ground is maybe just don't let people you don't know into your country.
Simple as that. I mean, well, sounds simple.
Dude, racist,
you would hope
sexist,
it would be simple.
bigot, homophobe.
Yeah, but we're joking. You're joking about that, but that's how it works. If you boil the arguments down, it's I'm concerned for my nation, and you're a blank. Insert the blank. Fucking blank.
Man.
Just because I don't want somebody who can't wash their butt properly or speak my language to be present in my country and be a potential hazard around my family, that's crazy.
How dare you? Don't you care about daycare?
Actually, guys, I have a new dream of starting a Somali daycare.
Set, I promise you better not.
I mean, bro, like it's very lucrative. I heard. Oh, I've seen. Like all you need is like 50 to 60 kids on paper, not actually, but on paper, and you be pulling in about $1 million.
Spell learning wrong.
I mean, look, bro, it's not about the Leering Center. It's about the money, bro. Look. F the kids, bro. It's about the money. That's why we're opening. That's a Somali daycare, not an actual daycare. Actual daycares care about kids. Somali daycares care about money. You got to recognize this. Now, in terms of these Somali daycares and me opening of one, I think you guys should join in on it. All we got to do is sit there, fake number of kids, and we pull in millions of taxpayer dollars. And if anybody say anything about it, we call them racist.
You're going to jail.
But I mean, we had a long conversation, Set and I, after the stream ended so unceremoniously the other night.
Man,
Set.
What the hell happened to your computer, man?
Oh, his computer died.
Died, bro. Died. I forgot to plug in the charger, and it just.
I got so frustrated by that. I went to sleep out of anger.
Bro,
but
like
the idea, we went on and on, and I was telling Set, and I was like, you really got to connect the dots between what's actually being taken, because we all see this and we're like, oh wow, that's really a lot of money, but no one stops to put it in the context of what that could actually do for people if it wasn't wasted by these fucking non-ass washing fucking I am the captain now looking motherfuckers. Like, what could be done with that money except for give that guy, Louis Vuitton bags and nice set of AirPods and some Patagonia sweatshirts. So it's just sad. It's really sad, and it's sad to understand and to come to terms with. The loud minority will always get to reign the day. It's always going to be that way. They'll use any sliver of fact to propagize
their agenda against people, and you're never even going to know what the agenda is until you find yourself in chains and enslaved to the government.
And all right, so shout out to my man Sid. He says, same Sid, never banned LOL. All right, now let's go ahead and get now. I guess we're going to close out on this video. Approach that 6-hour mark. All right, let's look into this guy, Peter Nygaard. If you don't know about him, you're about to find out about this sick bastard tonight. All right, let's
He's
get into
Nygaard.
Notice
Peter
I want to
Nygaard.
know about Peter Nygaard on this. I got another podcast. You think they know about this? You looked up Peter Nygaard, another billionaire, same clients, globalist, former president, you name it, and he's there saying, "Yeah, we artificially inseminate, or I do it myself." Oh, the fun way. He's like 80-something years old at the time. Looks like he's 60, with like a football player's body at 20. And he's telling the black women, "I need, we need to have you have a baby."
Oh yeah, no. This billionaire loves black women. I mean, this man has the meanest case of jungle fever I have ever seen. Loves black women. I mean, actually, he was even caught up with getting caught up with even trafficking in Africa.
Dang, bro.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the bro's a sick bastard, and he also, bro, and in front of these black women, bro, he was basically saying, "Dog, look, I'll offer you $60,000 to have a baby and let me get the fetus." I was like, "Whoa!" But let's hear more.
Because you've got the dominant genes. It's mainly Central African. It's like super dominant, meaning that just the cells work better, not recessive. And then they have the baby early in abortion and they suck it dry. Imagine sucking the bone marrow out of a baby and it's blood.
Bruh.
And then they inject it all into themselves.
She looks evil.
In 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions. And literally you see photos of Nygaard. He starts this. He's like an old man hunchback, and he looks like an NFL football player a year later. So it works, okay? I mean, this is real vampire stuff, okay?
Is this a guy or a woman?
Hold on. Pretty much he was saying, yeah, he was all hunched over, but due to the fact that he's sucking the cells out of these black fetuses, he's able to pretty much regain some type of youth.
Stem cells.
So
he looks like an evil genius, like an evil fucking the plot to a movie.
Wait, so hold on, man. Are we pretty much saying that black women have the secret to immortality?
That's not it. No, it's not it. It's when babies are first forming, their cells are the strongest and they have
I get that. But he's specifically saying that they're going after black women because of that their cells are stronger and they work better.
That's his claim. He's just obsessed with black women. That man has an addiction.
Oh, I can't blame him. But all right.
We've talked about this for years, that the big scandal that's getting overlooked is surrogacy. Surrogacy is the new slavery. And there are some Chinese men that have had in the U.S., California, of course, has the laws tailored for them. It's closer to China, they can pick them up quicker. Over 100 children. And they already have them marked down for sale to men for wives, sex trafficking, or for organs or whatever you need, and they're U.S. citizens instantly.
Here we
and they sign them up for the welfare.
Hey, how's it going, Tove? Sid, how y'all doing?
Doing good. How are you guys?
It's all good, my man. So I know you just popped in, so you probably don't know too much about what's going on.
Bro,
no idea what's going on.
Oh my God, why is this slave master that calls himself Sid talking? Don't you have some more poor victims of sex trafficking to call honest working people?
Yeah, but that gets tiring after a while.
Yo.
Bro, is Sid giving up on retardation?
No.
Nah, he's still a strong-hearted liberal.
Bro, the way he said that was just like the same way that lady, don't you care about these people that are coming? No.
You ain't even gonna let me get the question out all the way?
True that.
Actually, yo, Sid, what you think about AI?
He doesn't.
You don't even think about it?
Bro, leave him alone. Let him answer.
Yeah, repeat that. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm trying to get my headphones set up.
Are you?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I was trying to ask you. So shoot, like this big topic of AI. There was a whole little Bernie 101 with Bernie Sanders on CNN, and he was pretty much going off on the dangers of AI and how it's going to cause job loss and all that crazy stuff. What do you think about it?
Well, I think AI definitely will cause job loss. I don't think that's controversial at all, is it?
No, we all
Not
agree.
really. No, we agree on that.
Well, we're pretty unified.
My statement was that if your job right now can be replaced by AI, you probably weren't doing that good of a job anyway.
And I would
I don't know.
probably agree with.
There's a lot of jobs that can be replaced by AI right now. That these people are going to have to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, and I think they should. They should go to a better spot in the market.
Well, some of them won't. A lot of them won't be able to go to a better spot in the market. Like,
why not? Why wouldn't they be able to?
Because a lot of these jobs are going to be higher skilled.
Why? So you can't retrain? You're just completely fucking inept?
I thought everyone freaked out about this when Hillary told truckers to learn to code. Like, that's pretty.
I believe that was Biden, and I actually agreed
No,
with him that.
It was Hillary, but yeah.
Thought it was pretty sure it was Biden. Maybe they both said it, but I'm pretty sure
I
agree.
It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who it was, but people thought that was out of touch to say that. Like,
not out of touch.
Because no, truthfully, it is, because you got to think somebody that really likes doing this job and they're really good at it. They've honed their skills, and then you're basically telling them, "Oh, well, it sucks to be you. You can't do what you love, or you can't do what you're really good at no more." And
or what you've already
10,
put
20,
years of your life into.
Right, like 10, 20 years of your life are down the drain.
Yeah, and then you have to
the
restart
world
a
does
whole
not
new
revolve around
career.
any one person, though. So
say that again. I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
I said the world does not revolve around any one person, though, or any one industry. So I don't think it's out of touch. I think it's maybe a reality check for people that have never gained any valuable skills in the marketplace that are now being replaced by people that don't even need to be real people. So
I will say one thing to this point. Look at China and how that blew over. Exactly what you're saying. Now look at what China's going through. Their generation, our generation over there, they don't want to work for what? Because all they're going to do is get replaced and then be forced to completely restart all over in another career field. It gets exhausting. And that's a bit insensitive and unrealistic to expect people to just be able to switch careers on a dime or have to figure something out when technology is advancing.
The goal of AI is not to replace a select few. The goal of AI is to replace all jobs. That's the ultimate goal of AI.
And you don't think that's scary for people?
Why would that? I mean, maybe people that don't understand what the implications of that mean. Maybe that would
mean,
Monty, we'd have to have a complete restructuring of the economy, and nobody's talking about that.
Well, I am. What are you talking about? I said if we could get AI and robotics to the level that it could be at, I would agree with. I would want socialism to be implemented. Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
I
do hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying there, but like, you're just a guy on the internet. I'm just a guy on the internet. The people that hold the levels of power, they're not talking about this. They're not talking about AI as something that's going to replace huge swaths of the job market. Like,
Elon Musk, one of the leaders in AI, said that working will be optional. Not that people are enslaved. Working will be optional. That is what he is working for.
But nobody trusts him. He's promised
I
fully
trust him.
self-driving cars for how long now? He promised tunnels under LA for transportation for how long now? He's promised
Whose fault is it that the government gets in the way of production? Whose fault is it?
He's promised to colonize Mars for how long now? Like, all the promises he's ever made.
Have you ever been in a Tesla?
Yeah.
And have you seen the version 14 FSD?
I like Rivian better. I think Rivian's
So you don't
better.
even know what you're talking about because Rivian has fucking cruise control. So Sid, come on, man.
I know
Come
he was.
on.
He said
You
that
don't
on
even
purpose.
know what you're talking. Come on. I was trying to like have an intellectual conversation with you, and I was like trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, and you just.
I just threw in a joke. I just threw in a little joke. I just threw in a little joke.
Like, have you actually seen like version 14, like the 25.44 or 25.45? It's
I don't
it
know.
is a self-driving car. Like, so he hasn't promised and not delivered. He
No,
is.
he promised he promised self-driving taxis like Waymos, which Waymo did first. But
So have
yeah.
you heard of Robotaxi in maybe the not Santa Barbara, but San Francisco area, or maybe Austin, Texas, or Phoenix, Arizona?
Yeah, that's not a Tesla project.
Robotaxi is not a Tesla project.
Isn't it the Waymos that are dominating this field?
Robotaxi is Model 3s, Tesla Model 3s, run by Tesla in Austin, in San Francisco, and I believe Phoenix, Arizona now.
Okay.
And it's bigger than Waymo and can go on highways.
So I will say
It's been a thing for about 6 months now, and it's already bigger than Waymo, who's had years to do it.
The
Had years. Go ahead, sorry.
The problem that a lot of people have with this concept of automation taking over everything, like I said before, and I hope this has some weight in it. I've been in the STEM industry and then worked with robotics and automation for a while. I'm not thoroughly sold on, and I'm not comfortable with automation completely taking over. And you have a lot of people that are not comfortable with automation taking over, because once it takes over, who's to say that these companies won't go further than they have in the name of technological advancement?
So let me ask you a question. So let me ask you a question. If it's going to get rid of everybody's job and nobody is going to be able to work, how is anybody going to make money to buy any of these things that these oligarchs are trying to? If it's all about the money and it's nothing about just advancing technology for the good of humanity, if nobody has a job and there is no money to be had by anybody, how are you supposed to continue being a billionaire, and how is your money supposed to be worth anything if you don't create a system in which money still has some relevancy, or money just becomes obsolete and everybody kind of gets what they want no matter what?
I don't know, Monty. How would work be optional?
Golly, I'm trying to answer that question.
So how would work be optional?
Yeah, like you said, Musk said.
Wait, Monty. Let me answer your question.
No. Let me answer that question specifically because I'm glad he asked it, and I think he's genuinely asking it. Work is optional, not like every single job that you could ever imagine is filled by robots. But there are things that robots cannot do as of right now that we can't theorize robots being able to do. So work in that field. Now you don't have to worry about your basic needs because they're all met, because the cost to do this kind of pays for itself as you go through. The billionaires make themselves obsolete. But work becomes optional because now what would take you years and years and years of education and hundreds of thousands of dollars while also still having to support yourself, that becomes a little bit more attainable. So whereas your entry level job might be, instead of working at Starbucks or working at McDonald's, your entry level job is something that robots can't do. So whether it be in the medical field, whether it be in engineering, a lot of those things, robots are kind of encroaching on. But it is your life has a lot more purpose because you get your time back. The most valuable thing, you can ask any billionaire, any millionaire, anybody that's moderately successful. When you become that successful, the first thing you start doing is trying to buy your time back. If everybody has the time and can fill that time with purpose that they choose, not because they chose a job because they needed to choose a job, but because they chose a job because literally they were bored and wanted to explore something and wanted to stimulate their mind. That's when working becomes optional, and people will choose to work because it gives their life purpose.
Okay,
So that's how
so I
working
do
becomes
want.
optional.
Wait, so I do have a couple key points to throw out there. Every
Yeah.
system, every system always needs a method of sustainment, and
Mhm.
I don't care what you have to say, whether it's sociological or in the realm of physics. You always need a point of sustainment in order to keep this going. If
Correct.
we go with that mantra, basically you're removing a huge swath of people, taking them out of their jobs, giving them to AI, but
Mhm.
you're saying that these highly specialized skills like engineering and being a doctor, that's only realistically accessible to a few. A large majority of
No,
the
no, no,
people
no.
are
So
going to
that's what I said. That's what I said. Right now, it's only accessible to a few. Right? Because think
hold.
about all the sacrifice you have to go
You,
to go through med school.
can
Think
you let
about
me
all.
land the plane?
Go ahead.
Can you let me land the plane? In that scenario, because this is on paper, what we can see based off of proven record is in that scenario, it would still be only a few people. What would happen to a larger majority of people? Think about the movies like Star Trek, Stargate, and Elysium, and all these other different movies. You have to, in order for that to work out, you have to subjugate or have a bunch of people at the bottom tier of society making the entire system work. This could be your coal miners, this could be your energy
That's
producers,
all
these could
done by
be
robots. That's what you're missing. That is the
who's
substance
going to
of society.
maintain the system, who's going to maintain the software, who's going to maintain all the basic facets that other robots can't even do because they need to be maintained themselves. No
Why can't
matter what way you slice it, you need
That's like
human
saying you can't
input.
have healthcare because you need people to work on people.
I'm telling you this as a soon-to-be engineer. It's not how that works.
So
I'm straight up telling you
healthcare
this.
doesn't exist. We don't
That's
maintain our own bodies and we don't maintain our own systems.
it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison.
But it's the only comparison that I can give you right now because we don't live in that world, and you're talking about hypotheticals in a world which you're comparing it to Elysium and Star Trek. Those are fictional
Okay,
creations of man.
Okay, let me compare it to something more realistic that the entire world went through, the Industrial Revolution. Everybody went from hand-picking everything and having a more localized government where the wealth was actually more spread out. And even though there were stretches of time where you had to worry about your livestock, there were also huge stretches of time where you didn't have to worry about your crops, your products, your livestock, because all of it had been taken care of and you just have to let it mature. In a system, an automated system that runs almost 24/7, you need a lot more human input in order to make it function because you have things that break down, things that wear out, things that need to be updated, and things that need to move. The more you automate a system, the more problems crop up.
If you don't have AI to actually automate it. But yeah.
AI, whether AI is automating it or not. That's why updates are important. You need human intervention at some point to update it. Just like in the Industrial Revolution, they needed human intervention to maintain the machines.
So what exactly are you asking? Because it sounds like you're just saying that you can't conceptualize what a world would look like, and and you're doing a good job of convincing me that you can't conceptualize it because you're going backwards to look at the Industrial Revolution, which you want to talk about apples to oranges. We're talking about people that were putting their life on the line to build skyscrapers and fucking prop up assembly lines.
What I'm doing is drawing a conclusion from something that we already. All right, I'll use something more relevant. Look at the age of technology. Before we had people that would sit at the switchboards and manually patch you in whenever you wanted to make a call.
Mhm.
Now that we've come up with dial-up and ultimately cell phone services, these same people have that now switching people from call to call. That's automated. The human component never left. You know where the human component went? The human component went to maintaining the network, to building out the infrastructure, to making the call service better and providing upgrades.
So
humans will never be fully eliminated or have the option to work or decide to do whatever they want to do.
So what about the people that want to work on robots because they find robots? Why can't they be the ones working on robots? Again,
all right,
like
all right, guys, we're gonna land the plane on this conversation about 3 minutes.
Okay,
so you did your whole spiel. It's my turn now. You're conceptualizing a world which you cannot conceptualize it because you cannot have, like, I can't even have that grand of thinking of the way everything will interact with each other, the way things will work. You cannot foresee it because it's a new technology that has not been tried before.
That same statement has been shared before when we invented the printing press, the sewing machine, and
there are always
tractor.
people against it. You sound like the people that are against all of those things.
No. They said the same thing you're saying, and what happened? You have maintainers, you have people to fix it, you have people to make upgrades.
And
that's
again,
why it can't be a reality.
Going back to my original point, it would be you would save a lot of jobs if instead of using an excavator to dig a ditch, you used wooden spoons to dig a ditch. That doesn't mean it's better. And it doesn't mean that you should stop the progress because you're afraid of losing the 500 people it takes to dig a ditch.
Never said that we're afraid.
That's what you're equivocating.
Hold up. No, it's not. I'm saying that this system that you're dreaming of, just because we have a new tool, an upgraded tool, a better search engine, or a better extension of our own bodies, just because we have that, that doesn't mean that we will ever reach this point in which you're trying to get. There's always going to be something that has to have human intervention.
How do you know that?
Because history has taught us that.
Okay.
Tomahawk cruise missiles are effective, and because it's a longer sword for us to reach out and touch our enemies with. You still have to have a human input to fire the thing, but nevertheless, it is a sword. It's just an upgraded sword. It's a sword with a fireball at the end of it, but a sword nonetheless. The same thing with the bullet.
So again, you cannot conceptualize a world in which robots are making decisions because your brain will not allow you to do it.
My brain has allowed. Again, you're not talking to just anybody. You're talking to somebody who's been in the field. I'm telling you what I know.
Okay, so you see it as a tool, and I see it as more than a tool. You cannot get past it. A human has to interface with it. That's what deep thinking and fucking learning and shit is. It learns to act on its own. Now, yes,
I'll leave you with this. What's the purpose of an MLM?
An MLM? Multi-level marketing?
No, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. LLM.
Large language model?
Yeah.
No.
It's to give you a fucking search result. Language learning model, my bad. Language learning model, not large language model. We're not
what
talking
are the different
about
types?
LLM.
No, what are the
what are the box. Get out of that box. I'm not talking about fucking Grok. I'm talking about robotics and AI.
Monty, stop. You're in the box. Again, you keep forgetting. I'm in the field trying to walk you down the process.
You have to keep saying that, but it doesn't matter what you think about being in the field. You're trying to paint me into this box that I don't understand. I'm not an idiot. I understand what you're saying. I understand how it can be a tool.
It's not how it can be a tool. It's just a tool. It is just an extension.
And okay, all right, we'll call it time on this one because we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this.
He's going around in circles and he's just fucking talking just to talk. It's not about the tool. It's about what the tool can do for humanity. How people won't have to work if they don't want to. So saying, "Oh, people aren't gonna work," you're fucking missing the point of the statement.
All right.
So,
let's go ahead.
real quick.
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Sorry. There is, and before you, there's a video that Couture shared earlier today that before you close out, be interesting to play.
Oh, wait, say that again? You said a video?
Yeah, there's a short little video that Couture posted earlier today. I reposted it for her, but I think it kind of ties in. I think because I kind of came in late after with what happened here, but with the debate that was going on with Piers Morgan, it kind of ties into that and what we were talking about the other day. But when this is over, if you want to, before you close out, if you want to play that, that would be, it'd be interesting to just hear some people's thoughts on that one.
All right, no problem. Then let me just finish up on this one, and we'll get right into that.
And then milk the money in.
I'm gonna get it right now.
And it's all public. And again, they killed over 50 million Chinese girls in the one-child policy. If they have an imbalance, well, don't worry. They just come over here and literally hire models, you name it, when they're producing a sex slave, or they get women tested for genetic purity if they're wanting to get a little organ blob, and then they just take the kid over there to China, and whenever they're ready, they just kill them and take their goods because the child's half you. You're not going to get organ rejection. That's what Epstein was actually one of his main businesses, along with Peter Nygaard. Oh yeah, it's much worse than just abusing 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls. They want you to just stay in that area and never get down the rabbit hole. That's the entrance to the rabbit hole. Is 14, 15-year-old girls. No. Down in the rabbit hole. Down in the rabbit hole is women getting pregnant with the man's own baby, so it doesn't get genetically rejected. Central African women, because they have dominant genes, and the stem cells are about 100 times better. Just a fact for health effects. And then the woman has an abortion at 8 months. They suck the baby dry of its bone marrow, its blood, and in multiple transfusions, put it into the rich old men and rich old women. And that's what Peter Nygaard, that's public, by the way, and not public, Epstein did, though it's leaked. He was into cloning and hundreds of babies of his own and underground medical facilities at Zorro Ranch, all these medical chairs, all this. Oh, yeah, that's what they do. All sorts of fertility clinics and all sorts of stem cell stuff and all sorts of really macabre stuff like Peter Nygaard. And notice I've been the only one talking about Peter Nygaard on this. I go on other podcasts that think they know about this. Have you looked up Peter Nygaard? Another billionaire, same clients, globalist, former president, you name it. And he's there saying, yeah, we artificially inseminate, or I do it myself. Oh, the fun way. He's like 80-something years old at the time. Looks like he's 60 with like a football player's body at 20. And he's telling the black women, we need to have you have a baby because you've got the dominant genes. It's mainly Central African. It's like super dominant, meaning that just the cells work better, not recessive. And then they have the baby early in abortion and they suck it dry. And then they put it in the old men. You have to understand, if it's your baby, it's like organ rejection. Your body totally takes it in if it's your daughter or son you just killed. And so, I mean, people think like they get a stem cell shot from a woman's placenta, and football players stuff taking it's like a miracle. That's some other woman, not even your genetics, and it's placenta. Imagine sucking the bone marrow out of a baby, and it's blood, and then they inject it all into themselves in 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions, and literally you see photos of Nygaard. He starts this. He's like an old man hunchback, and he looks like an NFL football player a year later. So it works, okay? I mean, this is real vampire stuff, okay? So again, I've been harping on it for over a decade. No one seems to care. Yeah, look at this. No one seems to care because it's not like a weird brain puzzle narrative, whodunit, clue game, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, was this going on? Was that happening? No, it's just right there for you. The answer, Zorro Ranch, Caribbean Islands, just like Nygaard has Caribbean Island. They got these facilities all over. And there you have it. That's what we're dealing with here. I'm challenging all of you to support the broadcast. Keep us on air. Anywhere.
All right, now, well, let me go ahead and go over to this quick clip and let me see what you guys think about this. I mean,
That was a creepy ass picture. I'm sorry. I looked over and saw that picture of that dude with the white hair with that crazy smile, and I about jumped.
He looks evil, right?
That boy Peter Nygaard. Now, all right. So it was kind of funny because they called. Wait, would y'all consider Ilhan Omar a radical Islamist? I think she's a little bit too liberal to be considered.
She's a radical leftist. That
yeah,
is
she's radical leftist. I wouldn't call her radical
Islamist. Do any of the things she's arguing for.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, radical Islamist. I think she'd probably be like, bro, it'd be
I
way
don't.
different.
She's well, and here's the thing, and well, play the video first, and then.
All right.
So here's a paradox. In America, we have a political left. It's a progressive left. As you know, it's sexually permissive. And this political movement appears strangely allied with radical Islam. Can you explain this?
When I was an extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist, I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But the left, I know they have no values and no principles to begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump. Would never do it. They'd give their vote to the leftist who wants to run around in pride parades. And Islamic extremists are against gays and homosexuals and transgenders, but they want the left to go and get busy with that. They want them go speak about the climate, go speak about abortion, go kill yourselves, go do that. And Omar, she's fighting for abortion rights and all the other. My body, my choice. Yes, go do that. Go do it. But would she have an abortion? Never.
I mean, I don't know about that, dog. We're talking about a lady who's already went outside of her religious teachings already. We're talking about a lady who's been married 3 times. I mean, got a child by her first husband, cheated on her second husband, and now she's on her third husband. That's not your traditional Muslim woman.
True,
at all.
There's just a little bit more.
Oh no, that's it. Oh wait, no, never mind. You're right.
Wait.
Never. Would she kill a Muslim in her stomach? Never.
What is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim.
Hold on. Whoa. Go back on that note.
All set.
What in God's name?
Is this a trailer?
It's a short from a video that I believe it was.
It looks like a trailer. There's a rating on it, and there's a release.
Yeah, it is a documentary.
Would she kill a Muslim in her stomach? Never.
What is the fundamentalist and jihadi agenda for America?
The future of America has to be Muslim.
The
I wonder if Dinesh is going to have to apologize for this one too.
Wait, say that again.
I said, I wonder if Dinesh is going to have to apologize for this one too, like he did 2,000 Mules.
Ooh,
where he had to admit all that was a lie in court. I don't know.
He did.
It looks like he was.
Not all of it.
This has already been
Because the video that couldn't have. You can't really fake the video.
You can't fake someone that's fucking talking, Sid.
Or doing
right.
stuff.
That's why he had such a convincing argument in court.
Because what's the fucking point of fighting a broken system that's out to get you?
How was it out to get him? How was it out to get him?
Hold on, Sid. Actually, hold on. What do you disagree with what he just said?
You've never been.
What do I disagree with what the guy he was interviewing just said?
No. What do you agree? Well, yeah. Like, do you have any disagreements?
Yeah, I don't think a Muslim extremist would find more in common with the gay pride parade.
You dumb ass!
Yeah.
Did you not watch the fucking video?
He said as an Islamic extremist would vote for a leftist.
Yes, because the goal of Islamic extremists is to eradicate the infidel. So if you're busy killing yourself, you're doing their job for them.
No, that's not.
No,
that's not
that's
what would
literally
happen.
what he just said.
But that's not what would
Run it
happen
back.
if you vote for
Run
those
it back.
people.
Run it back.
Please.
Well, let's Sid explain his point first while I run him back. All right, go ahead, Sid.
That is not what would happen if you vote for someone that I guess supports gay pride parades. Like the
act
intuitive
of
people have
like
babies.
Hey Sid, can two guys have a baby? Can they procreate? Can they make
Dude,
the race bigger? To
having gay pride parades isn't going to make everybody gay. It might make you gay. I don't know, but it's not going to make everybody gay.
But supporting a social contagion is what
gayness is a social contagion, huh?
So is transgenderism. It's a social contagion.
Okay.
It's only a social fucking construct, which we've allowed to fucking propagate through the last 15 years. So yes,
so is religion.
A Muslim extremist would be all too happy for us to castrate ourselves, for us to abort all of our kids. Of course they would. Run it, like literally listen to what he says with any lens other than I'm Sid and I think I know everything.
No, I am listening to what he says. I don't think that voting for somebody that is supportive of gay pride parades would bring down the country. I mean, you believe that. You buy into his narrative because you're a fundamentalist Muslim like him, basically.
I'm a fundamentalist.
What?
Now, hold on, guys.
You're a fucking idiot.
You're not a Muslim, but you're a fundamentalist. You agree with all their conservative beliefs. The only difference is you call God a different name.
I agree.
Notice how you said it was God and not Allah?
Yeah, because I speak English.
Oh, so you think that's the only difference between the Quran and the Bible, right? Is just the language, just a miscommunication.
Let's set replay.
Right? No.
Let's set replay.
Run it back.
Let's
run it back.
Nothing I'm saying is going to be contradicted in what's replayed. Like,
everything you
I
said,
understand.
literally everything you said. You
literally
break it down.
watched the same video, and somehow your brain cells could not, like the neurons couldn't touch the synapses.
Why don't you explain it? Why don't you explain it then?
All right, guys. So let's go ahead and go through one more time.
You didn't. You just said the neurons didn't connect.
All right, one more time, guys. One more time.
So here's the paradox. In America, we have a political left. It's a progressive left. As you know, it's sexually permissive. And this political movement appears strangely allied with radical Islam. Can you explain this?
When I was an extremist, Islamist, fundamentalist, I would only vote left.
Why is that?
I saw them as very stupid. I would fear the conservatives because they come with principle. That's not someone they can brainwash. But
I'm
the
a
left,
fundamentalist
I know they
Islamic
have no
anti-Semitic
values and no
Jew.
principles to be.
Shut up, Brittany. She said Monty is
That's
a fundamentalist.
Oh, bro, that's my
Islamic
wife. Hold on.
anti-Semitic Jew. Hilarious.
It be on people.
Yeah, if you don't get what I'm saying, I mean, you have these same backwards beliefs as like these Islamists that think that having gay pride parades will destroy the entire country.
Now, I know. Here's the thing, Sid. You
You're
actually are
fucking
making a
stupid.
decent point where you're saying that conservative values do align with Islamic values because they also have conservative values. The problem is
They have
the
extremist
Islamists or the extreme Islamists, like pretty much goes with the left
They'll
because the
shoot
left
an
allows them to
8-year-old
do
for
whatever they
studying in
want.
school.
The left kind of, well, he's kind of says it right there that the left kind of kills themselves and they like that.
How so?
And here-
Wait, how does the left Islamic extremists do whatever they want?
He just
give an
explained
example.
it to you, dumb. Listen.
No. Give an example.
Oh, in Minnesota, in Minnesota with the Somali population, how it's heavily populated, because the left wants to stay in power in that region, they kind of let the Somalis do whatever they want. And if you threaten the Somali communities, well, fraudulent money, then they will threaten to vote you out of power. So
Okay, would you take that argument? Would you take that same argument for all the Christian governments, or not Christian, but Republican governments?
Do you even
that
know
have
what you're
a-
asking, Sid? Or are you just fucking talking?
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
So there's been fraud committed by white Americans, COVID fraud, billions of dollars worth, that has gone unnoticed until it was, just like this one, Did they just allow that because they agreed with them because they were too, I guess, woke in the other way that they didn't want to go after these Christians, white Republicans for committing fraud?
No, that's the difference.
No, they
between
went after
conservatives
them
and
because
liberals.
they're not going to be called
Liberals
racist
love
for
the
doing
handout.
so.
Liberals love the fucking corruption. Liberals love the voter base that votes for them.
No.
That's not
Actually,
true.
Sid,
That's
it's
so
like,
brain
think about,
dead, bro.
They go after the white people.
Makes
It's
one to
all
no one
good.
does
They
that.
go after the Somalis. It's Islamophobia and racism. That's the difference.
Literally nobody is calling it that right now.
No one's calling it out. No one's. We just watched a whole segment on it 2 days ago.
Whoa! Nobody's
No one's
calling
calling it
out the fraud that's going on in Minnesota. You sure,
People might say that people have an inclination to focus on that fraud specifically based out of Islamophobia. I wouldn't say that. But if they're not talking about any other fraud besides that fraud, yeah, that's kind of strange maybe, but that's the only argument I could see.
Maybe because they shouldn't be in our fucking country in the first place, and they're not welcome here, and we don't want them here. Maybe that's why
Okay,
we're
Monty.
Well,
Why
I'll
aren't they
give you
welcome
that.
here?
There is
They're
a highlight
citizens?
on the Somali community, so I'll give you that.
Yeah, of course.
And it's
You
not
know,
like
Ohio is now investigating.
It's not
We
like
act like this is
it's
the first
$111
fraud
million.
ever been committed. We act like this is
No,
the
but it
first
is
fraud
the
ever been committed.
worst. It's
No,
the
it isn't the
largest.
worst. It's not the largest.
Oh, $9
that is
billion,
a blatant lie.
not a lot for you, Sid. That's okay. $9 billion.
I said, Monty, I didn't say it's okay. I said it's not. Monty, I didn't say it's no. Monty, I didn't say it's no big deal. I didn't say it's not
But you're
big.
trying to
I said
dismiss it as if it doesn't
no.
matter.
I said it's not the
Look over here at this
largest.
white guy that did it too.
All right,
Yeah,
hold on,
you
let's
should care. If you care about fraud, you should care about all fraud, right? Yes or no?
I do care about all fraud. You don't care
Okay.
about this fraud because it
Why is this? Why is this the only fraud I've ever heard you talk about?
What are you fucking talking about?
Wait.
Have you not fucking paid attention for the past 9 months where fucking Trump has been talking about waste, fraud, and abuse in the government?
Why is this the only specific fraud I've ever heard you talk about?
Because you don't fucking pay attention. You don't listen. I talk about
Okay,
fraud all the
name
fucking time.
name another one.
Between
Name another
NGOs,
one.
USAID, between fucking the
How was
government spending
USAID
$8
fraud?
on a trash
How was
bag,
it?
between
Okay.
officers
You
out of
still
the
believe that, even though it's been disproven.
USAID wasn't. No one disproved it. Just because you say something doesn't mean it's disproven, Sid. You're not an authority on anything.
So what fraud
You're
was
spit
committed through
science kid.
what fraud was committed via USAID?
It was used.
Where do we start?
Oh my.
Yeah, start somewhere. Somewhere would be a good point.
All the payments to Africa for all these fraudulent programs, such as the stripper program, the teaching.
Such as what program?
They had a stripper program.
Did they?
Like literally teaching Ugandans to strip. And then they had another program where they were teaching gay people on how to do art and liberal sciences. They were sending money to South America for something like gay squirrel testing or something stupid that had to do with animals. And
so
then
over and over again, our taxpayer dollars were and it didn't go to these. You know what's even worse about this is the money didn't even
can
go
you
to
pull
these
up what
programs.
the fraud
It went
was
to
for
fucking Democratic
USAID.
donors and went to fucking powerful people. The same people Sid wants to argue against and say that he hates so much are the people that are getting these kickbacks. So the what's hilarious
Now,
to me
before
is
you
the fact
go
that
off,
we have a
Monty, somebody
$6 trillion
did challenge.
budget and
Somebody
Sid
did
thinks
challenge
no fraud
Sid
in
in
it.
the comments.
Yeah.
Somebody pull up.
Wait. I'd like you to prove the stripper thing you said.
I found a nonprofit organization supporting LGBTQ people in Uganda said its work is being threatened by U.S. President Donald Trump's suspension of foreign aid through USAID. I do
Okay,
also
that's not
see
fraud. That's not fraud.
You're right. You're right. But I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. But I will
That's
look
not
for
fraud.
Ugandan strippers. Well, actually,
You know,
couldn't
he's-
even say
he-
Ugandan strippers are fraud. You could just say it's like honestly wasteful spending. We could say wasteful spending, but
Sure, that's a different thing.
Yeah, fraud would be a bit of a stretch. But
Hey Sid, guess what? All of these dollars that were the Somali community is talking about went to daycare. That there's no kids in.
Wait. So Sid, check this out. Somebody in the comments actually challenged you. They said, name a case of fraud that was worse. This is $9 billion and counting. We're not even all the way through it yet, so keep that in mind.
Yeah, name one that's worse, Sid. Go ahead. Wow, it got extra fucking silent. He's got to Google real quick because he just says things and doesn't fucking know how to back
Can
them
you guys
up.
not hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
No.
You're being
Okay, now we can hear you.
You have nothing to say.
Sid.
Still can't
You
hear you,
can't.
Sid.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you when you say, "Can you hear me?" We can't hear any of the bullshit you're trying to spew.
What about Enron? What about Enron?
Oh man, it took him that long to Google something.
No, I wasn't Googling.
What does Enron say?
I think that was like upwards of.
Notice how Seth is just as quiet as Sid is as he's looking it up.
That was almost $80 billion of money fraudulently extracted from investors and people that were told that they could invest their money with. That was Bernie Madoff, right?
Actually, no. According to the FBI's website, it was 160 to about $210 million in fraud. That's from
So
the
you're even
FBI's
wrong
website.
about that. Good God, Sid.
Yeah, but
according to
now,
get
according to
better at
what?
Googling.
Let's try to do
According to
something
what?
current day.
According to what?
The
According to-
FBI, Sid. The authority on the matter.
Oh, I could you post that?
No, is it on the FBI website?
Yeah, could you post that in the chat?
You just gotta Google FBI Enron fraud, and it'll tell you.
You're right there. You're right there. Could you
Hold
post it in the chat?
Yeah, let me finish it.
Sid, just because, like, now he's gonna move the
Monty,
goalposts.
stop.
Here we go with moving the
So
goalposts.
basically, the fraud totaled 168 million. They had to forfeit over 105 million dollars in assets, and they had a $150 billion payout. The fraud wasn't 150 billion. The payout that they had to give everybody back for the fraud was 150 billion dollars. And I'll post it.
But as usual,
63. It was. I did actually Google this just now.
Yeah, because you.
Well, no. While he was talking, I'm seeing numbers like $63.4 billion in fraud.
Oh, I thought it was 200 billion, Sid. Which one is it? Can
No,
you get your facts straight or not?
No, I didn't say that. You could run the video back. I said upwards of 80 billion, so pretty close.
You said 120 to 200 billion. We can run it
No.
back.
Yeah, go ahead.
But
go ahead, Monty.
I can't run it back. Set can though. I don't have
Go
control.
ahead, Set.
You know I don't.
Wait, run it back how? Oh,
run the video back of what I just said.
While we're live?
Hey, Set,
I don't know. I don't know if you can or not. He said you could.
No, you can't.
Wait, Set.
Maybe.
When I send this link, pull it up on the live. That
Yeah,
way
no
you
problem.
can all
I
see
got
it.
you. Oh yeah, I got you. Send it in the private chat, and I'll be able to pull it up. Huh. So we went to So when it comes to this whole fraud thing, now if we're talking about current day fraud, I would say the current day fraud, this would probably be the biggest. If we're talking about fraud within the last 5 years, the COVID fraud was the biggest. I mean, and then we're still dealing with the 250 million. That's actually the same. That's still going on in the same area. So yeah, what's going on in Minnesota is pretty damn concerning when it comes to fraud. And it's not like, and here's the thing. I do get like how everybody's trying to dogpile on the Somalian community. But let's be quite honest. It is outrageous how there's a bunch of Somali-owned daycares that's getting millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, and they cannot prove that they have any kids in those daycares.
So that is a totally fair statement. But what I don't abide.
Wait,
What's
by the
even
way,
more-
I sent a link so you can pull it up.
And real quick, Seth, that is a totally fair statement. What I don't abide is people pretending suddenly that they care about fraud, that they've only been focused on this issue, and they've talked about it every time it occurs, and that this is the I'm talking about how you guys have been talking about this issue.
I wasn't fucking alive and relevant, or I was alive, but I wasn't fucking relevant on fucking YouTube talking about Bernie Madoff when it fucking happened.
There are other instances of fraud besides Bernie Madoff. If I can't it instantly have recall to pull them all up in my head.
But you know that they exist, right?
That doesn't implicate me because I'm not the one going on YouTube specifically talking about this one. You are.
But you want to have a problem with anything that fucking doesn't fit your narrative. So shut
No,
the
I
fuck
don't.
up unless you can come with
I just said what Set said was totally fair.
Then
Does that
shut
sound
up
like
and
someone
let
that
it move on, because that's what we're talking about, not what
does that
Sid
sound
wants to talk about.
Hey, yes or no, does that sound like somebody that has a problem with whatever contradicts their narrative?
Yes, it does, because you're bringing issue with it. You're trying to deflect, just like you did, just like.
No, I said I gave a reason why people might construe it as Islamophobic, and it's because it's the first time they've ever heard people like you talk about fraud.
Oh, right.
And that's true.
First time I've heard him talk about it.
I've never talked about the government waste in the defense bill. I've never talked about the inefficiency within the government.
That's different. That's totally different. That's totally different. We're talking about government waste.
Shut the fuck up and let me talk, because you want to say I don't say something, and now I'm trying to say it, and you want to overtalk me. So shut
Government
up.
waste is not fraud, my friend.
No, but when it's fucking used for fraudulent purposes, like, I don't know, people that don't have fucking life claiming social security numbers that aren't theirs to commit social security fraud, I am
That's
talking
not the
about
government.
Oh my God. I've used one example and moved on to another one. Keep up or shut up.
You've talked about people doing social security fraud. I missed that. I missed that episode.
I've talked about it several times. Any government spending comes up, I talk about fraud. Period.
Before y'all continue, let Monty read this FBI thing that I found.
You mean Set?
Their website.
Combed through hundreds of bank and brokerage accounts to track fraudulent purchases, which proved critical in securing restraining orders, seizing more than 168 million in assets supported by insider trading charters. More than 105 million was forfeited to help compensate victims.
That's just what was seized. The fraud was about 63.4 billion. There was even a lawsuit claiming 40 billion in losses.
That's off the FBI's website, so I don't know where you found that out. But this is off of their website.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He Googled. I did the same thing he did. He Googled fucking Bernie Madoff fraud, and that's what Google pops up with.
No. It's from the Enron Wikipedia. If you really want to look at it.
Wikipedia is a trusted source for information.
Wikipedia is fine. I mean, this guy could grok it if he wants. That could ask his ChatGPT if he wanted. Like,
good point.
I would trust the FBI, who has the numbers and has done the multi-level investigation, over someone that fucking interpreted it.
Dude, what you just read was that they seized that amount. That doesn't mean that is the amount of fraud that was committed. Does that make sense?
God, Said, It's your fucking boy. Because I'm so fucking tired of him moving the fucking goalposts and not having a coherent argument other than to say fucking people that defraud the government are okay because they're Muslim.
No, I never said that. But here's the question you got to ask, Set. If you're going to look it up, if you're going to ChatGPT or ask AI, say, what was the dollar amount of fraud from the Enron scandal? That's it.
F it, I'll do it.
So,
all right.
Also,
hold on here. What was the amount of fraud in the Enron scandal?
Monty, it matters because I was apparently challenged.
Fraud and accounting malpractice. In a nutshell, Enron was an energy company that used very complex and misleading accounting practices to hide its debt and inflate its profits. They basically used off-the-books accounting loopholes and special purpose entities to make the company look way more profitable and stable than it really was. Eventually, when these practices were uncovered, it turned out Enron was in massive financial trouble. The company collapsed, and it led to huge losses for shareholders and employees. It also resulted in a lot of legal changes around corporate accounting and the creation of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act to try to prevent this kind of fraud in the future.
What was the exact dollar amount of the fraud?
The exact dollar amount of the Enron fraud is a bit difficult to pin down to a single number because it involved a lot of different financial manipulations over several years.
Money counted
But in
3 and
terms
4
of
times.
shareholder losses, it was estimated to be around $74 billion that just evaporated as the company's stock price collapsed. And when you look at the total impact, including debt hidden and the losses to employees, pensions, and other stakeholders, the overall damage was massive. It's often considered one of the biggest and most costly corporate frauds in history.
Okay, so around $7 billion is the best estimate you can find, or anything else?
Yeah, actually.
So actually, the figure is
Set,
quite a bit bigger than that. It's more on the order of tens of billions, not just 7 billion. The number I mentioned before is about $74 billion in shareholder losses when everything unraveled. And of course, that doesn't even fully capture all the ripple effects on employees.
All right, we're just going to go with that 74 million, right?
Yeah, that's
billion.
about what I got.
Billion. Sorry, 74 billion. I'm sorry. Thanks.
That's about what I got. But what's on the keynotes that I got from Grok is they said this is taken into account shareholder price, stock values, assets. So it's also accounting for intangibles on the open market and not direct monetary costs because they don't really know the full extent of the damage.
Yeah. So $74 billion in losses is not the same thing as someone defrauding the government for $74 billion, for the record.
Yeah. And what happened here was not somebody defrauding the government for $74 billion either, with the Somali case, right?
It's $9 billion over the past 5-10 years of
And
direct
still
payments
counting.
and grants.
Yeah, so orders of magnitude less, but and the
Orders
whole
of
reason we're
you know what
bringing
an
this
order
up,
of magnitude is, Sid? Do you know what
the
an
whole
order of
re-
magnitude
the
is?
whole the
It's a
whole
funny word you like to say.
the whole reason this was brought up, and you asked me why earlier, is because I was apparently challenged by someone in chat to name a fraud case larger than this one. That's the only reason I'm talking about the Bernie
Apparently, I
Madoff
need
stuff.
to nuance. Apparently, I need to nuance what I said. It is being considered the largest of its kind, with the assistance, with the Medicaid, the daycares, the home health care, the
It's direct
transportation.
fraud. It can be measured. It's not some inconceivable number, and it's of this kind. So again, you're spouting off. It is a fucking big deal, and you're trying to diminish it by saying, "Oh, look at Enron."
But also, you also have to remember the Enron fraud scandal was so large because it was an oil company dealing with oil, which is in and of itself a naturally lucrative and financially unstable environment to begin with, where fraud occurs on the regular.
I wasn't trying to deflect. I was asked specifically that someone brought up.
Why
What
were
is
you
a
asked
bigger
that?
fraud?
Why were you asked that question? Why did
Because
that
because I said this isn't the largest fraud case.
And why does that matter? That's what I'm saying. You're trying
Because somebody said it was in the chat, or not in the chat, in the panel.
I said that it is being called the largest current. It is considered the largest case of fraud at the moment.
Yeah, which is not true. We just saw there's a larger case
Wait,
of
at
fraud.
the moment? I mean, hold on. So,
you know what in the moment
2025,
means?
is there anything else
Going on
worse?
right
Okay,
now.
at the moment, okay. If we're not going to nitpick about goalposts moving.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah, you're
let
right. I
me
mean,
clarify.
yeah. All right,
Okay,
fine. I was just wondering, like, hold on, was there
It's
something
not
else
the
worse that
biggest
happened
theft
in
that's ever been
2025?
done. No.
Wait.
There was like $2 billion or $20 billion worth of maple syrup that was stolen from fucking Canada, but we're not talking about fucking the biggest loss of fucking it's the biggest case of fraud that is currently occurring, has not been stopped, and has been allowed to go under the direction of tin walls. That's what we're talking about. It's a conspiracy. It's a fucking Bernie Madoff fucking level of fucking manipulation and fraud.
So hold up. So in terms of this particular fraud aspect, what also needs to be taken into consideration is this isn't a private entity like Enron is. So the fraud, I know it's going to be weird saying it, but the fraud tactic is different. This is a private These are a group of private citizens directly defrauding the government.
Wait, what? What amount of COVID era fraud in total has been committed?
Hold up.
Oh.
To give you
yeah, that's important.
Maybe if you didn't have a fucking president that allowed it to happen, it wouldn't have happened. Maybe just say that.
This is at a state level. This is Tim Walz. You were just blaming him. Tune back into that, Monty.
250 million for what? For the feature
Yeah, he's not the
children,
president.
250 million.
250 million in COVID era fraud. That's it.
No, well, wait, for Minnesota or across the board, like in all through the states, because then
The
you're
whole,
reaching
the
like,
whole country. The whole country.
oh,
so
man,
you want
I
to
mean,
control?
dude, I'll give you that one. 'Cause
Minneapolis, one
California
city,
was like 400 million in fraud in COVID fraud alone. So if you had everybody else up, I'm pretty sure you're going to get over like 9
Yeah,
billion.
and my whole point was like, if we care about this, we should be talking about everybody else too, right?
And I have been talking about California's waste, fraud, and abuse. I've talked about all of this. Just because you're too ignorant and want to make a fucking goalpost stand right now and grandstand in front of everybody does not mean what you're saying is true.
Okay, Dr. Buzzwords, here's one. Have you ever talked about Rick Scott's Medicaid fraud?
What?
Rick Scott, the Republican senator. Have you ever talked about the? I think it was either Medicaid or Medicare fraud that he committed.
Oh,
Just
so he committed fraud and he's not in jail for it?
No, he's a senator. He's a sitting senator right now. Committed
So
some
in
of the
other
biggest.
words, you believed what CNN said again?
Could you prove that wrong, or like, could you dispute that?
Let's see here.
Has he been tried by a jury of his peers?
I got you. Rick Scott, former company Columbia/HCA, paid a record 1.7 billion in fines and penalties to settle a massive Medicare and Medicaid fraud case with the U.S. Department of Justice. The settlement was the largest healthcare fraud settlement in U.S. history at the time it was finalized.
Yeah, so he has paid his dues a little bit, but he's also complaining about this fraud. This guy's a fraudster himself.
I'm a fraudster.
I'm just saying, Rick Scott. Yeah,
I'm a fraudster. I didn't know.
Rick Scott. No, Rick Scott's a fraudster.
Okay, so I'm the one complaining about this, not Rick Scott. I can't fucking attest to something I didn't even know was fucking going on or didn't know happened. So
isn't that strange that you didn't know?
Why would I fucking care?
You would know. It would appear in your bubble if he was Somali. If he was Somalian, you would know.
So I don't care about the fucking $10 billion California's wasted on a railway project. I didn't realize Gavin Newsom was Somali as well.
That's also again, that's different than fraud. That's alleged government waste. That's different. We all agreed on that earlier.
It's government
fraud. We all agreed earlier that government waste is different than fraud, right?
No, we
yes,
did not.
People agree with
we
that.
did not agree that it was different. It's the same fucking thing. It's our taxpayers or our tax dollars not going to what that said it was supposed to go to, or in better terms, it's fraud.
Well, you said USAID didn't, but that was already all known before.
USAID is fraud. Everything USAID, in my opinion, is fraud.
Okay, well, all in your opinion is fraud, but people knew about that. People voted on it, knowing what it was going.
Vote on it. When did you vote on anything that happens with USAID?
The representatives that we elect, because we live in a representative democracy.
Okay.
Yeah, you never vote on anything because we have representatives that vote on stuff for us. I don't know if
you don't vote on state laws. You don't vote on state resolutions.
I vote on state. I vote on state laws.
What I'm talking about is called Minnesota.
No,
it's
USAID. Nope. Now you're equivocating. You don't know what that word means, by the way. You think it means equating, but
no,
we're talking about the
playing field. But whatever.
No, you don't know what that word means. You could look it up later, but. We don't vote on federal fucking laws and provisions.
I say we did? I was talking about state resolutions.
I just said USAID, and you said, yeah, that's fraud in my opinion. And you're like, when did you vote on USAID?
Yeah,
you did say that.
Yeah, I said that because you didn't vote on it. I know you didn't.
Yeah, I voted for representatives that voted either for it or against it.
Either way,
that's how we do it.
Why are you tail spinning, Sid?
I'm not.
You are. You're absolutely tail spinning because you.
No, I'm explaining the structure of our government to you. That's irrelevant.
Oh, okay. That answers my question.
But all right then. All righty. That was slightly entertaining, not gonna lie.
It's always slightly entertaining when fucking someone that knows what they're talking about is arguing with an idiot like Sid.
All right, guys. All right, but let's go ahead and finish out this video and
begin with. I dare you to find one Islamic extremist that votes for Donald Trump. Never do it. They'd give their vote to the leftist who wants to run around in pride parades. And Islamic extremists are against gays and homosexuals and transgenders, but they want the left to go and get busy with that. They want them go speak about the climate. Go speak about abortion. Go kill yourselves. Go do that. And she's fighting for abortion rights and all the other. My body, my choice. Yes, go do that. Go do it. But would she have an abortion? Never. Never. Would she kill a Muslim in her stomach? Never.
I don't know about that. She might be too sold to like the. Honestly, I think she's pretty Americanized for a Muslim, to be quite honest.
I think he was just using her as like an example, but even still, more like.
But most Muslims would not abort their kids. I'll be real with you. Most Muslims would not abort their kids.
No.
Exactly.
But they will vote for the party that argues for abortion of American kids. That's the point.
Yeah, and a lot of fundamentalist Christians say they're pro-life, but also will pay for their daughter to get an abortion. So.
Sid, shut the fuck up. Like what you
know
said
I'm right.
So
you know I'm right.
No, I don't know you're right. First of all,
you do. You're laughing because you know it's true.
I'm laughing because you're so stupid. You're missing the point so hard. Because
I get the point, dude. He's saying that leftists are against against the proliferation of society. They want the destruction of society. So therefore, radical Islamists would vote for a leftist to usher in the destruction of Western society, so that Western society could then be dominated by Islamists. It's very simple. I get it, bro. It's not hard. I understand.
Why have you argued every single point about
I haven't. You just don't understand the points I'm arguing. You can't isolate points. You can't isolate points in your head.
You literally said, why would the Islamic extremists vote for a liberal? They don't agree with any of that stuff. That was what.
Well, I disagree. I disagree. Obviously, as the resident liberal here, that these things will lead to the destruction of society. These straw man points of what leftism is or what liberalism is. I disagree.
We have the proof. It's not.
It is, dude. It is.
Oh, it is.
All right. So, Sid, quick question: do you see Islam as one of the biggest threats in America?
No.
Okay. All right. So, but you do kind of. But do you agree with the premise that the radical Islam hide behind liberalism or the left?
No.
All right.
There's someone.
I think what you will find radical Islamists doing towards things that leftists support. I mean, radical Islamists will kill gay and trans people. That'll never be someone that hides behind a liberal person.
No, but they.
Yes, it's not what happens.
Use them.
That's kind of what they're doing in Minnesota.
You're fucking God. You're more.
But they're not using them. They're not using them. Maybe to the extent that if there is a law, or if there's fraud to be committed, and they can hide behind something that says, like, if you go after us, you're being Islamophobic. Maybe they would hide behind that. But no, other than that, they are enemies of leftists. They are enemies of liberals, and that's what radical Islam is. In the same way, they are
your enemy than you let your enemy defeat itself.
But they don't defeat themselves. That's the whole point. We just had.
Except you are. You are.
No, we had 8 years of Obama. Then we had 4 years of Biden.
And look
None of this
country is now under 8 years of Obama.
Yeah, is it totally in disrepair and destruction? No,
yes,
it was not.
Yes,
no, it was not.
Absolutely.
The minute shit got bad, everyone can point back to this year. Is 2020. Shit was going absolutely fine. We were on an economic recovery after a recession, a global recession. And then 2020 happened and shit hit the fan. Shit went tits up and Trump handled it like a fucking retard, like he is.
Oh, really? Who was the president following COVID?
during COVID and following COVID. During was Trump. During was also Biden, and the recovery outside of it was also Biden.
So
COVID-19 that started in 2019 when
Yep.
Trump was on the upswing, when gas was getting cheaper, labor was getting more valuable, not just the price of labor was going up.
Gas was cheapest at the height of COVID. By the way, that's if that's the metric you want to use.
No, what are you talking about?
Yeah, during lockdown, gas hit a record low in price because nobody was driving.
Oh, nobody was driving. Maybe nobody like you that wanted to stay 18,000 yards away from anybody. Maybe people like you weren't driving, but people
I
like
mean,
me.
we could look this up. You could do these ad hominems. You could do these attacks, but that's just true.
You're just retarded. You don't understand how the economy works. But
gas hit a record low during the height of COVID. If you dispute that, I mean, that's a fact we could look up. You dispute that. You dispute that gas hit a record low. It was at one of its lowest points, lower than it is now.
Ignore the fact that the trajectory of the gas prices would have remained the same had COVID happened or not happened. Let's just completely ignore that point because the fucking arrow is very clear in where the gas price was going.
You're taking credit for it now.
Before COVID, let's just completely ignore that point, right? And just say, oh, yeah, it just happened to be low when COVID happened.
Before COVID, it was on the same trajectory as it was when Obama was in office.
No, it wasn't.
It was going down.
Gas when Obama left office was like $4 a fucking gallon.
No,
what are you talking about, you fucking Nimrod?
It had been on the decline.
Oh, decline from $5 a gallon. I guess you are right about that, Sid.
Has anybody seen Free Run? Can somebody describe what free run is and if the anime is good?
I don't know what you're saying. Sebring?
Free run.
I still didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
Free run.
What are you talking about? That's nothing to do with the conversation.
All right, though. So all right. So I guess we got our grievances out already. Anything else? All right then.
I appreciate you, Seth. Thanks for letting me on to yell at Monty. Monty, I'm always down to argue with you. I know you don't like it, but if you want to ever join, we can join Discord call right after this and keep yelling at each other if you want. But
I don't care. I mean,
I'll tune into that one.
I would listen into that as well.
All right. I mean, because it's just me, you, Sid, and Gaming, and Tove fucking talking to each other at this point. The chat's probably tuned the fuck out.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're still tuned in. They're still in. They're talking about gas prices now.
Yeah, gas prices. So nothing Sid said was wrong. It was just disingenuous about what he said. He said that gas prices were going down under the same rate that they were going down under Obama. I disagree with that because fucking when Trump took office, I think the national price for gas was like $3.19 a gallon. When before COVID hit, it was like $2.67 a gallon. So that's a lot bigger of a dip from beginning of Obama's term to end of Obama's term, and beginning of Trump's term to end of Trump's term. That's all.
What do you take same rate to mean? If something is declining at a rate,
it's this thing called a percentage, and a rate compared to the to what it was before. So a rate of decay is what this would be in math terms. It'd be a rate of decay of the price.
Yeah.
The rate of decay under Obama at the highest point in Obama's term, I think gas was. I'd have to actually look this up. The highest thing, but I believe it was around 467.
He's googling. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
I'm not googling anything.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
But because I know things, I don't have to Google them. But
okay. But you would have to.
The highest national average, I believe, was like $4.69 a gallon under any year in Obama's term. When Obama took office, I think it was $3.50 something. We had just hit 2008, mind you. So he under his term, gas went from $3 something a gallon to $4 something a gallon when Trump took office. When Trump took office, gas was $3 something a gallon. Before COVID, it was lower.
It was lower than 3 whatever. That's the barrier to entry. Trump has lowered gas prices, completely ignoring, because you want to discount the fact that it was at its lowest point ever during COVID, completely ignoring that point, because there is a part of me that agrees with you on that. But without that being there, it was on the same rate in which gas was getting cheaper and cheaper before COVID happened.
Right. So he did nothing. It stayed on the same rate. It was on the same decline that it was before he took office.
What do you mean? It was not on the same rate.
And you literally just said it was on the same rate.
I said under Obama's term, gas went from one price to a higher price. Under Trump's term, it went from one price to a lower price, excluding COVID. And then
when Obama left office,
if you include COVID, it went even lower.
Why would we do that?
Because what happens under a president is a president's fault, is it not?
I agree, but everyone wants to make some sort of separation for COVID.
Well, because you're the one that made the separation, because you said you can't count COVID because it was at the height of COVID that gas was its lowest. So I'm giving you that benefit of the doubt because I agree with you up until a certain point. My point is, if you take COVID out of the mix, let's just say COVID never happened and the price stayed exactly the same all the way up until Trump got out of office. The price would have still been lower under Trump's 4 years than the raise in price under Obama's 8 years. That's what I'm saying. It was on the trend down.
I'm actually gonna look real quick.
Look up the AAA price of gas.
Here's what I'm going to look. I'm going to look at the average price of gas. Monty, is this acceptable? I'm going to look up the average price of gas at the end of Obama's term versus the end of 2008 versus the end of 2018. Is that appropriate?
Well, no. So you have to look at 3 different time frames. The end of 2008, when 2009.
No. Because we'll just say where it was when he ended his tenure.
Okay.
Versus when COVID started. Is that fair?
Yeah. What was the price of gas when Obama left office?
Okay. I'm going to go away for a second to look this up because
I've already looked it up. I have the screenshots of it if you'd like.
Okay.
I mean, sure, you could post it in the private chat. I'll post it up here if you want.
I'd have to go to my phone. Yeah, I didn't expect you to call me out that quick.
Oh, you're good. Right.
But I go to AAA's website every year and fucking gather these results. And you can go, I think you can go back to 2016 on AAA's website. You'd have to go somewhere else to get past 2016.
Okay, are you ready for this? This is what came up. When Obama left office, gas, the national average was $2.36 per gallon. When at the end of 2018, this is what came up. Maybe I got something wrong. At the end of 2018, gas was $2.68 per gallon, which is an increase, actually. But okay, that could be wrong.
Let's see here. What I got was in 2013, the national average was about $3.51 per gallon. Price started the year around $3.32 per gallon. You're right, $3.32. Okay, now I'm getting the same thing you're getting.
So he didn't leave office in 2013. He left office in 2017.
So guys,
good point. And at that time, it was at 2000.
For the record, the price
214.
of gas between 2009 and 2017, Obama's entire term, the average price of gas was $3.12 during his first term and $2.95 during his second term. Now we're gonna sit here,
but that's not how you look at trends, Monty. I know you know this because you
don't look at an aggregate of data and compare one data to another.
No, looking at an aggregate is not going to show you the trend. It was at the time when he left office. What my claim is that it was trending downward, and then I showed you that at the end of his term, 2017, January 2017, it was lower than right before COVID.
Okay, you're fucking. That's one way to look at it. Because It's not like he abandoned our fucking strategic oil reserves or anything to make prices lower during an election or anything. Not like he did that. But you can keep assuring yourself that your price of gas was cheaper under Obama than it was under Trump. Continue.
That was not my claim. That was never my claim.
That my claim was Trump brought the price of gas down, and it's evident in his average price versus Obama's average price.
My claim was that Trump kept going with a trend that was already happening. He didn't do anything.
So it just happened no matter what the economic policies or anything were. That would have just happened anyway, right?
No. He didn't make gas go up, and he didn't make it go down significantly. It was just the trend that was going on at the time.
Right. Because regulation and drilling and manufacturing of oil and transportation of oil, all foreign policies and State Department policies have nothing to do with the price of oil.
No, they do, but that stuff takes years to hit the market sometimes. Sometimes that takes years. That doesn't just happen immediately.
Got you. Yeah, so lifting regulations doesn't fucking make
unless we seize it.
Yeah, unless we seize it, yeah.
Okay. All right, bud. You're wrong. I love how candid you are about how wrong you are. It's fucking hilarious. Or sorry, how not wrong you are. But you are wrong about that. I guarantee you, if you fucking talk to anybody that was actually buying gas during that fucking time period, they'll tell you who had cheaper gas.
Okay,
All right, guys. Now we're gonna go ahead and call it a night on this one. Oh man, I love when you two are up.
Kid's an idiot, though.
It's always a hectic show.
Well, anything to make Trump look bad. Remember that. He said that with the Epstein files. Trump can't be
exonerated. It's so funny how you two are.
He can never have a point of anything that Trump did that was fucking good, even when it's shown to him in his face.
Yo, notice how I'm not doing any of these ad hominem attacks right now. I'm just,
buddy, I don't
chill and Monty's kind of crashing out a little bit, which is weird after winning an argument.
The amount of fucking stupidity and hoops you have to jump through confuses me. It honestly confuses me. My brain hurts trying to rationalize the bullshit that comes out of your mouth.
Well, I'm sure some people will be able to recognize you're confused.
Because I try to understand you. I try to hear you out. And every time
thank you.
10 seconds in and I'm like, what are you fucking talking about?
I know that's pretty common for you, I think, probably.
No, not for me. I have fucking many conversations with people other than you that doesn't happen with.
What I'm saying is just so absurd. Everyone's like, what the hell? What are you even saying?
Because you're cherry picking information to make yourself sound right, and you're wrong.
I literally asked if the information that I was going to look up was acceptable to you
before you presented it. Yeah, that's one way to fucking.
Yeah, I asked if it was, and if you would have said no, I wouldn't have done it.
I asked you to
have a Nagila.
Just look at AAA. Anybody, I can fucking bring the screenshots next time I come in.
All right, guys. We're gonna go ahead and end it on this one. We already went past the 6-hour mark. We're now at the 7-hour mark. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it down right here, guys. It's Set with Set Media. I appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Sid's a loser.
Screw you, Monty. And shout out Monty. Shout out Gaming. Shout out Sid, Tove. Appreciate you guys for coming up. We're gonna go ahead and end with this nice little clip. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Nice. GDP growth helps the average American. No, it primarily helps the richest Americans. Oh, really? Because GDP measures the total market value of all goods and services produced within a country. And you can imagine you would much rather live in a country with a large growing economy than a small decreasing one. Well, GDP measures a country's output, not its distribution of that output. In a country where the top 10% own 93% of equities, they are far and away the benefactors of our country's massive GDP. Well, historically, a 1% decrease in GDP tends to lead to about a 2% increase in unemployment. And in case I must remind you, unemployment is bad for working class people. You want to live in a country with a growing economy, therefore the demand for your labor remains robust. Yeah, except we've seen since 1970, productivity has grown 2.7 times faster than wages, meaning workers are producing more, yet the gains are being hoarded more and more by shareholders in the top 20%. But if you look at labor's share of business sector income, it has stayed relatively consistent from that 1970 point where you claim this hoarding until 2000. In actuality, what's happened is real wages haven't necessarily kept up with productivity because consumer prices in things like housing, healthcare, and education have soared. Well, we do see from your chart, labor's share share of business income has been decreasing since 2000, probably due to decrease in union membership and businesses prioritizing getting lean to drive profit and increasing share buybacks. It's probably more due to China entering the WTO and globalization and natural non-labor productivity drivers of the internet. Whatever the reason, this has further concentrated income to owners rather than workers. So what's the point of growing the pie if workers are getting less and less of a share of that pie? Well, still, either way, it's better workers are getting less of a growing pie than a shrinking pie, and government policies can change that proportion. But another crucial point here is the fact we're $38 trillion in debt, paying over $1 trillion a year on interest. Yeah, and that's only supposed to increase, which will keep decreasing the amount of purchasing power our government has to use our tax dollars on us rather than paying interest on old debt. But what's your point? Well, the clearest way to get out of this debt spiral, which you're right, causes inflation and the devaluing of the dollar, yada yada. The clearest way is massive GDP growth, which increases tax receipts, which reduces the deficit, which reduces inflation, and gives government more spending power on programs for working class people rather than interest. I mean, that's one way. Another way to reduce the deficit, though, is to not give tax breaks to billionaires like Mitt Romney suggested and close all their loopholes. But look, I think the point is we hear the administration bragging about 4.3% GDP. Then we hear things like the average age for a first-time homebuyer reached a record high 40 years old. And we ask, who is really benefiting from this growth? Yeah, I mean, I think bad policy on housing, healthcare, and education are the drivers of a lot of the affordability pain. I don't think you can blame a growing economy on that. A growing economy that workers are getting less and less of a share of. Less of more is better than less of less. How about more of more? That's the goal. For who? Me. Really? Really?
How do you feel about the debt of the state of Michigan? $6.925 billion.
We've paid off a lot of debt, and I'm proud of that. But, you know, my job is I'm the governor of Michigan. I got to show up and fight for the people of Michigan.
We got $950 million in pork spending, like $5 million Special Olympics. $5 million. Do they not have their own money? Special Olympics?
I mean, are you against Special Olympics?
No, not the biggest fan of taxes sometimes.
I get it. We are making changes to have more transparency, to make sure that people who are promoting whatever project they want to get done have to do it so many days in advance so that the whole world can scrutinize it, so that they can make their case that it's the right thing to do.
And trust me, I qualify for the Special Olympics. I'm 1.6 million. Grand Rapids Ballet from the States? Why can't Grand Rapids do that?
It's a good question, Caleb. I'll have to tell you what legislator asked for that, and you can ask them that question.
This is, I love my home state.
I know. Well, this doesn't make sense when you're looking at it from 40,000 feet. I get it.
But don't we? Before we...
I understand. But at the same token, legislators come with their special projects, and they negotiate them in. And I introduced a budget. It doesn't have any pork in it.
Yeah.
So these are not things that I ever
I can appreciate
was advocating for.
$2.5 million for the Lansing lug nuts? Who goes to the lug nuts? I don't know what a lug nut is.
Lug nut. It's a part in your car, and the lug nuts are the baseball team in Lansing.
Interesting. This is the part of the show where I go through the spending, and we got some bull spending in there. Some Special Olympics bull. Now, we love the Special Olympics. We love the Special Olympics.
I don't
just didn't know
endorse
the state
anything
paid
you
for
said.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.